it looks like we're going to have a victory in Staten Island tonight. So that is good news. It looks like Christian Smalls. Uh, okay, we haven't started yet. We still haven't started yet. Still haven't started. Hang on. This is the pre show. Now the show is starting. What? Wrong one. Nope. Hang on. Show hasn't started yet. I promise you the show hasn't started. I'll tell you when the show has started, when you hear applause. Now I know our show has started. Late breaking news. Mike Elk over at Payday Report is now reporting that Christian Smalls has won. Payday Report says that with nearly 2,000 votes counted in the Amazon Union election out on Staten Island, they are now projecting an historic win for the Amazon Labor Union. Mike Elk over at Payday Report is saying right now that with over 2,000 votes cast, the union, the Amazon Labor Union, holds a, quote, likely insurmountable lead of 311 votes. The union currently is leading 1,200 to 889 in the vote count. That comes to us from Mike Elk over at Payday Report. It's looking like Amazon will have its first union shop out in Staten Island, New York. Meanwhile, Reuters has some expected news coming out of Bessemer, Alabama. The tally in Alabama seems to indicate that Amazon workers have narrowly rejected unionizing. The vote seems to be 53% of the Amazon workers in Bessemer voting against the union. We are told that there was low voter turnout, ballots will be challenged, and the vote was closer than last year's, where workers rejected the union by a 2-1 margin. So it looks like Amazon wins in Bessemer, loses in Staten Island, and we will be talking about this a little later on in the show. Welcome to the mop-up for March 31st, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 55 degrees and partly cloudy. China and the European Union will be holding their summit in Brussels on Friday. The European Union and Joe Biden were planning to come down hard on authoritarian regimes, including China. But then war in Ukraine broke out. China is reportedly surprised by how the EU has solidified around NATO and Joe Biden, including right-wing governments like Turkey, Hungary, and Poland. What stance will the EU and Joe Biden now take with China as they try to prevent China from assisting Vladimir Putin's invasion of Iraq? Will Biden and the EU look the other way when it comes to China in order to court China's support? For more on this, we go to England, where Grace Jackson is standing by. She is the host of Literary Hangover, as well as an expert on China. Thank you for coming back, Grace Jackson.
Thanks for having me back, David. It was great fun last week, so I thought I would pick up kind of where we left off, and you've given a good intro for this week as well, talking about China and what China's been up to this week and this summit. It's actually going to be a virtual summit over a video conference tomorrow between Europe, the EU, and China. And so I'm going to have to resist the British urge to talk about the weather for 15 straight minutes and actually talk about China. I want to sort of begin by talking about how China and Russia these days, especially since the invasion of Ukraine, increasingly are being conflated in people's minds. And there's a reason for this. They're being talked about in the same way by our leaders, by especially, Biden, and to a lesser extent, but an increasing extent in Europe as well. And I think this is, not only misguided, but potentially dangerous. I think there's generally quite a low level of awareness about China in the West, and that's been borne out today. There was just a paper released by a higher education kind of research group here in the UK talking about the woeful state of what they call China literacy in the UK, at least. You can go through school in the UK and never learn a thing about China by the time you're 18. And there's very little in the way of higher education on China. But that's kind of a separate issue, but it's somewhat related. It's contextual.
Surprising. It sounds like the United States, but go ahead.
Well, I think it's probably a bit worse in the United States. But, I think when you think about the way China and the US understand each other, I think you could argue that people in China have just a slightly more sophisticated understanding of the US system than vice versa, right? Although I think there's a lot of kind of mutual misconceptions on both sides. But back to this summit in Europe tomorrow. So this is probably going to be a way, or it was originally seen as a way for Europe to diffuse tensions around the war in Ukraine with China. I think they're also going to sort of desperately try to get China to agree to help them end the war and condemn Russia, which we talked about last week. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's very unlikely. China really doesn't want to talk about the war. It's probably going to try and focus on other issues. And Europe is probably going to threaten China with sanctions of its own if it provides any military support to Russia or helps Russia evade sanctions. We should say that China's mostly been sanctions compliant, and I would expect it to stay that way. On the EU,
it has not been trading with Russia. It's
stayed within the constraints of the sanctions. There is trade with Russia, but yeah. So on the EU-China relationship, interestingly, two things happened in 2020 that are important here. Firstly, China overtook the US to become the EU's largest trading partner in goods in 2020. At the same time, in 2020, the relationship between China and the EU began to deteriorate. There was this comprehensive agreement on investment, which was a huge trade deal that fell through between China and the EU after the Europeans got cold feet around human rights abuses, the issue of Xinjiang and the Uyghurs. And so that fell through, and it's sort of been on the downslide since then. And obviously the situation in Ukraine makes it way worse. And last month, the Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, the EU Commission President, she said that Vladimir Putin and China, when they met and they released that manifesto on February the 4th, where they claimed to have no limits to their relationship, she called this a revisionist manifesto to review the world order, saying that Russia and China are becoming more and more assertive and willing to restore the old empires that they have been in the past. And that was really interesting to hear. And I've seen a lot of talk this week about this idea of the emperor and the Tsar, the Chinese and Russian empires somehow being reconstituted this year. And it's interesting because while that there may be some truth to that, perhaps, but at that point we were also an empire. Don't forget, that was the age of great empires in the 19th century that we're talking about. So where does that leave us now?
She is there for life, which is a new phenomenon in China. And it looks like Putin is there for life, which is a somewhat new phenomenon for modern day Russia.
Right, and there's going to be a lot of attention on this in November this year at the 20th National Congress of China in China, when there's expected to be another term announced for Xi Jinping. And I think that what I really wanted to talk about in reference to this EU summit is this idea of authoritarianism versus democracy as the organizing principle of American foreign policy right now. It's being talked about as the Biden doctrine. And I think if there's anywhere where authoritarianism versus democracy is kind of a helpful way to think about things, it's in terms of term limits on leaders. When you get beyond that, the distinction actually starts to break down a little bit. And I want to argue that it's not a good organizing principle, and it's not going to lead to good foreign policy for anyone. Leaving aside that this idea of democracy promotion, for all of us who remember it, has uncomfortable echoes of the sort of nation building jingoism that drove the Iraq war, freedom fries and all of that. Beyond all of that, there is this problem with authoritarianism versus democracy, because these terms don't really describe ideologies, right? That autocracy and authoritarianism, it's not an ideology, it's a means of control. And they're not actually opposites. Democracies can have authoritarian features, and vice versa, actually. And of course, we partner with plenty of authoritarian regimes. The US does, the UK does. And so I am uncomfortable with these terms because they're not very precise, they're very fuzzy. And moreover, Russia and China are not the same. They don't have the same kinds of authoritarian systems. I don't know much about Russia's system. I'm not going to try and speak to it, but at least in terms of China, the Chinese system of governance is highly disciplined. It's highly bureaucratic. There are 86 million plus members of the Chinese Communist Party. This is a very different situation from what you have in Russia, where, I think kleptocracy is a good word to describe that, compared to perhaps bureaucracy. So yeah, it's this idea that we're being asked to sort of see the world in binary terms again, with a complete lack of distinction, is a problem, and I think it's gonna cause problems for us down the line. Not least of which will be that if we selectively refuse to work with quote unquote authoritarian regimes, what are we going to do about climate change? What are we going to do about nuclear proliferation? All of these global problems that actually do require some collaboration.
Right. We spread our capitalism to China. We assumed that would lead to democracy. Is there anything resembling democracy? How could you have a communist state without people voting? I would assume there are elections in China, right?
There have been lots of different experiments with forms of democracy in China, and there are some at the very grassroots level, at the level of the village. I believe there are some elections, but there's no question of whether there would be a kind of one person, one vote system for the leadership, or for a multi-party kind of system. But there are some sort of very small scale forms of democracy.
How many members did you say? How many members of the Communist Party in China?
More than 86 million.
86 million. I would assume they have more of a say, more of a democratic participation than ordinary Chinese.
That I would have to bring someone in who can talk about that, but I'm not sure that is the case. I think that within the party, although there'll be forms of kind of consultation that happen at every level of the party is a top-down hierarchy, and it operates on kind of Leninist centralizing principles. And so I would expect that to be limited, although I wouldn't rule it out. And certainly there are social benefits, political, maybe even kind of cultural benefits to being a party member in China. It's definitely something that can boost your network. It can boost your employability. It's a sort of source of social capital, you might say.
You want to be in the party. I would assume you can't be Jack Ma. You can't run Alibaba unless you're a party member.
Well, there are certain regulations that stipulate that organizations of a certain size must contain a party member or have some sort of party supervision. But whether you yourself, Jack Ma, would have to become a member, I'm not sure that is the case. But certainly large companies, they all need to have some form of party membership to ensure compliance.
When I think of Russia under the Soviet Union, I think of Stalin and the purges and the terror. When I think of the Politburo in China right now, I think that you have Xi as the leader, but he has to get consensus. I would assume he can't rule with an iron fist, that there are segments of the Politburo that are conflicting, advising, and fighting amongst themselves. And
yeah.
So go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think there has been so there are sort of two separate things I want to say. One is there's a history of factionalism within the party, which is a bit more of a sort of salacious history, I would say. So remember back in 2012, 2014, around that time when Xi Jinping took office, there was a huge scandal around his rival, Bo Xilai, in Chongqing, who had kind of amassed an alternative center of power within the party. That was like a great scandal. And a lot of China watchers sort of really indulged in that because it seemed to sort of prove something about the nature of authoritarianism, that this is a party that's squabbling and it's always kind of backbiting and there's no stability. However, I think that's just one picture. The other thing is that with, like you say, there is also a tradition, a competing tradition, I would argue, in the party of kind of consensus building, of distributed authority. And that was something that Deng Xiaoping, who was in power in the 80s, a great reformer, very influential, sort of ushered in, and Hu Jintao, who was the most recent person in charge before Xi Jinping, there was a sort of something developing there with more of that distributed authority. It seems that Xi Jinping has centralized power more than his predecessor, but I think that we kind of get him, again, we've done a good job of portraying him as a sort of all-powerful, completely, monolithic presence in the party. And I think it's true that there is more discussion, more deliberation, and perhaps even some conflict over certain directions within the party. But it's also very hard to know because it's a very opaque institution. There are some people who see the Communist Party of China more as being run kind of like a sort of with a sort of mafia type style of rule, and that's another theory that we could get into.
Right. So factions. During Tiananmen Square, I remember the military was a separate faction from Deng Xiaoping, that he didn't have complete control over the military. What are the factions now? Can you venture a guess? I would assume there's still the military. I would assume the capitalists have the billionaire class would be a separate faction, and then the intellectuals, the academics. How does it break down?
It's very, very hard to say, but there is. I wouldn't say that the billionaires are a faction within the party. They're more of a sort of parallel to the party, adjacent to the party, you might say. There is a party, a very important party intellectual called Wang Huning, who is one to watch. He's somebody who he's considered a very brilliant thinker, and someone who's quite influential on Xi Jinping. So I can kind of direct people to resources on him if they're interested.
Right.
But in terms of the military, actually, Xi does seem to have consolidated quite a bit of control over the military. When he came into power, he sort of started putting himself on all of these committees. His predecessor's style of rule was very much to have kind of like delegated power into these small working groups, they call them. And Xi Jinping just started showing up to all of them. And now he's sort of on all of those committees. And I think the most people think that, yeah, he's got a very high degree of power over the People's Liberation Army. And it's not, you couldn't really describe it as a faction.
I want to get back to the Biden doctrine. I didn't know he had a doctrine. So I'm curious about censorship in China. Are you more likely to be censored, do you think, if you're from the West than you are if you're a domestic journalist? Do they crack down as hard on the domestic reporters as they do on the West?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think if you're a domestic reporter, if you're working for a Chinese news outlet in China, you know exactly where the lines are, because they
kind of like here in the United States.
Yeah.
You don't show anything from Hunter Biden's laptop.
Right. You leave that to the Daily Mail.
Right.
They do a pretty good job of it. Yeah. So within China, the lines are pretty clear. And although they are always shifting, they're still clear, because actually every year journalistic organizations receive a style guide, and it will actually have lists of terms that can and cannot be used. And every year it gets leaked, and it's a fascinating read because it does change year on year. So yeah, if you're a foreign journalist in China and you are kind of pursuing these stories that the party is uncomfortable with, yes, you'll be followed. You will have, your reporting will be made difficult. Let's put it that way. But there are journalists in China. There are some very good journalists in China, especially financial journalists. But there has been a kind of creeping sense that things that were not sensitive before are now actually very sensitive. And just to take another field as an example, in academia, this past week was the annual Asian Studies Conference, which is a kind of where all of the regional studies experts, they gather and share their research. It's just an academic conference, really, but happened in Honolulu last week. And they did a sort of hybrid online offline format where you could join by Zoom if you couldn't be there in person. And a lot of Chinese academics who work on regional studies, who work on Asian studies, were planning to attend. And this year, for the first time, they said that their universities said they couldn't attend even virtually, and that they needed permission depending on the research they were doing.
Right.
There was an NPR story that was quite interesting on this. So that's a new, these lines keep changing, and generally it's not towards the more liberal, the liberal side, unfortunately. So that is a change.
Right. It's late in Great Britain, so I want to be respectful of your time. The Biden doctrine, when was it announced? And you say that democracy can have authoritarian parts to it. I know that ancient Rome had, allowed for dictators when it was necessary. Cincinnatus, the general, came off the farm to become dictator, but then he steps down. that was written, I believe, into Roman law. How can democracy have authoritarian facets to it when the idea of democracy is anything but authoritarian? At least that's what I was brainwashed to believe.
Well, I think when you sort of approach it from a different angle, and by the way, the Biden doctrine, I don't think that's something that he is himself designated. I think that's something that foreign policy pundits have coined, something I came across.
It's kind of like Obamacare. They called it Obamacare, and he eventually started calling it Obamacare.
Well, it's just the extent to which Biden has been harping on about democracy for several years now, and democracy promotion seems to be part of his brand. And one has to wonder, is this not because what he sees American democracy at home in such tatters that in order to kind of make up for that, he can talk about how it needs to be promoted abroad?
Feels like democracy is a Trojan horse for capitalism, for our version of capital, right? It's to get our companies in there.
Well, that was kind of something I wanted to say about this sort of weird distinction between democracy and authoritarianism on the one hand, on two sides. These are not ideologies, and they don't really give you a good critique of power, right? They don't account for differences like right versus left, for example. And God forbid we think about the division between labor and capital, because that's another way in which we can split the world up. But obviously that doesn't serve certain interests. And I'm not saying there's no difference between China and the US or Russia and the US. I'm not saying that, but I think that this binary is not going to serve us well.
What does it fear about the EU and America? What are they worried the EU and Biden could do to them?
China, in terms of its strategic interests, China fears that the EU and the US and NATO and the West simply want to contain China at all costs. That they believe there's no room for China to expand, for a multipolar world to emerge. And, they have a point when you look at the way China is being completely conflated with Russia at this current moment. I mean, China has a long history of non-alignment as well. I mean, we can talk about 1955, the Bandung Conference, where Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier, I think was his title, attended, and that was a conference organized by the non-aligned countries during the Cold War, those who didn't want to throw their lot in with Soviets or the West. Right. China, when you look at the way China behaves in Africa,
the Belt and Road Initiative,
there is a lot of that sort of, let's say, the spirit of Bandung being evoked there. I
would love you to come back and talk about Belts and Road and compare it to the IMF and the World Bank. How China, even I don't even know if they colonize the way America, the World Bank, and the IMF do. I'd be curious to know if China has tax havens the way Great Britain does. So much to ask you. It's late in Great Britain. The historical question I want to ask you about Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong. They were rivals at first?
I don't know if I would say that. I think there was always a slight perception that Zhou was so charismatic and so likable and charming that he couldn't not be a rival. But I think ultimately they worked very closely together, and right.
But it was an example of factionalism.
No, I wouldn't describe it that way.
Oh, good. Okay, no. Great. Grace Jones, Grace Jones. Grace Jackson. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the next segment. I don't even want to tell you why I thought of Grace Jones. It has something to do with you. I won't even go there. Grace Jackson. Grace Jackson is the host of the Literary Hangover podcast. Most importantly for us, she's an expert on China. Follow her on Twitter at Grace Jackson and follow her podcast on Twitter at Lit Hangover. Amazing job. Thank you so much, Grace Jackson. Anything you'd like to plug?
No. Thank you, David. That was really fun.
Yes. Thank you. Well, hopefully we can wrangle you into coming back next week to talk to whatever you want to talk about. Thank you, Grace Jackson. We will be back. You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Great job, Grace. Great job.
It's time right
Thank you, Grace.
for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it looks like Christian Smalls, president of Amazon Labor Union, has succeeded in turning the first fulfillment center in America union. We're getting reports now that the vote count is 738 to 600. Christian Smalls reports that Amazon's asshole lawyers are in the vote count room. And he says, quote, "I love watching them squirm. They're drinking mad water." F every lawyer who is fighting the union. F every lawyer who is fighting Christian Smalls' efforts to bring a union shop to Staten Island. This is a big, big story. Well, we're going to talk about this. Thank you for joining us today. We're finding out as we speak whether or not Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama, and out on Staten Island have voted to go union. It looks like Staten Island's fulfillment center will go union. The Bessemer, Alabama fulfillment center will not be going union, according to Reuters, but we'll see. This is a big day for the union movement. Unions are now more popular than ever. And yet union membership in America is at the lowest point in over a century. We lost 250,000 union jobs last year while everybody was talking about how this was the golden age of unionization. We lost 250,000 union jobs last year. Today's workers at Amazon had the opportunity to vote to join a union. Last year in Bessemer, Alabama, they said no. Now, why would they vote against their own self-interest? It's the same reason Americans vote for Republicans. It's the same reason Democrats vote for Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi. We are all susceptible to lies. Amazon workers are being lied to by union-busting corporate lawyers in the vote counting room as we speak. They're being lied to by public relations firm. Most of these public relation firms and lawyers, not surprisingly, have ties to the Democratic Party. It's why Biden hasn't gone down to Bessemer or Staten Island or given a full-throated endorsement of going union. The most you can get out of Biden is every shop has the right to decide for itself whether or not they want to join a union. Now, in Bessemer, Alabama, voting ended on March 25th. 6,100 workers were asked to join. Again, they were asked whether or not they want to join the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. The Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. The National Labor Relations Board found last year evidence of Amazon tampering with last year's election in Bessemer, resulting in workers overwhelmingly voting against joining the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. It was a landslide against the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. The voter turnout this time around, because there was tampering, the National Labor Relations Board said you have to vote again. Voter turnout in Bessemer was only 39% this time around. It was 55% last year. Votes are being counted as we speak in Bessemer. Now, I want you to think of Christian Smalls, our friend, out in Staten Island in the freezing weather, being hassled by the cops, his supporters getting arrested. That's the new Amazon labor union, Christian Smalls, who worked inside the fulfillment center. He fulfilled his promise to the workers tonight. They are going union. He lived and worked with the warehouse workers. He was out on the street every day. Christian Smalls reminds me a little bit of Cesar Chavez, whose birthday it is today. Christian Smalls. Now let's talk about Stuart Applebaum, the president of the union down in Bessemer right now. He is the president of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. His office is in Connecticut. I don't think Christian Smalls has an office. Stuart Applebaum, the president of the union that's trying to take Bessemer into its embrace, I'm being told he's down there right now. He's very active, Stuart Applebaum, Harvard Law grad. Did I mention he went to Harvard Law? Stuart Applebaum, very active in the Democratic Party. I tried to get him on the show last year. I tried to get a representative from the union on the show. Nobody ever returned my call. So I called his office today. According to a spokesperson for Stuart Applebaum's union, her name is Chelsea Connor. I spoke with her today. Stuart Applebaum, a graduate of Harvard Law, she claims has made numerous trips down to Bessemer. She says he's there right now, but I can't find any photos of Stuart Applebaum with the workers down in Bessemer. I've Googled it. If you can find some, please send them to me. I don't see any video on his union's Twitter feed or Facebook feed. I see no pictures of him marching with the Amazon workers standing out in front of the Bessemer, Alabama warehouse and handing out literature. I don't see any evidence of Stuart Applebaum doing what Christian Smalls has been doing every day, 7 days a week for the past year and a half, standing with the workers. Not a single photograph of Stuart Applebaum with the Bessemer workers, not a single Twitter or Facebook post of the Harvard-educated Stuart Applebaum meeting with the workers. When I asked, I spoke to the union today, when I asked, what hotel is Stuart Applebaum staying at down in Bessemer? His spokesperson hung up on me. She was irate that I would ask such a question. I want to know what hotel he was staying at. Not that I would call the hotel, not that I think they're lying to me. I believe that he's down there. I'd like to know if he stays at a Cozy 8 motel, a Motel 6. I want to know what he spends on travel and hotel stays, if he is in fact down there. We'll see. Maybe Stuart Applebaum marched with the Bessemer workers. Maybe he sleeps in their homes. If he did that, if he did what Martin Luther King did in Chicago, moved into the tenements to draw attention to the rats and no hot water, if Stuart Applebaum did that, he owes it to all of us, to the unions, to publicize this. Why is he keeping it secret if he did anything remotely like Christian Smalls? Why are Stuart Applebaum's speeches not on Twitter or Facebook or even on the front page of his union website? He's nowhere to be found. And that is why it looks like, and I hope I'm wrong, but that is why it looks like once again, Bessemer will vote against joining his union, because Harvard Law School's Democratic operative Stuart Applebaum, unlike Christian Smalls, is nowhere to be found. Mike Elk over at Payday Report writes today that the union drive in Bessemer will go down in defeat because Applebaum's union refused to lead wildcat strikes or take shop floor action against Amazon. Meanwhile, Christian Smalls, not a graduate of Harvard Law, not a Democratic operative like Stuart Applebaum, Christian Smalls has been on the street every day organizing the Amazon Labor Union, where in New York City, 8,000 Amazon workers out on Staten Island are waiting to find out if they will be joining Christian Smalls' Amazon Labor Union. It looks like they will. His new union, brand new, there's going to be a union out on Staten Island because Christian Smalls organized wildcat strikes. He lived on the streets with the workers. He sued. He went to Letitia James, our attorney general, and he fought. Now, voting stopped on Wednesday, and we're waiting on the count. So it looks, once again, it looks like Christian Smalls is celebrating Cesar Chavez's birthday the right way, with the workers, living with the workers, protecting the workers, creating a union. Congratulations, Christian Smalls. I sent him a note. Whether or not you win today, you showed us the way. Stuart Applebaum, however, where is he? Where is he? Nowhere to be found. If he's doing something for the retail, wholesale, and department store union, if he's down there, he's the president of the retail, wholesale, and department store union. If he's doing any actions down in Bessemer, the fact that we don't know about it shows what a disgrace his leadership is. If there's any speech or march or picture of him meeting with the workers and he hasn't put it on the union website, that is why he went down in defeat again, second time in a row. Harvard lawyer, Democratic operative. Christian Smalls, well, anyway, fingers crossed. I think Amazon Labor Union wins today. That's what I'm being told. Well, Will Smith isn't the only one who delivered a slap to the face of the people in Hollywood. Multi-billionaire recording artist Jay-Z threw his Gold Party Academy Award celebration Sunday night at the Chateau Marmont Hotel, despite Unite Here, Local 11, it's a hospitality union, begging him and customers to boycott the Chateau Marmont. They've been boycotting, calling for a boycott of the Chateau Marmont for the past year. The Hollywood Reporter has chronicled in detail how the Chateau Marmont's owner, Andre Balazs, fired employees during the pandemic without giving them severance packages or extended health insurance. This when the Paycheck Protection Program was doling out all our tax dollars to protect the workers. No paycheck protection money for the workers at the Chateau Marmont. Where'd that money go? The Unite Here Local 11 begged Jay-Z to join them in their boycott, accusing the Chateau Marmont of systemic racial discrimination and sexual misconduct. And then there are our friends over at the PBS. WTTW is the Chicago PBS affiliate where striking members of the local 1220 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers now find themselves without health insurance. The electrical workers, the GRIPs, the union, the people who are responsible for the pipes that produce all the shows that come out of WTTW, the Chicago PBS affiliate, they're on strike, and the executives with the PBS affiliate punish them for going on strike by taking away their employer-provided health insurance. Your friends over at the PBS, which gets corporate funding up the wazoo. They even run ads. They say they're commercial free, but all you see on the PBS are commercials. Ken Burns, his documentaries are funded by David Rubenstein, the founder of the Carlyle Group, the largest war profiteer in the world. That's who's funding Ken Burns's documentary, David effing Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. So the studio workers at the PBS, where David Rubenstein has his own show, the studio workers went on strike earlier this month claiming management wants a new union contract that would allow PBS to hire non-union workers, to phase out the union and start bringing in non-union workers. That's your liberal public broadcasting system. Won't you please donate to the PBS? Won't you donate to the PBS? They're taking away the health insurance, the health care of workers who are using their constitutional right to strike, and they get their health care taken away from them, the same way GM tried to do that 2 years ago. Do you see why Medicare for All is so dangerous to the ruling class? Do you see why they do not want us to get free health care that isn't linked to our job? When you get your health care from your employer, it makes you afraid to ask for more money because, you're not going to strike. If you strike, they switch over to COBRA. You can't afford it. If you have family, you're not going to go on strike. You don't want your kids not to be able to see a doctor. Strikes would put you and your family in danger of losing your health benefits. And if you think I'm kidding, ask the members of Local 1220 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers who are now without health insurance because they decided to strike. Do you see how dangerous Medicare for All is to the ruling class? When you get your health insurance from your employer, it terrifies you. You are terrified to ask for more money because you'll die. You could conceivably die. If workers didn't need their employers for their health care, these workers would work for whomever they wanted, whenever they wanted. Health insurance, they wouldn't have to worry about health insurance. So the only explanation for not switching to single payer, the only reason America has not switched to single payer is corporate America knows that single payer means corporate America would have to keep its workers happy in order to keep them. So corporate America doesn't want the American worker free from financial worry about their health care. Health insurance, health care is the shackle that keeps Americans tied to their desk. Corporate America would rather pay health insurance companies more than pay their employees. Think about this. If corporate America were freed the burden of paying all these exorbitant health care costs, they could pay their employees more, they could pay higher dividends, they could pour money into research and development. But no, corporate America would rather give that money to health insurance companies because corporate America is afraid of their workers having choice, the choice to go anywhere, the choice to become an entrepreneur and compete with the company they were working for. That's the reason corporate America is willing to pay so much for health insurance. They view health insurance companies as the prison guards. They're willing to pay a premium for health care because the health insurance companies are the prison guards keeping their employees chained to their desk. Now, earlier this week, Dr. Sarah R. Collins testified about Obamacare before the House Oversight Committee. She's from the Commonwealth Fund, which for more than a century has been dedicated to examining America's rotten healthcare system. Dr. Collins testified that America spends far more of its GDP on healthcare than any other rich country. And at the same time, we rank last on access to healthcare as well as providing quality treatment. Healthcare in America stinks. And we all know that. We pay more than anybody else for the worst healthcare in the industrialized world. We spend more than anybody else with the worst results. That's what privatization does. It focuses on profits over efficiency. The Commonwealth Club, Dr. Collins says, has concluded that the number one driver of healthcare costs in the United States is not research and development. It's not salaries for doctors or nurses. It's not being spent on improving patient care. Obviously, we're dead last in patient care, last. So what is making healthcare so effing expensive in America? Dr. Collins is saying the very same thing Bernie said in 2020. Healthcare is expensive. The prices are going up because of what private health insurance companies charge. The private health insurance companies are the single biggest driver of healthcare costs in America. And corporate America knows that. But they want health insurance to be expensive. They want it not to be obtainable. They want their workers terrified. They are willing to pay more for health insurance. These companies, because the more expensive healthcare is, the more terrified and compliant their workers are. Here is Congressman Katie Porter. She was on this show back when she was running. Here she is asking Dr. Collins about health insurance companies gouging America.
And if we look at just billing costs, just billing and insurance costs, Medicare is at 1%. Wait, private companies spend 17 times more on administrative costs than Medicare. What are private insurance companies spending on that Medicare is not? Does Medicare spend hundreds of millions of dollars on television advertisements like private insurance does? Dr. Collins?
No.
Does Medicare spend millions of dollars on stock buybacks to shareholders?
No.
Does Medicare spend money on marketing? Private insurance likes to put its name on stadiums and PGA tournaments. Is there a Medicare arena?
No.
Does Medicare spend $23 million on executive pay like private insurance companies do?
No.
We know how much it costs to run a high-quality health insurance program. $1. Out of $100, research shows that Medicare spends 1.1% on administrative costs. We spend $4 trillion on healthcare every year. We could save $200 billion on administrative costs with Medicare for All. And those savings, they could go to expand Medicare. We could spend that money to let patients see dentists. We could spend that money to let patients pay for hearing aids, to help older adults afford eyeglasses, to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, to finally pay mental health professionals for the work they do. Instead, all this money is wasted. We're not talking about paying to keep the lights on in operating rooms or improving the quality of care. All of this money is used to pay big insurance to push paper. It's death by 200 billion paper cuts.
And here's the really painful thing about that. Katie Porter, Harvard Law School. That's even a graduate from Harvard Law School can figure this out. It's outrageous that the doctors put up with this shit. The nurses don't. Where are the doctors in America standing up against the health insurance companies? Why are the doctors allowing the health insurance companies to kill us? The health insurance companies kill more Americans than COVID. Where are the doctors? Where's Fauci talking about this? Well, I would assume they all have been bought by the health insurance companies. But, you know, the corporate America, they don't complain. They just pay the plans. Why is corporate America willing to pay so much? Well, like I keep saying, nobody believes me, but I've been saying this for years. It's worth it to corporate America. The insurance companies serve as the prison guards to keep workers terrified to even think of escaping their job. I cannot tell you the shit that I put up with at work because the show was union. And because it was union, it meant I got health care for me and most importantly, for my family. Now, 8 years ago, nobody believed me when I said this. So corporate America is all in on health care being unaffordable. It's the shackles that keep you chained to your desk going, yes, sir, no, sir. The shit I ate on certain shows because I was getting my health benefits from the union, not from the employer. The employer was paying into the union, but I depended on my union for the benefits. And all I did was eat shit so my family wouldn't lose our health care. Nobody believed me when I said this 8 years ago, but now people are finally beginning to pick up on this. Many unions do not want Medicare for all. Nobody believed me when I said this. Many unions, not all, but many do not want Medicare for all, because if the government starts providing the health care, then what's the purpose of a union? How do you justify the salaries of these Harvard-educated union presidents? Now, I said this 8 years ago, and people I really respect said, no, that's not it. But I saw it with my union. All anybody at my union ever talks about is health insurance, not residuals, health insurance. Imagine single payer, Medicare for all. Imagine if these unions had a fight for something other than health insurance. They'd have to actually work. They would have to demand more money for the workers, more vacation time for the workers. They would demand stock in the company, a seat at the table. They would have to demand to be on the board of directors, like in Germany. The union presidents, like Stuart Applebaum, would have to actually work for a living. And nobody believed me. And then we saw something in 2020. Bernie couldn't get the union vote during the Nevada caucuses in 2020. Why? Why? This was the candidate who was all in on the PRO Act. Why weren't the unions going to support Bernie in Nevada? Because, and we saw it, Medicare for All was a threat to the powerful culinary union Local 226, which warned its membership that Medicare for All would, and I quote, jeopardize our hard-won health benefits. Medicare for All would jeopardize our hard-earned, hard-won health benefits. In other words, all this work we did for you, getting you health care, if we have Medicare for All, then all that work would have been for naught, because if Bernie wins, the government will provide it instead. And we work so hard to get you your health benefits. And with Bernie's Medicare for All, now we will no longer be the ones chaining you to a crappy job. We won't have you in our union all because of health care. We're going to have to actually do something else for you. And we're Harvard lawyers, and, we have vacations to go to. We want to keep you imprisoned at your job as a culinary worker at the casino, keeping your mouth shut because you don't want to lose your health insurance. If you get Medicare for All, you're only going to be willing to pay union dues if we get you a bigger paycheck. We don't want to do that. We don't want to get you vacation time or stock options. We don't want to actually work for you. We want to give you health insurance and have you shut the F up while we collect our 6-figure salaries. And so the union in Nevada lies to their workers. They say Bernie wants to take away your health care. No, he wants to give you better health care. Better health care, whether you work or whether you stay home. Bernie wants to take away the union's hold over its members, the same way the casinos had a hold or have a hold on the workers, because you get fired, you lose your health insurance. That's how the unions have a hold on the rank and file, the same way corporate America does. We provide you with the health insurance, so you do what you're told. You vote for who we tell you to vote for. And that's how it played out in Nevada, although Bernie won in Nevada. Everybody said 8 years ago that I was insane when I maintained that the unions didn't want Medicare for All. I know that most of the unions in America are run by pimps, and the rank and file are their bitches. And the pimps know that unless they are the ones providing the protection, the bitches don't want to give them a chunk of our salary. Unions love the healthcare system as it is, because for the most part, they're running a protection racket. If healthcare remains unaffordable, workers stay put because their union is protecting them. And you're grateful for the morsels, the crumbs. Now, Taft-Hartley forbids Marxists, communists from running a union. That's a First Amendment issue that should be challenged in our courts. We need Marxists and communists running our union. But the right wing was smart enough when they passed Taft-Hartley to forbid communists and Marxists from running our union. I want a Marxist negotiating for me. I don't want Harvard Law School graduates like Stuart effing Applebaum, Democratic operative, Harvard Law School, fighting for me. I want Christian Smalls fighting for me. I don't know if he's a Marxist. I don't care. I want a pit bull fighting for me. I want radicals running our unions. I don't want a Maltese protecting me. I want a effing pit bull. Meanwhile, CNBC is reporting that White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki's old firm, Global Strategy Group, is helping Amazon produce all their anti-union websites and material to keep the fulfillment center out by JFK from joining Christian Small's Amazon labor union. Global Strategies Group. They helped run a pro-Biden super PAC during the 2020 presidential election. Barbara Russell is Amazon's global director of employee relations. Barbara Russell, her name is Barbara Russell, Barbara Russell, Russell. Barbara Russell is Amazon's global director of employee relations. Did I mention her name is Barbara Russell? And she is working with Global Strategies Group to help oversee the union busting that's going on at Amazon. Her name, by the way, is Barbara Russell. According to her LinkedIn profile, Barbara Russell is a graduate of the University of Michigan Law School and has a bachelor's degree from Cornell School of Industrial Relations and Labor. Her first job was working for the Civil Service Workers Association, and then she turned to the dark side. She became a union buster over at Amazon. Hey, Barbara Russell, rot in hell. Meanwhile, the drive to unionize Starbucks is growing from venti to grande. On Monday, a Starbucks in Knoxville, Tennessee, became the first Starbucks in the South to go union. We're talking right-to-work states, and Tennessee has its first union Starbucks, the first union Starbucks in the South. SB Workers United, that would be Starbucks Workers United, says that out of the 9,000 Starbucks run by Starbucks, 9 are now union. There are other Starbucks in America. They are licensed by supermarkets and shopping malls, and most of them are already union signatories. But the owned and operated Starbucks, there are about 9,000. Only 9 have become union so far, but 150 Starbucks since August of 2021 have filed requests with the National Labor Relations Board for a union vote. So, next time you go to Starbucks, ask if they're union. Talk about unions, leave some literature, let the customers know that Amazon is bringing in the hired guns to kill the unions. We're all addicted to Starbucks. It's hard to quit caffeine. So when you're going to Starbucks, talk very loud about union organizing there. Hey, you ever wonder why a bagel and cream cheese at the airport costs $8? Not because of labor costs. Airport workers in 20 cities today staged a walkout calling for a right to unionize, as well as higher wages and benefits. Some workers complain they make $12 an hour and can't afford a car or rent. You know, the nice people who help your grandmother into a wheelchair and then wheel them to the plane so they can visit you? They get $12 an hour. $12 an hour. Can you live on $12 an hour? These are the people who work at the airport. The airports get massive tax subsidies and grants from the government. These are the people who provide security, handle your baggage, clean the airplanes and the toilets. Some of them are making as little as $12 an hour. You know, a lot of people want to age at home. There was a story today, I don't know where I read this. There was a story today about more and more Americans not being able to age at home because they can't find healthcare workers. The average healthcare worker in America makes $12 an hour. I'm sorry, in New York makes $12 an hour. Imagine that, living in New York City, providing, going to somebody's home and sponge baths and changing bandages, putting ointment on the bed sores, $12 an hour. That's the going rate, $12 an hour. And a lot of people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s in New York are complaining that they can't find anybody to come to their home to take care of them. And now they may have to go to nursing homes where they'll be killed by people like Andrew Cuomo. What did he kill? Like 15,000 people in New York because of COVID, the nursing homes? Something like 15,000 people in nursing homes died because Andrew Cuomo neglected them during COVID. So yeah, $12 an hour. Think about what we value in this country. A corporate lawyer can get $1,000 an hour destroying a union. But the woman who comes to his mother's house and wipes her butt and gives her dignity and feeds her, she gets $12 an hour. You wait till you can't use your own toilet and you need your bed sores treated. You tell me what's worth $1,000 an hour. Some piece of shit Harvard law graduate destroying a union, or the kind woman, usually a person of color, making you feel better, giving you dignity. You tell me what's worth $12 an hour and what's worth $1,000 an hour. This is a fucked up country. It's a really fucked up country that we allow this. When Professor Ben Burgess was on Joe Rogan's podcast this month, he mentioned John Deere workers being on strike, and Joe Rogan had no idea that John Deere workers were on strike. Now, Joe has dedicated a lot of time on his show to discussions about what constitutes gender or censorship on college campuses. But the important stuff like the financial security of his own listeners, why bother? Why would he bother when it's his job to distract his 12 million listeners, to distract them away from the real source of their immiseration? That's why he's paid $200 million, to distract his fans from ever realizing what's really making them miserable. Why do you want to see grown men beating up each other in the octagon? Maybe it's because you don't have a union. I doubt Joe Rogan will ever tell his listeners this. One of the largest studies ever conducted on ivermectin and its ability to kill COVID has now concluded, and it has said ivermectin, I think the Latin word is bullshit. It's bullshit. 1,300 people from Brazil infected with the virus received ivermectin or a placebo. The results are in. Doctors have officially concluded that ivermectin, and I hope I'm pronouncing this Latin correctly, is bullshit. That's from the New York Times. Well, Vladimir Putin is now more popular than ever in Russia. According to the New York Times, 83% of Russians say Putin made the right decision going into Ukraine. That's up 13 points. since the start of the war. The Times based their reporting on polling from the Levada Center, a trusted polling company inside of Moscow. Oil prices have started to fall, partly because President Joe Biden today promised to open America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and for the next 6 months will release 1 million barrels of oil per day, because that's what this planet needs, 1 million barrels of oil per day burnt. America stockpiles 550 million barrels of oil for emergencies. At one time, believe it or not, this country was the leading producer of crude oil. That was back in 2018 when we jumped ahead of Russia and Saudi Arabia. But the problem with producing so much oil is it drives the prices down, right? Supply and demand. So the oil lobbyists and the oil companies decided to cut back on their production, because while they pitch drilling rights to Congress and the American people as energy independence, the truth is oil is and always has been a boom and bust, unstable market, right? So we gave them all these drilling rights. But in the past 3 years, activist stockholders for oil companies here in the United States say they want dividends. They want artificial scarcity, because that drives up prices and profits for the oil companies. So they're saying, don't drill anymore. We don't want you investing in infrastructure. That will bring the prices down. No more drilling. We want that money as in the form of dividends. They want the price of oil to remain high. Drill, baby, drill, right? During the oil shocks of the 1970s, politicians screamed for energy independence. We needed to start drilling here in the United States so we wouldn't be dependent on the vicissitudes of countries like Saudi Arabia. So we drilled, and we did something smart. Back in the 70s, we made it illegal to sell American oil overseas. That way, anything we drilled would be ours, and that would keep the prices down. But the oil companies couldn't make money when the prices are down, so they lobbied the Obama administration, which in 2015 said that we could now export our crude oil to the world. Suddenly, crude oil was pegged to the international market as opposed to the domestic market. And in one fell swoop of Obama's pen, all the drilling we did for that energy independence, it disappeared. All the independence disappeared, and the oil companies were allowed to charge Americans the same price for our oil as they charge the rest of the world. So if it's $100 a barrel for Poland, it's $100 a barrel for us, even though it's our oil. Our oil doesn't belong to us anymore. It belongs to the global market, thanks to Barack Obama. Drill, baby, drill. That's no longer our oil. It belongs to the highest bidder, just like Barack Obama. Russia is the world's second largest producer of crude oil. It's been that way for many years. I don't know if you've heard, but oil is the single largest contributor to, maybe you haven't heard this, oil is the single largest contributor to the greenhouse gases, soon making this entire planet uninhabitable for humans and most species. Did anybody hear about this? Okay. Oil, ironically, comes from dinosaurs. We are choking on the very essence of what we are soon to become. One day, millions of years from now, a highly evolved species of cockroaches will be fueling their automobiles by burning us. It's the circle of death. And maybe you haven't heard about the Arctic Circle. Russia owns a big chunk of it. The rest of it is owned by the United States, Canada, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland. And maybe they haven't told you this, but it needs to stay cold. The Arctic Circle needs to stay cold. There are something like there's like 250 million square miles of permafrost up on the Arctic Circle. It's half the world's permafrost. It's up there in the Arctic. Permafrost is good because it's what they call a carbon sink. You don't want it to melt. It's a carbon sink that is storing, they think, 1,400 gigatons of carbon. The ice is storing 1,400 gigatons of carbon. So if this permafrost continues to melt, it will then release all that carbon, which causes the planet to get hotter, which means more permafrost melts, releasing more and more carbon. That's why this stuff is happening quicker and quicker. They call it the snowball effect. But soon the snowball will melt and our entire planet will be underwater. It will be underwater, which is why you hear so much about oligarchs on their yachts. That's all you hear about is oligarchs and their yachts. I am told that sailing is so pleasant that some people never want to touch land. I am told that people like David Geffen and Jeffrey Bezos love their $350 million yachts so much, they say they wish they could just live permanently on their yachts, their self-sufficient yachts with their desalination plants where they fish for food. You don't need countries, you don't need land when you can live on the sea. The oligarchs, they see the future for humanity, and it is a return to the sea. I wouldn't be surprised if they're already financing stem cell research so they can be fitted with gills. Certainly Jeff Bezos, Carl Icahn, and David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group already look like bluefin tuna. I'm going to assume they've been fitted with gills. They are not going to their doomsday bunkers. And they're not launching themselves into outer space. They are going to their yachts, their brand new yachts, because people like Jeff Bezos, they are convinced the climate will change the same exact way they have sex by never finding the little man on the boat. Jeff Bezos is convinced that climate change will never find him on his boat. The Arctic is melting. It's hitting triple digits up there during the summer, which is why the sea level is rising. Warm ice turns into water, and water raises sea levels, and that causes floods. We need the Arctic Circle to be all ice. Ice is white. It reflects the sun back into the atmosphere. It cools the planet. We need it all to be ice up there, but the ice is disappearing. And because the ice is disappearing, oil companies and mining companies see the Arctic Circle as a much easier spot to tap for more oil, for minerals, because there's no more ice to drill through. There are billions and billions of proven oil reserves underneath the Arctic Circle, not to mention all the rich minerals. This thing in Ukraine, and Zelensky talked about this earlier in the week, this is about oil and Russia wanting to drill and America wanting to drill and the EU and America wanting to sell more oil than Russia does. It is a competition for oil. And they all have yachts. Putin has a yacht. All the oligarchs have yachts. They don't care if the planet is flooded. They have yachts. They belong to no nation. Their money belongs to no nation. It's all global. The people who have all that money live nowhere. They have no country, and they can live everywhere or anywhere. The higher the sea levels, the fewer shoals for their yachts to crash into. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. Talk to someone who owns a boat. They imagine living forever on that boat. Now imagine someone with a yacht. They hate, David Geffen hates land. I'm serious. Talk to the idiots who go on cruises. They never want to come home. These are people who, once you go on a Carnival cruise, and if you're stupid enough, you're already praying for a planet covered in water and that humanity survives on board fleets of cruise ships. A world where it's just all you can eat lobster buffets and Carrot Top performing nightly on the Lido deck, which is truly the apocalypse. I can't think of a more horrific thought than that. We have to wrap it up. I'm out of time. I just want to say that I'm worried about all this chatter about Coda, the film Coda. It's all anybody's talking about. And I worry that this endless chatter about the movie Coda winning Best Picture is drowning out the Will Smith slap. I worry that we're not talking enough about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. I know you're sick of hearing about Will Smith. All I can say is if I'm sitting in an audience and some comic makes fun of my wife's alopecia, I'm going to turn to her and say, honey, you going to take that from him? You get up there and slap that son of a bitch. By the way, there are new reports that the Academy lied. Gee, what a surprise, when they said Will Smith was asked to leave, but refused. That was the official statement coming out of the Academy yesterday, that they asked Will Smith to leave, but he wouldn't. David Rubin, president of the Academy, and Dawn Hudson, she's the CEO of the Academy, they issued a statement saying they were furious and requested that Will Smith be removed, but they never spoke to Will Smith. The only person who spoke to Will Smith was the producer of the Academy Awards, Will Packer, and according to Variety today, Packer was overheard by two witnesses saying to Will Smith, "We do not want you to leave," because Will Packer was the producer, and he answers to ABC, not the Movie Academy, and this is only about ratings. Packer has refused to talk to the media about this, but he tweeted after the slap, quote, "I told you it wouldn't be boring. Chris Rock is assaulted. Will Smith gets to stay, all in the name of commerce." And it didn't even bring in the ratings. It turned out to be the second lowest rated Academy Awards in history. Will Packer sold his soul for what? Nobody watched. You kept Will Smith seated for the ratings, and you didn't get any. I think OJ said it best.
The question I've been getting is Will Smith and Chris Rock. Hey, look, it was unfortunate. I think Will was wrong. Look, I understood the feeling. Now, in my life, I've been through a lot of crap when I was raising two young kids, and every comedian in the country had an OJ routine, and don't think I wouldn't want to be slapped a couple of those guys, but you got to accept it's humor.
Thank you, O.J. Simpson, the paragon of rectitude and restraint. I love how he says B-slap. Sure, he could have said bitch, but out of respect for his audience, he said B instead of bitch, because O.J.'s a class act. We will be right back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. I love you. Thank you.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. Dan, in the newsroom, we're going to do the quiz master. I went over, it's been a rough day. We were visiting doctors today, and I can't think of a better guest than Marshall Allen, author of Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. Go buy Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. Welcome back. It's an honor to have you back on the show. Thank you so much, Marshall Allen. Can you hear me, Marshall? You have to unmute yourself. Here, hang on.
Sorry about that.
No.
I had to switch to my phone. My internet went out at my house like 10 minutes ago. So here I am.
Did you pay the first bill for your internet?
I always pay my internet bill. They show me the price. So, you can't complain if they show you the price up front, even if you don't like it.
Right.
That's the catch with our healthcare system. They don't give you the prices and then they hit you with these ridiculous prices, which is why you have to check the bills.
Right. Well, let me embarrass you first. You're a great man. You were a reporter for ProPublica. Now you work for the Inspector General for Health and Human Services down in Texas.
I do.
Yes. And you're a great man. You're an Inspector General.
Well, I'm not. I'm not actually an Inspector General. I do, analysis for the Inspector General's office, looking into the way our federal government spends healthcare money. But I always have to throw this caveat out. Anytime I'm speaking here, it's as an author, as an educator, talking about my book, because the Inspector General's office wants to be sure that, they know when I'm speaking on their behalf, which I've never done because I'm actually brand new there. I've only been there for about 8 months. So I'm still learning very much the ways of that job. So
right.
I'm not speaking on their behalf here, obviously.
Well, you are a great man. I met you through the Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
Yeah.
You were on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and you talked about your book, Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. It has the Feldman guarantee. Go buy Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. And if it doesn't pay for itself, I will reimburse you. I promise you this book will pay for itself. And I made $430.
Oh man, you're making my day here.
Last Wednesday because of Marshall Allen, author of Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win.
Okay, tell us that story. That sounds good. I like that.
Well, okay. First, I should mention that Marshall Allen will help you go over your medical bills.
I will.
He does it for free. And he has a training. You have a class. You've even offered to come to office hours and go over medical bills with my listeners. And I want to talk about your newsletter. I believe it's on HubSpot.
Substack. Yep. Substack newsletter. Yeah.
Yes, Substack. How do people subscribe to this?
So go to subscribe to the newsletter. That's marshallallen.substack.com. And if I was at my keyboard here, I'd throw a link into the chat. But it's basically, my name is Marshall, MARSHALL, Allen, ALLEN .substack.com. And it's free. but I'm doing something kind of cool. Substack is a great platform for independent writers to raise money, so people can donate. I'm encouraging people to donate if they want to. And then I'm taking all those donations and I'm actually donating them. All those proceeds go to hire professional patient advocates. Sometimes people's cases get too complicated. They can't handle it on their own, and they can't sort through the bills on their own. Thank you, Ann. I see Ann put it in the chat. Thank you. So I'm taking all those proceeds, I'm donating them to hire paid professional advocates for people in need. Or, I might even, if I can raise enough money, start hiring attorneys. Sadly, patients are often sued by hospitals if they are unable to pay their bills, which I think is completely unjust. And my dream is if I could raise enough money, I could actually fund some attorneys to protect these patients against these unfair lawsuits.
Well, last time you were on the show, we talked about the buddy system. You find somebody who is having some health issues. The last thing they want to go through is Aetna or United Healthcare. And the kindest thing you can do in America is buddy up with a sick person and say, let me go over the bill with you. Let me talk to the health insurance companies. It's a celebration of everything to do that. And it's the greatest gift you can give to old people or sick people is being their buddy and making the calls to the health insurance company so sick people can spend their time doing what's really important. So I have a neighbor, late 70s, early, I've never really asked him how old he is, and he needed his sinuses to get an MRI. They've been clogged, and they at his age, they didn't know what it was, and an MRI, and I take him, I don't have the bill in front of me. I'm disorganized. So I take him to a radiology mill, and there must have been 100 people in the waiting room. They're just moving them in and out, and he needs an MRI, and he gives me his credit card and I go up, and they say his copay, I think it was $430, I think, something like that. And I go, wow. And then they, the woman behind the counter says, wait, I have to call his doctor. Let me just check something. And she says, no, he's supposed to get this MRI, not that MRI. And I go, okay. And I give her my credit card, his credit card, and $430. And I look at the readout. Now, I had just done the Ralph Nader radio hour. It was right after. Not a good time for me to be out in the world because I'm looking for a fight.
Yeah, right.
And this guy just wants to find out. I just want to know what's in my nose and my sinuses. And I look at the bill, and it's $1,400, Marshall. Wow. $1,400.
Not even close.
Yeah. So I said, excuse me, how is this $1,400? And the woman goes, that's what we charge. And I said, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that's what I ask. Why is it 14? Well, that's the going rate. I go, really? I said, how long does it take? She goes, 3 minutes. I said, 3 minutes to take a photograph of this guy's sinuses? She goes, that's what we charge. I said, let me speak to your manager. The manager comes out, and now I'm think I'm the a-hole here. And I go, I'm not trying to be rude here, but my friend, $1,400 for an MRI, that's what we charge. I said, can you just double check? And she goes, and he's going, can we get my,
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, in a second. So she goes, that's what we charge. That's what we charge. I go, just seems unfair. She goes, what do you care? The health insurance company.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I don't know. Just seems like a lot of money. And
yeah. Well, this is why we have high premiums, right? I mean, when people think they're not paying it out of pocket, we are paying in the long run. Working Americans are paying through higher premiums, higher deductibles, less coverage. Even Medicare, they reduce coverage, premiums go up. This is how we pay.
So the technician comes out and I'm still arguing, not arguing.
Yeah, pressing them.
My older friend is pulling on my shirt. Please, David, can I go get my MRI? And I said, it's not the principle, it's the money. I said, that's what I always say. It's not the principle of this.
Yeah.
It's the money. I said, I will be back. And I start walking behind him. He's talking to the tech. The technician is saying, it's an MRI. Are you claustrophobic? And I tap the technician as we're walking, go, look at this bill. And my friend goes, David, I need to
You're
get.
embarrassing me.
Please. This is the last time I'm going to ask you to take me for these visits. I go, I can't help it. I said, look at this bill, Mr. Technician. And the guy looks at it and he goes, oh, that's $700. They're double billing you.
No way.
I swear to God. And I go, we're going back. And my friend goes, no, I want my MRI. I go, no, we're not. And I said, I don't care about your MRI. And we went back and they erased his deductible. And to my friend's credit, he goes, okay, that was worth it. Now let's go get the MRI. And
now, that's amazing. But you had asked them again at the front desk. You asked even the manager to check it and
Yes.
they blew you off.
yes.
You persist and you ask the tech and the tech points it out to you.
And I'm
That's incredible.
And I said, why am I the jerk in all this?
Right.
Why am I the
Well,
idiot?
you're not. You're not. You're the hero, actually.
Yeah.
You're the hero. And but it's a great example of how, first of all, a few things. First, the price is never the price, right? These prices, to be quite honest, are made up to begin with, especially when you look at the initial charges in a hospital, in a doctor's office. They set these exorbitant charges, and then they expect the insurance companies to have discounts off of those charges. Those discounts are also not based on the actual cost of the care that's being provided. The discounts are based on market share, the brand name of the insurance company, and the number of patients they can bring to the medical provider or the hospital. They're not based on the actual cost. And so as a patient, you might be covered by, say, United Healthcare and pay $3,000 for that MRI. You might be covered by Medicare and pay $500 for that MRI. There's no fairness in pricing in the system. And so my argument is always, there's no good reason why one patient should pay more for that MRI than any other patient. We should not be discriminating against people based on their healthcare coverage. And so I always point to people, here's how you find the price, and then here's how you advocate for the best price. Now, your friend sounds like he was on Medicare. So that was probably already the lowest price or around the lowest price they were offering.
He had to go out of pocket on something.
Oh, he did. So, but
Yeah.
still, for an MRI, I think a price of around, was it $500 or $700?
Yeah.
Those are expensive, but I've heard of people paying thousands of dollars for an MRI in a hospital. So, and also, again, I just want to throw this tip out. When you need an imaging test and it's not an emergency, you have discretion to where you go to an independent imaging center, not a hospital imaging center. It will be way cheaper in those facilities. But so how much did you end up saving then? 700?
I don't have the bill in front of me. I'm pissed off at myself. It was about a couple of, well, I didn't say it was his money, but it was a couple of $100. And he hasn't offered to buy me lunch or dinner or.
Well, it's on, I would say Uber Eats is on him next time.
I
Take your pick.
Yeah. Well, this is why everybody should go buy Marshall Allen's book, Never Pay the First Bill, and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System. And when it pays for itself, and if it doesn't, if you buddy up with somebody and take care of their healthcare problems and it doesn't pay for itself, I will reimburse you. Why is it important to challenge the bill? I joke that it's not the principle, it's the money. But by fighting back, what are you accomplishing?
Well, for one thing, billing mistakes are incredibly common. So why do you fight back? Why do you check? Because this is a completely chaotic, incompetent billing system that we have in healthcare. And you found an error. Now, you didn't know it was an error when you found it, but it didn't look right to you. You asked them to check it twice. 2 different people checked that bill and didn't notice it was double billed. That's because they weren't listening to you. They weren't paying attention. They weren't checking. And you have computers auto-adjudicating 96, 97% of all the claims that get processed in America, millions of claims a day are being processed by our payment system. We have dozens, hundreds of insurance companies. Each insurance company has dozens, hundreds of insurance plans with different types of coverage. This is complete chaos. If you're wondering how do they administer this thing, they don't. It's a complete mess. And so you have to check. And so I tell people, sometimes people are like, well, it sounds kind of hard, or it sounds, how am I going to learn how to do that? I'm like, look, you learned how to balance a checkbook. You look at your credit card statements because you want to make sure you're not getting ripped off. In healthcare, that was a 3-minute procedure for hundreds of dollars, right? We are talking hundreds or thousands of dollars that these mistakes can cost us. And so mistakes are common. And then overcharges are also just as common. So we want to check for these mistakes and unfair prices. And then I also hear from a lot of people who have enough money. They go, look, I don't care if I pay an extra $700, or look, the insurance is covering it, or whatever, right? My time is worth more than my money. And to those people, I would say, look, when you stand up for yourself, or in your case, you stood up for your buddy, you're not just standing up for your friend, you are standing against these injustices that are happening to working Americans and Medicare patients across the country every single day. And so we all need to rise up against this. I sometimes say this is like a David and Goliath battle, right? You feel like you're the little David up against a giant healthcare Goliath, but we have 380 million Americans who are dealing with this system. We have a lot of Davids in this battle. So if all of us got informed, pressed when the prices didn't seem right, checked our bills, and then started actually fighting back. I mean, checking the bill is just the first step to fighting back, but we can save ourselves a lot of money. And I believe we can turn around this healthcare system. I do believe that consumers need to do it.
I God bless you. It's like Mario Savio said, you got to throw yourself on the gears of the machine.
Yes.
And slow it down. When you challenge the bill, if enough people challenge the bills, it slows the machine down. And, let me play you a clip. I want to ask you about a piece you have in your newsletter entitled, "The Baby Survived, but the Mom Almost Had a Heart Attack When She Got the Hospital Bill." But first, I want to play you Katie Porter, Congresswoman Katie Porter, who was on our show before she got, I don't have elected officials on my show because I'm not polite, but when she was running, she was on this show. I love Katie Porter. And I want to ask you to look at this. And have you seen this? Have you seen this clip? She was talking to a Dr. Collins from the Commonwealth Fund. You would think this would be a viral clip.
And if we look at just billing costs, just billing and insurance costs, Medicare is at 1%. Wait, private companies spend 17 times more on administrative costs than Medicare. What are private insurance companies spending on that Medicare is not? Does Medicare spend hundreds of millions of dollars on television advertisements like private insurance does? Dr. Collins?
No.
Does Medicare spend millions of dollars on stock buybacks to shareholders?
No.
Does Medicare spend money on marketing? Private insurance likes to put its name on stadiums and PGA tournaments. Is there a Medicare arena?
No.
Does Medicare spend $23 million on executive pay like private insurance companies do?
No.
We know how much it costs to run a high-quality health insurance program. $1. Out of $100, research shows that Medicare spends 1.1% on administrative costs. We spend $4 trillion on healthcare every year. We could save $200 billion on administrative costs with Medicare for All. And those savings, they could go to expand Medicare. We could spend that money to let patients see dentists. We could spend that money to let patients pay for hearing aids, to help older adults afford eyeglasses, to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, to finally pay mental health professionals for the work they do. Instead, all this money is wasted. We're not talking about paying to keep the lights on in operating rooms or improving the quality of care. All of this money is used to pay big insurance to push paper. It's death by 200 billion paper cuts.
That is Congresswoman Katie Porter. My apologies. That clip blocked out the person signing for the hard of hearing, and I apologize. Have you seen that clip?
I haven't seen that clip, but I think it's a really dramatic and strong and accurate depiction of how wasteful our healthcare system is just in the way we pay for claims. And so I talked about this chaos, right?
Right.
A large part of this chaos is because we have so many different insurance companies with different types of insurance plans, with different prices, with different levels of coverage. And so that is estimated to waste. She's right about that number. It's hundreds of billions of dollars a year being wasted just by the inefficient way that we pay for healthcare. And so I personally don't advocate. Like I've had a few people challenge me. Medicare for All advocates have emailed me and said, why don't you stand up and fight for Medicare for All? And I think the reason I don't personally is because I am trying to focus on the problems for the people who are the patients themselves.
Right.
And
they don't have time. They don't have time.
Yeah. I'm trying to help people where the problem is really at, where the harm is being done in a very real way. And I also, to be quite honest, maybe I'm too cynical about this, but I don't believe a political solution is really the answer to the problem we have. I look at it more of a free market solution. However, that being said, if Medicare for All were to be put in place, I think it's clear that it would simplify the claims processing system. It would simplify the pricing system. And I do think it would save, like she said, at least it would save that money that's being wasted right now on the inefficient way that we pay for healthcare. I mean, there's no question, it's absolute chaos, which is why, your friend had this. Well, no, your friend's billing error was actually a little bit different, but we can talk about this story I just did on my Substack.
We have,
because that's a perfect example. In-network and out-of-network. What are we talking about in-network and out-of-network? If you have private insurance, you probably have heard of surprise medical bills, right? These are the bills that you get when you go to a hospital or a doctor. They don't have an in-network agreement with your insurance plan. The insurance plan pays a small amount, and then that hospital or that doctor sends you what's called a balance bill or a surprise bill for the balance of the unpaid portion of the bill. And of course, it's out of network. So in their mind, that justifies billing you exponentially more, which also makes no sense. Okay. So this particular story was about a family with a 3-month-old baby named Jacob. And this happened last September. Jacob, one night, 3 a.m., wakes up in the middle of the night. He's having trouble breathing. The parents are panicked. They take him to the hospital. He ends up getting transferred from the hospital closest to their house to Advocate Lutheran General Hospital, which is in the Chicago area. He gets great care there. He's there for 2 weeks in the intensive care unit, intubated. So this baby was very sick. They save his life. And to this day, baby Jacob is doing just fine. But the reason I said in the headline that the mom almost had a heart attack when she saw the bill is because they didn't know, but it was an out-of-network bill. The family gets a bill, an unpaid portion, for $183,000. That's what they get hit with from this medical bill. Their Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois plan classified it as out-of-network, so they didn't pay the full price, and they got hit with this massive surprise bill. So the family is desperate, begging for some type of a solution here. Again, a lot of times I say we have a cruel healthcare system because the mom told me, her name is Kate, she told me, the hospital just told me that I could afford it. Okay, now the mom does accounting work. The dad is a contractor. I don't know about, most families in America don't have an extra $183,000 laying around. In fact, I looked it up. That is 3 times the median family income in the Chicago area, 183 grand. What do you mean you could just afford it? So anyway, they put her on a $500 a month payment plan because they threatened to send her to collections. She agrees to pay $500 a month. Now think about the absurdity of that. $500 a month is a massive bill. But even at $500 a month, it would have taken until baby Jacob was a 30-year-old man to pay off that $183,000 medical bill. So the family's desperate. They're deep in debt. They're paying $500 a month. And then they thought about hiring an attorney. They get referred to a patient advocate named Gail Bick, B-Y-C-K, if anyone wants to ever look her up. She has a company called Intune Health Advocates in the Chicago area. Gail looks at this and she can right away see that Illinois is one of the states that has an out-of-network surprise billing law that protects consumers. And just like this is also like the federal No Surprises Act that just got passed, it just went into effect. This law protects consumers from out-of-network bills for, especially typically these laws are for emergency services. What the law says is, if you go to an out-of-network hospital for emergency services, they are required to bill you at the in-network rates. They're not allowed to balance bill you with these outrageous charges. So neither the hospital nor the insurance company were following the state law. It only got caught because a patient advocate got involved and knew the law. The patient advocate sends a letter to the insurance company. The insurance company takes care of it at the in-network rates, but it took a patient advocate to insist and press the hospital and the insurance company to comply with Illinois law. And so the warning here for all of us with the No Surprises Act, it's great that the No Surprises Act went into place. Okay, that's going to provide a lot of protection, but we still have to know about it, unfortunately, and make sure that it gets applied. There are a lot of these laws. In fact, since I wrote this column 2 days ago, I've heard from 2 other patients that have been hit with out-of-network bills. I look up the state that they're in, and their state also has a out-of-network bill law that's been put into place to protect them, but it hasn't been applied. So I think this happens a lot, and patients need to be informed. And unfortunately, again, you have to check, you have to stand up for yourself.
In the Bible, they talk about a jubilee where all debts are forgiven.
Yeah.
What would happen if America decided, instead of a general strike, they said, we are not going to pay, the citizens say, we are no longer paying our medical bills. We're going to go to the doctor. I have Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld coming up in 3 minutes. I don't want him to interrupt me quite yet, I'm sure. But if the American people said, you know what? We're not paying our medical bills anymore. All of us do not pay your medical bills. Let these health insurance companies all go bankrupt and get bailed out by the federal government, and let the government sort it out. I believe that would be called single payer Medicare for all. If the doctors, the nurses, and the American people could somehow stop processing the claims, go on strike.
So here's how I advocate for it in my book. I believe just ethically that, if we get a good service, we should pay a fair price for it, right? So I believe that we should pay our bills as long as they're fair and accurate. And so when you look at the price variation going on in healthcare right now, and more of this is now being unearthed because we have price transparency in hospitals. They're now required to post their prices. We have lots of tech companies coming on board with very clever apps that allow us to look up prices. So look at healthcarebluebook.com or look at fairhealthconsumer.com. These are websites where you can look up the cost of care and see fair prices in your community, and look up your hospital websites. They're now required to post their prices, even though many of them are not complying as they need to be. But my argument is,
so if I go to
healthcarebluebook.com.
And it will tell me what it costs.
It'll give you a fair price estimate for whatever service it is that you need. And so you can look up different services in your community, and it will tell you what other employer-sponsored health plans are paying for that service in your community. And Fair Health Consumer will give you the average of what insurance companies in your area pay for whatever service it is you need. And so I argue that we should be rewarding the hospitals and the doctors and the physical therapists and the dentists, everyone who gives us fair prices, give them our business. People who do not give us fair prices, we should shun them. We should not give them our business. I think that's a fair way to handle it, because honestly, I don't know how we'd coordinate a mass not paying of the bills anyway. I love your Jubilee idea, because 1 in 5 Americans right now has medical debt in collections.
It's the biggest source of bankruptcy in America.
It's a huge source of bankruptcy. These are bills people can't afford to pay. And so once it goes to collections, and by the way, that's people who are being pursued by a debt collector. 1 in 3 have medical debt. So the number with medical debt is much higher. But if we were to forgive that, look, the system isn't going to get that money anyway. They know it. And so they will take a much lower reduced payment for that bill that's in collections, because they realize there's low odds of them actually getting paid for that. I would more advocate for forgiving medical debt. I think that's a smart thing to do. It could be written off as charity care for the medical providers. They're probably not going to get that money anyway. And that would be a way, to me, that would be a more fair way to hit the reset button. But, you know, I mean, obviously, I don't know that anybody's ever going to do that anytime soon. And I have a chapter in my book for people who have medical debt in collections to help them too.
Well, I want to bring in Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld in a second. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We are talking to Marshall Allen, who has been kind enough to come on the show. Once again, he's author of Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. Buy the book. You were on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. He's endorsed this book, and you saved my friend a couple of $100. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian and actor. Dr. Hirschenfeld, any thoughts?
Yeah, I have a bunch of thoughts. It is possible to get excellent medical care in this country if you are upper middle class and if you are very well educated. Otherwise, it's the luck of the draw.
Why? What does education have to do with it?
Because you're smart enough to know how to navigate the system and what to look for, how to find a good hospital, how to find a good doctor, things like that. That's one thing I have to say. Another thing I have to say is there's not going to be any reform of the medical industry or the drug industry as long as our Congress is play for pay.
Yeah, they're funded by the healthcare industry.
Yeah, of course. And for example, one of the laws that I find most egregious is that Medicare is not allowed to bargain with drug companies. They have to pay the full price, list price, whatever it is, even though they spend billions every year. And that's just because of the lobbyists who paid off congressmen.
That's George W. Bush, right? Medicare Part D.
Yeah.
Well, and this is why I don't put a lot of hope in our elected officials bringing about meaningful reform, because what we need is really true disruptive reform. If about a fourth of all of our medical spending is wasted on things like, you know, hundreds of billions spent on wasted claims processing, we should be able to reduce our healthcare costs by about a fourth. So if we're spending $4 trillion a year, we should be able to spend about $3 trillion a year and still get high quality healthcare while insuring everyone, by the way.
Hold on, I just want to do the math there. So $4 billion to $3 billion. So that's a savings of a trillion. That's a savings of $1 trillion.
I've done the math on that. That is enough money to insure every person in the United States with very, very good benefits. That is a huge, huge savings. And all the studies, if you look at it, Institute of Medicine did a study in 2012 where they estimated that the waste of the American healthcare system was about $800 billion. So if you think that the size of the Department of Defense's budget is big, 800 billion dwarfs the size of the Defense Department budget. And so the numbers in healthcare are so staggering, they're so monumental, that if we could really bring about disruptive reform, then we could lower the cost of care for everyone while giving everyone better healthcare coverage. And so that's really what I advocate for in my book. I show employers how they can do it, and I show individuals how they can do it.
Marshall, is $1 trillion still considered a lot of money?
I think so. Yes, I do think so.
Okay.
Yes. I know we have a lot of inflation. We do have a lot of inflation, but I do think $1 trillion is still a pretty hefty sum.
Okay.
Yeah. It goes a long way in places like Omaha and here in the
Marshall, do you have a chapter in your book? By the way, I just signed up for your Substack, so thank you for plugging that, because I really need help with that. Do you have a chapter on coupons and coupon cutting? Because that's something I have found very effective with like the other day I bought this brand of marinara sauce I'd never had before. And I found it was called Yo Mama, which I thought was a terrible name, but I bought it. And then I got it home and I realized that there was actually chicken stock in it, which in Italy they would kill you for that. So I wrote to them, I emailed them, and they sent me a coupon so I could have their non-chicken based
well, that was
product.
Nice. That was nice of them. So
you find, is there a lot of couponing and
there's
that sort of thing?
not a lot of couponing like we think of traditional couponing, but GoodRx, I mean, that's like a coupon. And so when I talk about drug prices, if you look up the GoodRx website, and GoodRx is making money off of our dysfunctional way that we price prescription drugs. And you can usually find the best price for drugs in your community by going on GoodRx, and then they will route you using the GoodRx coupon to the pharmacy in your community where they have the best price on drugs. It's really good for like one individual drug that you might get. The problem is if you're on multiple medications, you typically want to get those from the same pharmacy. So it's not a perfect system. Do
you have a chapter on sweet talking the receptionist? Because I find when I go to the doctor, that a lot of times, like for example, if they don't have an appointment at the time I need, the doctor will not help. The doctor will not budge. He's really out of touch. But I find if I can just crack a joke or compliment the receptionist, is there a chapter on that?
So I don't have a whole chapter on sweet talking the receptionist, but I do have a lot in there on negotiating, right? Because a lot of this is about negotiating, just like David was saying, hey, are you sure that this price is right? Could you take a second look at this, right? And I have found, when you go with that front desk person, you really want to be friendly with that front desk person. They will help you get your medical records, get your itemized bill, get all the things you need to check your bill. So definitely you catch more flies with honey, right?
Let me try this right now, Marshall.
Yeah.
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Freudian psychoanalyst. I am having trouble with insomnia. Instead of going through my insurance company, I brought a chicken. Will you take a chicken?
The barter system.
No, they won't take a chicken. And one of the reasons that this is not going to be cured is because there are too many people at the trough and they don't want to solve it. And like the insurance companies, like the politicians, so there's very little incentive to bring down the price of anything. That's one piece of the puzzle. Another piece of the puzzle is, the hospitals are terrible people and then we should burn them all down, whatever. But I know for a fact, one of the great nonprofit hospitals in this country, and I'm not going to mention what it is, they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They're not the only one. And we could stop paying hospital bills, but I think we're going to have no hospitals.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
I agree with you. I have a friend who's been going through Obamacare, Medicaid. I have to say the care, an educated friend, and the healthcare has been stellar. and it's free. I have to say that about New York State. I buddied up with this person, and their Medicaid is stellar.
So studies have shown that there is no relationship in healthcare between the quality of care you get and the price you pay for it. So in other words,
that's what I've been telling all of my doctors. They're all, by the way, their addresses are between 500 and 800 on Park Avenue. Every one of them, all the doctors are on Park Avenue, and they're uniformly terrible. So very high rent, very high prices.
On Third Avenue.
Third Avenue, see? Yeah. Do you think I would find a better deal if I went off of Park Avenue?
You browse on Park Avenue, you buy on Third Avenue.
Very smart. Very smart.
Marshall Allen is the author of...
Before you let him go, can I ask him one more question?
Yes, please.
Do you think it's a problem that the Mayo Clinic is named after a food item that's that unhealthy?
I'm guessing that their branding people have thought that one through. I'm sure every time they get a new president, they must have a meeting, right? They bring in the PR people, they bring in the advertising and branding people. They say, can we do anything about this?
Mustard,
maybe
mustard.
Maybe they could go with like Mayo Light.
Yeah, or the mustard, or the pesto.
Or soy, Mayo with soy or something,
yes.
Just so it's an alternative, so it doesn't sound so unhealthy. I'm sure they must be having those conversations. Before I go, I just want to say thank you for having me here. And also my website is marshallallen.com. And I'm serious, if anybody needs help with your medical bills or any other question you have, send me a message through my website. I read all those, I respond to all those, and I'm always very happy to help people because I've been helping a lot of people and they're saving tons of money. And then I write those case studies up in my newsletter. These are victory stories and it's a lot of fun for me. So reach out to me.
And also, I want to say, reach out to me if you've bought a consumer product that you don't like and you want someone to send a complaint email. I love doing that. And I can get you a coupon. Frequently, they send you a coupon.
Hang on. Hold that thought for one second. Let me, Marshall Allen was a reporter for ProPublica. He currently works for the Inspector General of the HHS in Texas. And he is the author of Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. Follow him on Twitter at Marshall_Allen, ALLEN. Buy this book. If it doesn't pay for itself, let me know. I will reimburse you. You were on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and it's an honor to have you back. You do great.
Thank you.
Service. Thank you, Marshall Allen. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi. It's now time for the Hershenfelds. I want to take care of a little.
We're finally in prime time, I think. We've never been in prime time before.
Well, we were trying you out, and thank you for accommodating you. Dan in the newsroom, do you want to do the quiz at the bottom of the hour and see if we could bleed into Emil and the Hershenfelds? We can all compete. Dan, if that's okay with you. All right, Dan is away from his desk. I like the idea of having a consumer advocate on this show. That has disappeared. There used to be consumer advocates in the 60s, in the 70s, and then the Powell memo. They said, why are you using the public airwaves and why are you using newspapers to humiliate corporate America? They're sponsoring all your stuff. There are no more consumer advocates. The closest we have to consumer advocates are people who publicly shame local automotive repairmen who are not linked to any chains who advertise. Like your grandfather, Ethan. He repaired autos.
Yeah, he fixed the springs. That was the doctor's father. He fixed the springs on trucks and buses. I think he did good work and was not very, he didn't overcharge. I don't think he would have gotten a lot of complaints if there was Yelp back in the day. In fact, he would forget to cash people's checks. They would pay him by checks, and then you would find, apparently, his bookkeeping was terrible, which runs in the family, and then you would apparently years later. If you just find a check that was from several years earlier that hadn't been, yeah. Also, he was into the barter system. The doctor frequently had like a Buick that was maybe 8 to 10 years old that came from his dad, because his dad would just take payment for jobs. Someone would just give him the old Buick or leave, right? If they didn't pay for, they would say, you know what, I don't need the car, just keep it.
I remember the height of the financial crisis. I'm watching Los Angeles news, height of the financial crisis. You know, Channel 4 is on the job. This car wash in Vicuna, California, we tested the workers there and left $5 in change. And when we came back, there was $4.30. They stole 70. And I'm going, is this a put on? Like, we're on the job protecting you. We spoke to the manager and he fired those. I'm thinking, good for you. That's how they're protecting us. The height of the financial crisis.
You know, his father at his spring shop, they had a gag like that. They had a silver dollar that was welded to a piece of metal attached to the ground, which am I telling this right?
This is a true story, yeah.
Yeah, and the the workers would just watch to see if customers would, you know, and then they would look around to make sure no one was looking, and reach over to pick this thing up, and it was attached to some like rebar attached to the ground. Yeah.
I'm torn, and this is, I want to talk about being Jewish with you, because I had an incident challenging a bill at a radiology lab, and they asked me what my name was, and I said, David Wilson. My name is David Wilson. When I challenge a bill, I am reinforcing every unfortunate stereotype.
You can't let that. Yeah, you can't let that. I know what you mean. I mean, of course, one has an awareness of what the stereotypes are, but it's best not to let that get in the way of what you know is right.
And the stereotypes are going to be there no matter what you do or don't do. So don't think you can influence the stereotypes in the people who hold on to them.
So when I go to a restaurant, I don't have to tip 7%.
You don't have to tip at all. What are you talking about, 7%?
I can tip at 2% like any normal person.
But to tell you the truth, I am affected by that kind of thinking also. So I routinely, this is my neurosis, I routinely overtip.
Me too, Dad. I have the identical thing because of
of fighting the stereotype.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Doc, I never want to pry into your personal life.
Oh yeah,
you're admitting that you. Oh, I don't mean to cross any boundaries here, but you admit to over-tipping?
I admit to over-tipping?
Did you just...
Yeah. I do.
That's shameful. Absolutely shameful. Yeah. I want to say this, David, on the subject of consumer advocacy. I know that the professional in that area does not exist anymore, but I really do this I find it fun. Like, if any product, and I recommend people do this, and I'm not kidding, if anyone has had an experience where they were dissatisfied or a product that they bought was terrible, actually contact me. I love writing these letters, because here's my technique, and I will share it for free. My technique is never ask for anything. I never ask. I just write to them. I say, I bought this thing. Here's what was wrong with it. I was a little disappointed, and 9 times out of 10, they just send me coupons for the replacement thing. It's just a weird, because these companies are very conscious of wanting to have a great reputation.
Right. Yeah. Well, why don't we give you a segment?
I'd love to. I can read some of my letters and show some of my coupons. I have those. In fact, the recent one was ridiculous. I bought this. Do you know what jackfruit is?
Wait. Hang on for 1 second. What if I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're our consumer advocate, but every segment is you fighting for you. Like, I'm on your side,
Yeah.
but it's always the cable company screwing Ethan. It's always getting your deposit back.
I'm your consumer advocate, and I'm the consumer.
But do you want, since I'm a psychoanalyst, I'm interested in the origins of things. And here's the origin of things. Many, many, many years ago, before he was even born, I was a medical student, and I was eating some Mott's cherry apple sauce. And there was a pit in the Mott's cherry applesauce, and I actually broke a tooth, and I went to the dentist, and he repaired it for whatever it cost, a few $100 in those days. I took the pit, I taped it to a letter, I gave the whole story.
Did you tape a piece of the cracked tooth on there also?
No, I sent the bill for the cracked tooth. And I said, I am sure that your chemical analysis will show that, in fact, this is your cherry pit. And they sent me a check for the whole thing, no questions asked.
See, you're better at this than I am. They would have just sent me a bottle of applesauce.
If I worked for Mott's, I would have said, hey, you're in luck. You like applesauce? Now you have no teeth? Buy more applesauce. You don't need teeth to eat our applesauce.
I would say that I would back up further in that story and say, what's the origin and the perversion that would lead anyone to buy the cherry flavored applesauce? That is highly irregular. But
you know what it is? He was trying to fight the sense memory of the potato pancakes from Passover. So he wanted something. He didn't want it to be like a Marcel Proust Madeline and all.
Have you ever tasted the cherry applesauce? I'd like to inquire.
I haven't. As usual, I'm spouting off with no evidence.
Don't knock it until you've tried it.
Okay, I'm putting it on the list. I'm going to try it.
I don't know if they still make it, though, but anyway, it used to be good.
Why would your mind go there? Adding cherry to applesauce. I'm going to have to agree with your colleague on this.
I think it's the marketing people. They have to keep the company moving forward through innovation. Let me. Can I tell the jackfruit story? Okay. Do you know what that is? It's one of these. Vegans have to find meat-like things elsewhere. So this jackfruit, apparently it's a real fruit, and they sell it.
They used to call me a jerk. That's a whole other story.
And that was my nickname on the volleyball team. I've had this product before. It comes in a kind of yellow pouch. This one, I was eating it, and then I got something in my mouth. It reminded me of the last scene in Sweeney Todd when the kid discovers fingernails in the chopped meat. Because there was something in this jackfruit that had the distinct texture and shape of a fingernail. So I wrote to them and I said, this is probably part of the fruit or the husk or something. And they said, indeed it is. We usually remove it. But you got one. So that was my whole, I simply said to them, this happened. They sent me an envelope full of coupons.
And how do people,
and a nail clipper. And a nail clipper.
How do people contact you?
Oh, you can email me. My email address is EH and then Bass, like the fish, ehbass@gmail. It's actually bass from when I was a singer, but when I say bass, then people don't know how to spell it. So I just say ehbass, like the fish, @gmail. If you have a consumer issue, email me. I would love to help you out. I could save you $1 trillion like that other guy.
I perfected the slow talk. When you call about the cable bill and hi, to ask, and yes, of course, well, because, and I've done, you can ask my daughter. We got a washer and dryer. I slow talked Time Warner Cable into a washer and dryer.
That's amazing. I think I unconsciously did the slow talk on the phone this morning with 311. I was calling because there's this North 5th Street Pier Park right near me. Beautiful place to walk your dogs. There's a ferry. There's all sorts of nice stuff. And you're not allowed to smoke in New York City parks. But there's very little signage, so a lot of people think that's the place to go smoke. So I said, you know what, I'm going to stop bothering people and just call 311. And
you're in a park asking people to stop smoking?
Of course, every day, multiple times. You're not allowed to smoke in parks in New York City.
Yeah, I know that, but
He's a vigilante.
No, but I ask very nicely. I say, there's a lot of passive aggressive. It's like, I'm so sorry to bother you. I know that this is, I really, please forgive me. But here's the thing. On 311.
Do they ever stop?
They do. I mean, frequently they'll put it out in my face.
Yeah.
No.
I'm thinking of Paul Honreid in Now Voyager with the 2 cigarettes. I can just see the guy lighting up 2 cigarettes.
No, frequently. No, this morning a woman said, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I just moved back. I didn't realize that. And I was like, yeah, it's just all the parks. And then a woman next to her said, oh, don't listen to him. Just smoke your cigarette.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I would suspect there isn't a single woman who will put the cigarette out. A couple of men will. The odds are that a man will put the cigarette out, but no woman will put the cigarette out.
Almost no one puts it out, but there's a range of, most people are perfectly friendly. I mean, honestly, and I don't do it I don't do it a lot. Here's what I told 311. There are a lot of no swimming signs that are very visible. So I said to the 311 woman, not a lot of people go swimming in the East River, but people are smoking here all the time. Maybe you need some no smoking signs. Anyway, this is.
I told you, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Don't be shy, doctor. Speak your mind. Yeah.
I've just been enjoying listening. If I have something to say, believe me, I'm not shy.
Well, if Dan is here, the quiz master. Dan, are you here? We can do our quiz. Should we have the Kirschenfelds compete?
Sure. Okay.
You got a lot of Coors Light there, Dan. Look at all that Coors Light.
It's time to stump the humps. And why don't we have father versus son? And I'll play the 3 of us.
What's the prize? I'd like to know.
The prize is
Money in the kitty.
Bragging rights.
We'll put some money in the kitty. Hang on. I never know what the quiz is until he sends me the answers an hour before the show starts. Let me put some money in the kitty.
I would buy a 1954 Indian Chief motorcycle. That's my prize.
And have Che Guevara riding on the back. Isn't that what he drove? What is the quiz, quiz master? I have a feeling quiz master is not a good word anymore.
So I was researching our normal birthday quizzes as of late.
You're breaking up here.
Can't hear.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So I was researching our birthday quizzes as of late, and I stumbled upon the fact that Harry Houdini.
We can't hear you. Why don't you? We'll give it 10 more seconds. If you can't fix it, we'll come back.
You'll shoot him.
How was that? Is that better? No.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I think it's better.
Okay. So the quiz today is on magic.
Nope.
Still nothing.
Quizmeister, the Quizmeister, fix your audio,
Okay.
Quizmeister. And we'll try to get you in the next hour. Is that okay? I'm sorry.
Very good. Yep.
It's all right. Dan. Oh, Hey, can I plug something?
Sure.
All right. I got a gig. I'm shooting a thing. I had rehearsal today. You can see it. It's a pilot. I'm in a pilot episode of something called Blank Slate. It's an NBC drama. It's about a Homeland Security guy, and I'm a bad guy. Blank Slate. Look for it on a screen near you if NBC picks it up.
Wow. You are the busy. I've never seen anybody as busy as you.
Well, I try. You should see all the napping I get to do. It's not that busy. I wish it was busier. I also booked a movie. It's called Bound, like your book is bound, and so that's an independent feature that happened also.
Wow.
And then I booked an audio drama where I'm doing a fake English accent from the 40s, and somehow I convinced them. So, yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, some gigs. Yeah.
And you've just been named consumer advocate for this show.
Consumer advocate. And then let me plug one other thing. I have a friend in Italy, in Puglia, which is the heel of the boot, if you look at the map. Puglia, the big city in Puglia is called Bari, B-A-R-I, and he has a place there. My friend Mario has a place called Pigment Workroom. Please look up Pigment Workroom. This is one of his gorgeous works of art.
Wow.
He does prints, he does street art, he does graffiti, he does screen printing. So please look up Pigment Workroom. He's a good friend of mine, and I wanted to give him a plug. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hirschenfeld?
I have nothing to plug. I'm sorry. It's against the ethics of my profession, actually, to plug anything. Okay? You satisfied now?
Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and his colleague Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian who you can watch right now on YouTube. Thug Thug Jew.
Thug Thug Jew. 2 thugs, 1 Jew. That's the title. Thug Thug Jew. It's approaching 1 million views. From below, very slowly, but it is approaching. It's in that direction. The number of views is going up, not down. So it is approaching 1 million.
That's impressive.
Well, yeah. Yeah, share it. If you liked it, if you watched it, please leave a comment. It really helps, and please share it. We got to pay these medical bills somehow.
Right. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you.
See you next week. Toodaloo.
Goodbye.
Thank you, and thank you for working around my schedule today.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I
Goodbye.
appreciate it. Bye-bye. Thank you. Well, let us now go to California. There you are. There's Neil Guillermo. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, David? How are you?
I'm,
Are you hanging in there? It's cold back there, right?
It's cold. Yeah. It's coming up. April Fool's Day is tomorrow.
I hate April Fools. I used to love it. I used to love April, but then everyone got in on it, and now you can't tell what's when you're being fooled or who's saying anything right. So I stay away. I stay away from April Fools. But thanks for reminding me. I'll be on guard.
Sir Paul McCartney is teaming up with PETA, apparently as if Starbucks doesn't have enough problems with unions.
Yeah.
It turns out they're charging for plant-based milk.
Oh, I didn't know that. But, Sir Paul has a soft spot in his heart for PETA and has always been there. And in fact, like my wife has been with PETA for over 30 years. And that's when we first met Sir Paul years ago. So it doesn't surprise me.
You met a Beatle?
Well, I mean, it was in passing. I think, is that a Beatle? Is that, I wasn't sure, but it was, I was like in the background and he was in the foreground, but yeah, my wife has met Sir Paul, has met the Beatle.
I'm being serious. I met Pete Best.
Oh, you did? Pete Best, the drummer,
Yeah.
the original drummer.
Right.
I guess he would be the fifth Beatle, I guess, really.
Well, Stuart Sutcliffe would be the,
Was he the fifth Beatle?
I think so. And then he died.
I thought it was Murray the K called himself the fifth.
Murray the K was the fifth Beatle. Yes, he was the disc jockey who brought the Beatles. So, what did your wife talk to Sir Paul?
Oh, I believe she had. Well, I was like off in the distance, so I think she did have a little verbal kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, verbal intercourse, as they say.
Yeah,
a conversation. That's probably the better word. Conversation, but he's a special guy, of course, Sir Paul.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
a lot of my friends compete. Have you met a Beatle? Met a Beatle?
How about Yoko? Does she count? I met Yoko.
Did you really?
Yeah, I had a nice conversation. But back when we were in San Francisco together, I did a story on Yoko had a gallery exhibition. I did meet Yoko, and I think she signed my reporter's notepad, I think. But of course, I can't find that reporter's notepad, but I think she signed it because I said, I have the same birthday as John. And I'm not born on the exact same day, but that day in October, John Lennon's birthday.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Imagine. That would be imagine that would be a good song title. Imagine that.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for inspiration to strike. I got the title. Now I just need the rest of the chords and the.
Yeah, I can't play it on the show, but I was watching John Lennon and Chuck Berry on the Mike Douglas show. Everybody should Google Chuck Berry and John Lennon meeting each other and performing together on the Mike Douglas show with Yoko singing along, going, I mean, she literally goes, and she's singing along, and they kill her microphone, and she persists. It's so funny that she would think that she could join. This is two icons, this landmark moment of Chuck Berry and John Lennon meeting his hero, and Yoko.
David, she was doing the Asian American version of My Ding-a-Ling. Don't you recognize it? Yes. I hear covers of it all the time at Asian American rock festivals.
Yes, most people do not remember My Ding-a-Ling.
Oh, come on, David. Come on. That's like got to be in the top.
My Ding-a-Ling.
You don't remember My Ding? You don't remember My Ding-a-Ling?
My Ding, won't you play with my?
Of course. There you go. It's right at on the tip of your tongue, as it were. Right. My Ding-a-Ling. Not My Ding-a-Ling, but a Ding-a-Ling on the tip.
The third verse, I believe, went, smell my piss.
I don't think
Chuck Berry. I'm thinking of.
I think it was. I think they called it. I think it was My Urine. I think.
Do you know what video I'm talking about?
I have not seen that video, but I'm careful to play any copyrighted material on a show because I played there's this young punk rock Mexican Asian group out of LA, and I play them on my show, and YouTube dinged me. They said, or Facebook dinged me. They say you can't do that. It's copyrighted material.
You know what? You know what YouTube has destroyed?
What have they destroyed?
There was a time in my life when you would go to somebody's house and they had a tape of Pinky the Cat or Chuck Berry or, the jacuzzi video of Chuck Berry or what's her name? Jane Kennedy?
Jane Kennedy. Yeah.
The
Oh,
Jane Kennedy tape. And this was, guys would get together and, but now it's all on YouTube.
it's all, well, no, I mean, you mean actually Instagram. Are you on Instagram?
Yeah, but I'm saying there were like somebody would have a VHS tape, and Patton Oswalt had this amazing collection of shit that he would share, and YouTube, it's like no need to hook up with anybody. Let's talk about violence against Asian Americans. Another Asian woman was stabbed in New York. I think a father and son were stabbed coming to the aid of an Asian woman. And, but Chris Rock and Will Smith, did you hear about this?
Two black guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they
tell me about this poll. Tell me about the poll.
The poll, here's the thing. I didn't realize that people would be interested in this, this poll thing, but a Democratic pollster came out, and it was done by a group. They're done Blue Rose Research, and it's been publicized. I didn't catch it till late, but they asked people, who is to blame, Will Smith or Chris Rock? Now, what's interesting is if you're a white person, who do you think they would blame? Chris Rock more or a
white person?
Yeah, if you're a white person, who do you think you'd blame?
I would assume Will Smith.
They're blaming Chris Rock. The white,
yes,
53.1%.
What? Give me that again. What?
51.1% to 48.9%. 51.1% of those questioned who are white, blame Chris Rock. 48.9% blame Will Smith. That's white. Now, how about blacks?
Well, hang on. So the white people think that if somebody makes a joke that you don't like, you're entitled to slap them in the face.
A small margin. 51.1 blamed Chris Rock. 48.9% blamed Will Smith. Now, how about blacks? Tell me, what do you think blacks? How would they respond?
I think they blame Will Smith.
56% blamed Chris Rock. 44% blamed Will Smith. This is a telephone poll taken soon after that event. This is a Democratic pollster.
But anybody who answers the phone has a chip on their shoulder.
Well, the question was which side? The question was which side was more wrong, Chris Rock or Will Smith?
But the core sample is people who. Do you answer your phone?
Well, no, I don't. I say, you want my opinion, you're gonna have to pay for it.
I don't.
I don't give it free on the David Feldman show.
Who answers their phone?
This is why you got it. You got to work to get a sample size that's worth anything, and that's why you can go to this. And it's interesting that they have the breakdown by race and age. Some of the others are going to.
All right, go ahead. I just think this is
all right. How about Hispanics? How do you think Hispanics felt? Who do they blame more, Chris Rock, or do they blame Will Smith? Hispanics.
I hope they blame Will Smith.
55.7% blamed Chris Rock. 44.3% blamed Will Smith. All right, now how about Native Americans? No one ever includes Native Americans. That's why I'm surprised that they're even including this, because it suggests that you kind of doubt that they had the sample size to make this really accurate, but they include this in their breakout.
Now, if this was the 1950s, it would be a smoke signal poll.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
I couldn't do that joke now because
you couldn't. And don't mention TPs. TP shouldn't be the next word out of your mouth. What percentage? How did the Native Americans vote?
I'm debating whether that smoke signal joke is offensive or not.
I don't know. It depends on if you have basic cable or if you have a cell phone. You might really gravitate to smoke signals.
But if a Native American wanted to feel triggered, and I said, I'm just debating whether or not how offensive that is. I mean, it's a bad joke. I'm just wondering what the ground rules are.
Well, at least you're questioning. You're asking these are good
No,
questions.
I just wanted to make the joke, and now I'm pretending that.
Oh, okay. All right. So how did they feel? How did they?
Native Americans.
Yeah.
Native Americans. Oh my God. I would be appalled if Native Americans favored Chris Rock. I just can't imagine that.
No, Native Americans blamed Chris Rock, 55.7%. But more blame.
Wait a second. Everybody hates Chris.
Essentially, except, and this is what I'm getting at, Asian Americans were 50-50. They blamed Chris Rock. They blamed Will Smith evenly. We are the arbiters of equality. We blamed everyone.
I conducted a poll of Jews.
Yeah.
They blame Jada Pinkett Smith for having alopecia.
They blamed her that. Yeah.
Jews blame her for having alopecia.
Self-hating alopecia victim.
Doesn't wear a wig?
Yeah. So,
she's come to a big dinner like that. She can't put on a wig?
All right, here's the other interesting findings from this poll. And I mention this because it gives a trend. The younger you were, the more you blamed Chris Rock.
Jesus.
Yeah, 57.8%, 18 to 34 demographic, blame Chris Rock. 35 to 49, 52% blame Chris Rock. 50 to 64%, or 50 to 64 years old, 50.7% blame Chris Rock. Now, thank goodness, if you're older, 65 plus, then you started blaming Will Smith. So maybe they're the original, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air watchers, and they're saying, hey, I remember when he was a kid, he shouldn't have done it. So 65 plus, they blame Will Smith. Now here's the income. If you're rich, how do you think you
I love this. This is so great.
What?
A rich person, a rich white person?
No, just rich. 100,000 or more, which isn't really rich, but based on this poll. How do you think it broke down? The richer you were, do you think you blame Chris Rock or Will Smith?
I'm going to assume a rich person would blame Chris Rock.
No. Rich people from 100,000 to 150 and over 150, they were blaming Will Smith. And I think that's probably because all the rich people were lawyers and they said, well, I think there's a battery charge potentially against Will Smith.
Or they don't like, they're white and they fear black men.
Maybe that could be it. But
right.
So 100,000 or more, all of them, to 150, over 150, they blamed Will Smith more. The people working in McDonald's, under 25,000. Where do you think they were?
People in McDonald's.
Well, people making under 25,000. I was making a judgment call saying they were all working.
Well, McDonald's pays.
Are they at 15 an hour?
Well, let's do the math. 15, let's say 15
an hour should be like 30,000 a year. Right?
Well, let's see. The 15, that would be 600
a week
times 52.
Yeah.
That gives you 31,200. Yeah.
So, all right. So who do you think the fast food worker, who do you think they blamed? Chris Rock or Will Smith? Who was more wrong?
I think McDonald's workers would be very sensitive about jokes about women losing their hair, since everybody at McDonald's seems to be losing their hair, because I always find one in the food there. So
who would they blame?
Who
Chris
would?
Rock?
These are people. Oh, you're just saying these aren't McDonald's workers. These are people making
under 25, under 25,000.
Under 25,000. Yeah. People at or below the poverty, below poverty. Well,
Boy, it's
It was
taking you a
a
while.
billionaire beating up a multimillionaire. I would like to think that they thought the billionaire, Will Smith,
Was wrong.
was
David, you are so wrong. Under 25,000, it was almost, this is the largest group. 63.4% said Chris Rock was wrong. 36.6% said Will Smith was. And it seems that the less money you made, you saw Chris Rock in the wrong. The more money you made, you saw Will Smith in the wrong. How do you like them apples?
But it's about justifying violence as well.
Yes, but I'm just saying, I was kind of surprised when I saw that the poorer you were, you sided with Chris Rock, or you said Chris Rock was to blame.
No, hang on. That's how you see it. I see it as, do you justify violence? That's really what the question is. If somebody says something that you think is insulting to your wife, is violence.
Oh, I see. You're saying that, okay. So they were the poorer people saying that Chris Rock was wrong. That was justifying violence, you say.
How could it not be?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, they're just saying.
You're talking trash. You deserve to be slapped. That's basically what they're saying.
Well, the once again, phrasing is everything. It was which side was more wrong, Chris Rock or Will Smith? All right, one last one.
Oh,
education.
Yeah,
okay. How about do you think the smart people were for Will Smith or for Chris Rock?
Education doesn't mean smart.
See, education attainment. So because you could be smart and not go to high school.
Right.
So it's not a matter of intelligence. It's just a matter of like less high school or some college or 4-year or advanced degree. Okay. Who do you think, education wise, who said Chris Rock was wrong? Who said Will Smith was wrong?
Well, what education level?
All right, less than high school. Some of your friends, some of the people.
My son does this. Fewer than high school, not less than. He always corrects.
I'm using the phrasing from the poll.
I know, but my son, he annoys people whenever they say.
Okay, I got it.
He always says they're saying it wrong. It's really funny.
Okay, fewer than, less than.
I have
fewer than high school.
We have fewer. Go ahead. What?
So who was for Chris Rock and who was for Will Smith? If you had high school grad. You're a high school graduate.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go along with the trend here and say I would like to think that a high school graduate knows violence is wrong and sides with Chris Rock.
The high school graduates, 56.6% said that Chris Rock was more wrong.
Was more wronger.
Yes, was wronger. Chris Rock was wronger. The high school grad was 43.4% saying that Will Smith was wrong and 56.6% saying Chris Rock was wrong. Now, in the education thing, the smarter or the more education you had.
I'm saying smarter.
Right. I know. I caught myself. Doesn't mean just because you go to a 4-year degree or if you had, I think, are they calling the degree you get in junior college? Are they calling that BA2? Or is that?
I don't know. But
I don't want to confuse that.
I can't spell GED. So I didn't get one because I
got it. So, all right. So the more education, the more you blamed Will Smith. So that's his poll put out by these Democratic polls. Oh, and women. I think women and men. How do you think?
Okay. Hang on for 1 second. Women.
Yes.
There's no way women would say Chris Rock was wrong.
56.5% of the women said that Chris Rock was more wrong.
No way.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is this poll. 56.35% said the Chris. Take it up with the pollsters. Take it up with the
women who answer these are women who answer their phone. What kind of women answer their phones?
What kind?
I don't want to say. But any woman who answers her phone and she doesn't recognize the number, these are not
All right. So
mentally healthy people.
look, so the women were 56.5% saying Chris Rock was wrong. 43.5% said that Will Smith was wrong. And so the men, how do you think the men figured?
Well,
which brother would they back?
Men can relate to a bigger man striking a smaller man, because that's what that was. Will Smith would not have done that to me because he knows that I'm not going to put up with that shit.
Right. And he wouldn't do it to a Filipino or an Asian because he thinks, he's like, that guy knows Kung Fu.
Right. Right.
It's true. I went the wrong way. I took the A train. I got off on 125th or 116th. I was going to go to Columbia for something. I went the wrong way. I ended up in Harlem. I think I was 17 years old, lugging a big suitcase. And these guys just looked at me and ran away because they thought I had my Bruce Lee haircut, my bowl cut. They just ran away. They think the positive of the negative stereotype.
Right.
Anyway, so what do you think? Males, what do you think?
So
who do they blame? Will Smith?
You ever taken it's my son.
Is that your son?
Yeah. Hey, I'm doing my show. But
ask him who was more to blame, Will Smith?
Yeah. Can I call you back? I'm in the middle of my show. Can I call you back? Yeah. But I was just quoting you.
Yeah. Say hi to Will. He's a Guillermo.
Emil says hello. Can I call you back after the show? Huh? About how you correct people and say fewer or lesser. Yes. What's your latest tweet? What's the pee and poo thing? What's the one triumph retweet? What is that again? Why do I pee out of my penis but not poo out of my poonis? Right. And Triumph, the incel comic dog, retweeted that tweet. Yes, he was.
That's very logical.
All right, I'm going to put you on the speaker. Go ahead. Oh, no, hang on. I can plug you in. I can plug you in. Hang on. All right, this is exciting.
I might crash.
You're hang on. Okay. This is Ralphie Lane, my son. Hi, Ralphie.
Hi, Dad.
Okay, you're on the show. Tell me the tweet.
There's a party in my pants, and you're invited, and it's diarrhea themed.
That's a great joke.
Yeah.
That's a great joke. That's great. There's a party in my pants, and you're invited. It's diarrhea themed. So good.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Very good.
That one you can have.
Thank you. And if I pee out of my penis, why don't I poo out of my poonis?
Yeah, that one went viral. That got like 11 likes.
Yeah.
11 likes.
Yeah, that one went viral.
Yeah. All right, let me call you in a little while. I'm proud of you, son. I'm proud of you.
Busy, but I'm proud of you too.
All right.
Congratulations on the show. I hear good things.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The legacy.
All right.
I like you.
All right. You're welcome.
Okay. Bye.
I'll
do the
right
thing
now.
you
Hello?
do. Do the thing you invented. Do the other thing you invented.
All right. I'll talk to you right now. Hello?
Hi. How are you? All right. I gotta
Good.
go.
How are you doing?
Okay. I'm in the middle of my show. I'll talk to you right now.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you right now. Hello?
Hi. How are you? This is fun. Goodbye. He's a genius. He's a comedy genius. Unfortunately, all the jokes he writes are too funny. So that's pretty good. There's a party in my pants. You're invited, and it's diarrhea themed. How great is that?
I can see it. It's very, very visual.
That's my son, Ralphie. I call him Ralphie Lane, America's #1 America's youngest political satirist, Ralphie Lane. From the time he was 5, I called him Ralphie Lane, America's youngest political satirist.
Good.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about this dumb poll.
No, this was great. This was great. No, seriously.
How about this? How about Biden supporters or Trump supporters? How do you think they?
Well, what was the last one before he called? There was
gender, males. How do you think the males felt?
Men, I would have to. Men, I'd like to think that men don't. All right, I'm going to say they sided with Will Smith.
Yes, the men, 52.4% sided with Will Smith, and 40. Actually, so I read that wrong. Sorry. Which side was more wrong? Men, 50. Sorry, there I blew it there. Where is it? Where's the male? Sorry, I'm following it here. Male, 52.4% said Will Smith was more wrong.
Wow.
You're wrong. You're wrong. They sided with Chris Rock. They blame more Will Smith, the men.
But this is America.
I know.
We're a violent culture. We're a violent country.
Well, only 47.6% of the men blamed Chris Rock. All right, one last one. Attitudes. Let's see. How about this? This is a question in the poll. Is it sometimes necessary to discipline a child with a good, hard spanking? They asked this of the people who answered this question. What do you think? Strongly agree, disagree?
Well, there are cultural differences on this subject, aren't there?
There are. Which is why it just sort of popped up on this poll, but I thought I'd share it because it's kind of interesting.
Are you going to break it down along?
Yeah. Strongly agree to agree, right? Or strongly agree. 59% of those who strongly agree that it's sometimes necessary to discipline a child with a good hard spanking. 59% saw Chris Rock as more in fault here, and only 42% saw Will Smith. And of those who agree with that statement, 51% blame Chris Rock. So the spankers all blame Chris Rock more. How does that strike you? And the pacifists who would disagree with that, the pacifists all blamed slightly, 50.5% and 50.1% blamed Will Smith. So there you go. The beaters blamed Chris Rock. The pacifists blamed Will Smith.
And what does that tell you? Because it says something to me.
Yeah, go. What? Tell me what it says to you.
I'm curious what it tells you about this country. I mean, obviously,
we want to beat up. Well, those of us who want to beat people want to beat. I think. See, this is the thing that I would blame Chris Rock if you take into account the alopecia thing and you think, oh, he's beating up on a woman. That's the only reason why I would blame. I would think in my head, I would think that Chris Rock has any kind of blame at all. Otherwise, if you just look at the beating for the beating's sake and casual violence, I would blame Will Smith. And I think what this poll shows is that if you're for beating and spanking your kids, you look at this, you say, I'm beating up Chris Rock. That's
tainted. The sample is tainted because everybody in that poll, I assume, thought Chris Rock knew that Jada Pinkett Smith suffered from alopecia.
I don't know if that's true or not. They because remember, the beauty of polling is, number one, it's got to be random. But you got to hope that in the 2,500 in the sample size, you're going to get enough of all the things that you want to break it down by race, by age. So, I think at best, you could say, in general, you might be able to break it down might have enough of a sample in terms of sex, but I'm suspicious about all these other things. Anyway, but it's interesting because as we talk about Will Smith and Chris Rock, we're going to continue to talk about it. I mean, Chris Rock was on stage in Boston. He's got a three-day appearance up there. He just says, I'm still processing it. He's not talking about it. And, he's going to talk about, I think he's negotiating, right, for the lead in King Richard, the sequel, right? Where he gets to play King Richard. Because
Hey.
he's got leverage, right? He's got leverage over Will Smith right now, don't you think?
Yes, we have to wrap it up.
So anyway, and then
This was fun.
well, I appreciate that. People should check out my live stream, which is on YouTube, my pathetic YouTube channel, which has 5 people watching. But Reverend Barry Lynn is a subscriber. So, but you can also catch it on Facebook and on Twitter at Emil Amok. I talk about this poll. I talk about the whole thing about thin skin, that Roxane Gay essay, thin skin, thick skin. Are you afraid of performing live, that people might come up to you if they just, instead of heckling?
No, I'm afraid that I'm going to punch an audience member.
Yeah. That never works. So then everyone comes against you. Everyone is against. If you gotta, I don't know.
Do you know? We have to wrap it up.
Yep.
Only once. My act is, I'm punchable.
Yes, you are. You're very punchable.
Once somebody came at me. Once.
Right. That's it. Just once.
Worst nightclub act. The most and only once did somebody come for me.
Wow. Well, that's pretty
They
good.
owed alimony, but I thought it wasn't the right time. Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast. If I owe you alimony, don't come to my show. We can work. Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast. Read him over at the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and follow him on Twitter at Emil Amok. I am going to go grab some tempeh.
Hey, David, can I share a food thing? You should try some teff. Teff, Teff. That's my food tip for today. My vegan, no gluten, ancient grains, Ethiopian food tip. Teff, Teff.
Fantastic. When we come back, we will be joined by the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. We are celebrating the work of Christian Smalls this evening. We are getting reports that he has succeeded. The Amazon Labor Union has succeeded. It looks like the fulfillment center out on Staten Island voted to go union. This will be the first union Amazon fulfillment center in America. It looks like Bessemer, they're going to demand a recount. We hope they too go union, but I think Emil, is that your understanding?
I don't know. I'm just saying that today is Cesar Chavez Day, so it's good. It's good Union Day.
Yes, it is. I mentioned that earlier. If anybody reminds me of Cesar Chavez, it's Christian Smalls. We will be back with the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. I'm going to play Ain't No Chairs in honor of Christian Smalls.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year Union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
Ain't No Chairs in this Bessemer Shop, written, performed by Professor Mike Steinel in honor of our friend, our hero, Christian Smalls, the president of the Amazon Labor Union, who tonight showed us the way. And it is Cesar Chavez's birthday. We were shown the way tonight by Christian Smalls. Joining us is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. He is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. He is also a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar, and for nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Welcome, sir.
It is very nice to be back here.
It's great to have you. And
I've been listening to this, to you and Emil, and I just wanted to give you 2 bits of information. Number one, right now I'm in a basement because there is a tornado warning for this part of the District of Columbia. So if everything blows up, it's not Will Smith, it's the weather. And 100% of the people in this room right now think that Will Smith was 100% wrong. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Yes. Usually the only twister in Washington, D.C. is Madison Cawthorn playing with Lindsey Graham, the game of Twister. What would you like to talk about, sir? I have many questions.
I would like to talk about Ginny Thomas. Ironically, I would like to talk about Madison Cawthorn and how much people that live in D.C. now have forgotten some of the great sex scandals of the past that really took down very prominent people. And then I do have a religious right nut of the week as well.
Good.
So where should I start?
Well, first, tell me, Ginny Thomas. Who is Ginny Thomas?
Ginny Thomas is the wife of Justice Clarence Thomas. And Ginny Thomas is also a right-wing activist. And the more that we know in the last 2 weeks or so is that she was not just present at the January insurrection, riot, whatever you want to call it, but she was actively planning it. And she was doing that planning in concert with Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff. So she was intimately involved. This was not, she didn't just happen to say, oh, there's a lot of people out here. I wonder what they're protesting. She knew exactly what it was, and she was intimately involved, going so far as to suggest to Mark Meadows that he needed to make it clear to as many people as he could that they needed to stop the certification of the election.
Right.
So she was deeply involved.
Okay,
So now,
let me just clarify. She did not organize the insurrection. She helped organize the rally on the Ellipse.
correct.
There's no evidence right now that she encouraged people to storm the Capitol, correct?
No, there is not. But there is evidence of her complicity, her significance in the Stop the Steal movement. So we do know that. So she was at the rally. She later said, this is a stolen election, but we don't have any, I've not seen any evidence. Maybe the January 6th committee has it, or maybe they heard it from somebody like Trump's son-in-law, who appeared before the committee for most of.
Yeah, Jared.
But so the question is, what do you do if you're Clarence Thomas about recusals? Now, there's only been one case that went to the Supreme Court in the last year about on the specific question of the legitimacy of the election. It was an 8-1 vote with only Clarence Thomas saying we should hear this case, suggesting that he thought there was merit to it. So why didn't he recuse himself? Well, the popular myth that's going around on television these days is that he doesn't have to, because there are no restrictions on the conduct of a Supreme Court justice. In other words, that he can do what he wants. He can recuse himself. When I was at Americans United, we did ask him to recuse himself once on a case where the party on the other side was somebody who had given him a big fancy summer vacation or fancy dinners or something. And he, of course, refused to do it. Justice Scalia, on the other hand, did, in a very important case, recuse himself. He was at giving a speech down in Virginia, and he suggested that the challenge to the constitutionality of the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag, because of the words "under God" in it, was silly. People called him on that. He said, I should never have said that, and I recuse myself. So it's not unknown for even conservatives to recuse themselves, but Thomas doesn't do that. But the myth is he doesn't have to. He can let his conscience be his guide. That is not true. And one of my favorite former Harvard law professors, which would not be Alan Dershowitz, but came up with a thing. He wrote a thing the other day about a statute, Title 28 of United States Code, Section 455. Let me just read you a little piece of it here.
Okay.
It says that no justice shall participate in any cases where he or his or her spouse is known by the judge to have an interest that could be personally affected by the outcome of the proceeding. And it doesn't say that's only for lower court judges. It says judge. It uses that word, and Lawrence Tribe of Harvard says, of course it means what it says, any judge at any level. So he would be violating the law. He's already violated the law. Unless you really believe that Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas go home, watch Billions on television, or professional wrestling, or any of the other things we've talked about, and that's okay. He never talks about it. Evidence that he doesn't talk about many things came at his confirmation hearing. When he was asked about Roe versus Wade, he said, I don't ever recall talking about that case. Never talking about that case. There is nobody except the people who were asleep during the Oscars who don't know something about Roe versus Wade and don't talk about it. So he was clearly lying about that. Nobody called him on it. He got away with it. But if he's going to now say, "Oh, I know I did, Ginny Thomas. I think she was. I thought she was shopping that day." No, That's not going to, it's a crime. Now, the question is, can it be enforced? There's no enforcement mechanism in Title 28 U.S. Code, Section 455. So it may be that it's as unenforceable as what appears to be the impossible unwillingness of the Justice Department to go after Donald Trump, even though the evidence, we are now well over a year after the events.
Right.
Did it take them this long? Now they're saying, we're waiting to present evidence to the public. And I'm sure that'll be very interesting because the people that everyone will want to hear from will be the same people who say, I cannot answer that question because I have a Fifth Amendment right not to do so.
Do you have a Fifth Amendment right before Congress?
That's a very interesting question. And I think most attorneys would say you do have that right, and that it's because I do remember when Oliver North testified, and he did testify, and then when he was when he testified in Congress, he talked a lot. He did not claim any privilege whatsoever. And then when it came down to his criminal trial, it was ultimately his conviction was thrown out. Why? Because they figured that the potential jurors might have seen him testify in Congress, and therefore it tainted the amount of information that they had about Oliver North.
But it didn't taint H.R. Alderman's jury or John Ehrlichman's jury or John Mitchell's jury.
John, no. You know, I don't remember what they said to the Watergate Committee. I don't remember if it was as detailed as what North did. I mean, North, you know, I know him pretty well. And he, to this day, and all of his friends tell me the same thing. He does not believe he did anything wrong at all. And that's why he fought so hard. And I remember him telling me, if you don't fight to the bitter end, then you're not even sure you're innocent.
Wow.
Yeah.
He violated the Logan Act. It's this country, it's Congress that decides who we fight, not Oliver North.
That's true. But the Logan Act has very specific pieces of that you need to violate in order to violate the Logan Act. And juries didn't think he had done so.
Right. So in the 50s, there were the Hollywood 10, the writers, the Hollywood writers who refused to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Right.
I think they pled the Fifth and were sentenced to they had to go to prison for pleading the Fifth. I think
they, well, you know, I don't know what the laws were at the time, but I think they went to jail for contempt of Congress, not for violating the.
Okay.
And they did have contempt for Congress because they should have.
Right.
Right. For Joe McCarthy.
Well, do you think there's anything to get to the bottom of when it comes to January 6th? Do you think we pretty much know what happened? And is it settled that nobody at the top is going to pay a price for that?
I don't think it's settled. I think there's a lot of people, including a lot of Democrats running for office, including people we all know, who honestly believe they have the time to do this right, and that if they vote to proceed to convict any people through the committee structure, they don't have any formal authority, but they can make a recommendation to the Attorney General, who seems to be asleep, and that will somehow light a fire under Merrick Garland, and he will all of a sudden, in the waning days before the Senate and the House are both lost to the Democrats, he'll do something to prosecute. I mean, I think it's wishful thinking at this point. I just don't see it happening. I wish it did.
it looks like Joe Biden can't wag the dog and bump his polls. I mean, he's been pretty bellicose and belligerent, but that doesn't seem to move the needle in favor of the president, which means the Democrats may lose the House, which means the Republicans will have no choice but to impeach Joe Biden because of the Hunter Biden laptop. There's no doubt in my mind that the Republicans will vote to impeach, and there will be a trial in the Senate, which they will lose. They will cheapen what it means to impeach. The two impeachments for Donald Trump, by impeaching Joe Biden, the currency of impeachment will lose its value. This is exactly what the oligarchs want. They want Joe Biden to be impeached. They need a spectacle because nothing else can get done in Washington, D.C. They don't want anything done. They don't want Build Back Better. They don't want money going to our schools. So Biden is going to be impeached, won't he? A year from now, there will be an impeachment trial over the Hunter Biden laptop. Don't you think?
There'll be an impeachment hearing. He will be impeached in the House, and it'll go to the Senate. And as you pointed out, there's no way that 2/3 of the people are going to vote to convict Biden. You know what? I didn't read all the revelations in the last 2 days about the Hunter Biden thing, but the one thing that's most damaging that directly implicates Biden is not about Ukraine, it's about China. It's about what's becoming clearer and clearer evidence that his son was paid huge amounts of money by Chinese leaders and probably didn't even report it on his taxes. And when asked during one of the debates whether his son had any of these connections to China, he flatly said no.
Right.
So
the son owed the IRS $1 million. He's since repaid it, but that doesn't mean anything. It's still a crime to owe the IRS $1 million. Whether if you're looking to destroy a family, if that's your goal, the Bidens are ripe for destruction, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So don't you think it was political malfeasance on the part of Obama and Clyburn, all the people who put their thumb on the scale in South Carolina, the South Carolina primary, to push Joe Biden into the White House? There was no filtration. The beautiful thing about primaries is these questions are asked, and there was no filtration process. Joe Biden never had to explain any of these allegations. Had there been a real primary season, he would be unelected. He was unelectable, but Bernie was such a threat to the Democratic Party. They just rallied around Joe Biden, knowing that he had this son who is troubled, but he went to Yale Law School.
Sure.
So that makes him a disgrace. It's one thing to be a crack addict because you have tragedy in your life.
Sure.
But when you are a Yale Law School graduate to whom much is given, much jail time should also be given.
Should be given. Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible thing. And if it is very difficult for me to, with a straight face, suggest that all of this mounting evidence about what Hunter Biden did that was not just ethically wrong, but probably illegal, is somehow made up or somewhat manufactured by the Republicans or by Russia or somebody. I mean, there's just too much of it there. But again, this is exactly what's wrong with the standard that was set in the last administration. Why did Trump's friends and sons and daughter make so much money when they were supposedly just working as consultants to dad-in-law in the White House? So there's criminality that has gone unpunished for the past 4 years, and now we're into a year and a half, and it looks like it's going to go in a different direction, but equally unpunished. This is to the whole system of justice. You add that to, the tremendously ludicrous direction that the courts are taking, the Supreme Court. I mean, it's literally, it's riddled with cancer, and there's no way for it to die unless you expand it, and that ain't going to happen, even with Democrats in control of the Senate.
I'm going to get to that in a second, but I've got a stone in my shoe because, I wanted Bernie. Elizabeth, if you were gonna say, I can understand Bernie's a threat to the Democratic establishment, Democratic Party establishment. We have to stop him. I understand that. So you put your thumb on the scale for Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, dare I say, Harris. Joe Biden is the last person those in the know should have forced upon the American people as what stands between Donald Trump and the end of the country.
Who do you think makes those decisions? Do you think that there really are a cabal of people in the Democratic leadership who think through? Now let's look at Amy Klobuchar. What about Elizabeth Warren? And do you think that actually happens at the highest levels? Because I don't think it does. I really don't.
I think that's what gave us Harry Truman. I think the party. I think there are still smoke-filled rooms. COVID made it really easy to control the primary season. The Democrats were really spooked by Trump, as was I. A second term of Trump, who knows? I think Obama I don't think Obama controls the Democratic Party,
right?
But I do think that Obama and Hillary have a lot of say among some of the hardcore Democrats. There are some super delegates that you automatically get without winning them. And I thought those super delegates probably belong to Hillary and Obama, or at least they.
Sure.
I think you could call up Pete Buttigieg, Beto, Amy Klobuchar, and say, hey, you got to support Joe on this. There's no question in my mind that Obama called up Klobuchar, Beto, Buttigieg, and said, we cannot allow Bernie to win this.
But your question goes another step. What did he say then? See, I think you could find with Klobuchar, who I literally cannot stand. I cannot stand anything she says or does. I loved Elizabeth Warren until she decided she was going to take PAC money after saying, as a major part of her campaign was, I'm not going to take PAC money. Then she decides, well, there's this women's focused PAC. I'll take it from them. With the exception of the few PACs that literally give all their money directly to grassroots organizations, they're just pass-throughs. There is no good PAC. Emily's List, there is no good political action committee. It is a cancer on the body politic. And we could repeal Citizens United tomorrow, but as long as there are still PACs that remain, it'll still be a corrupted system of governance. So I don't know. When Beto O'Rourke said we should stop taxing churches, or we should start taxing churches, and I'm going to come and take your guns. The guy's from Texas. Those are wildly unpopular ideas, and I'm not even sure that most Democrats agree with both of those. Maybe one of them, but not both of them. I don't see what the there is. After you say we can't let Bernie get the nomination, let's go for somebody, Biden becomes, in this world that you're describing, he becomes the go-to guy. He's the only candidate.
Have you met him?
Joe Biden? Only once.
I met him. I talked to him, or I was talked at for 3 hours by him.
Really?
Yes. This was in 2008.
Okay.
And I wrote jokes for him. Didn't go well. And I remember coming home thinking, this guy, I hate to say this because he's my president. I thought, this guy's an idiot. I swear to you, I came home and told my family, I go, this guy's an idiot. And I think they picked him. I honestly think they knew about all the baggage. They knew he was in decline, and they thought, perfect, he'll do exactly what we tell him to do. I think he surrounds himself with opportunistic infections who are predators, and they're just pointing him in whatever direction they find the most profitable. So, wrong guy for the wrong time, I think. I'm rooting for him, even though he's my president. Donald Trump wasn't my president.
No, of course.
Not that patriotic, but I do root for America. I think, given the climate in Washington, D.C., why would you risk? I mean, he's going to be impeached over this. I'm not saying he should be.
No, but you're right. He will be. He will be. There's no question about that. And he's going to be impeached. It discredits the whole idea of impeachment. Impeachments are not supposed to be a substitute for another election. So you're right about that. And it'll gum up everything else. But if Democrats are not in control, in theory at least, of both houses, literally nothing will be getting done next year at this time anyway. There'll be a new Congress, but no new ideas and nobody interested in governance, because the Republican Party fundamentally doesn't want to govern. And I know that you believe most in the Democratic Party don't want that to happen either, but Republicans don't want to pass anything. They can't even agree on extra COVID funding now that we know that everybody 50 and over ought to be getting another booster. The House will vote for it, the Senate will block it. So they don't get anything done. And it's, Manchin and Sinema are largely responsible for the chaos on the Democratic side, but there are plenty of other people, the corporate Democrats that get on CNN and talk and they're struggling. Do they want to do this? And I'm sitting here in Washington. We have 800,000 people live in the city. We have no senators, and nobody thinks twice. Even people, I know Senator Bennett, who's running again out in Colorado, unless I wrote him a note the other day, but he opposed to having 2 senators in Washington. They're going to be Democrats. They're probably going to be African-American Democrats. And people can't take that. They cannot stand that idea because it might somehow weaken their own grasp over Colorado.
Yeah. It's easy to be a firebrand, to be outside the tent, pissing in. Earlier on the show, I was saying, why don't the American people just stop paying their medical bills? Why don't we just say, I know you're married to a brilliant doctor. I don't mean to offend you, except for your wife and Dr. Hirschenfeld. But what would happen if the American people just said, I'm going to go to the doctor and I'm not paying my bills. I'm not going to pay my hospital bills. There aren't enough bill collectors. There aren't enough health insurance employees to come after 350 million Americans.
Right.
They would all go bankrupt, and then the government would have to bail them out, and we'd have single payer. What if we just stopped paying these bills?
It's a wonderful mass movement. I don't think 20% of the people in this country are mad enough
right
to do this, because the evidence of that is that we don't have single payer already. Because if people were as angry as they sometimes sound like they are, we have single payer by now. It'd be called something Medicare for all, Medicare Plus for all, whatever it's called. We'd have it by now.
So
we have a better Internal Revenue Service. We have a better tax code so that we wouldn't be having these arguments over this. It will never fly. If you have $100 million worth of assets, however you measure them, then you'll have to pay an extra 20%. That's never going to fly. Keep it simple. I remember being on CNN once with some guy about the Hillary Clinton medical plan. Remember that?
Hillary Care.
I said, this is so complicated. I said, it's got so many nuances. They'll have lawyers. You have to hire a lawyer. Every family will have to have a lawyer in the household just to figure out how to get it. Just guarantee it for everyone. And it was like a big shock at the time, but people were already talking. It wasn't Bernie who invented the idea of single payer healthcare. This has been going on since the 30s. No American ought to be able to live in this country, pay taxes, or be too poor to pay taxes and not be guaranteed that they can see a doctor when they need to see a doctor. There's no moral principle on the other side. Zero.
When you say the American people aren't angry enough, I'm going to show you a clip I've been playing all day of Congresswoman Katie Porter talking to Dr. Collins from the Commonwealth Fund about the current state of healthcare in America. And I want you to think back to Bernie trying to explain Medicare for all during the debates as just a barrage of lies coming at him from the 20 other candidates. He was just batting down one lie after. He could not speak in a full sentence without being interrupted. Could not explain his plan. This is Katie Porter. I want to know if you saw this and what you think about it. This is Congresswoman Katie Porter, who has been on this show, I'm proud to say, when she was running.
And if we look at just billing costs, just billing and insurance costs, Medicare is at 1%. Wait, private companies spend 17 times more on administrative costs than Medicare. What are private insurance companies spending on that Medicare is not? Does Medicare spend hundreds of millions of dollars on television advertisements like private insurance does? Dr. Collins?
No.
Does Medicare spend millions of dollars on stock buybacks to shareholders?
No.
Does Medicare spend money on marketing? Private insurance likes to put its name on stadiums and PGA tournaments. Is there a Medicare arena?
No.
Does Medicare spend $23 million on executive pay like private insurance companies do?
No.
We know how much it costs to run a high-quality health insurance program. $1. Out of $100, research shows that Medicare spends 1.1% on administrative costs. We spend $4 trillion on healthcare every year. We could save $200 billion on administrative costs with Medicare for all. And those savings, they could go to expand Medicare. We could spend that money to let patients see dentists We could spend that money, let patients pay for hearing aids, to help older adults afford eyeglasses, to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, to finally pay mental health professionals for the work they do. Instead, all this money is wasted. We're not talking about paying to keep the lights on in operating rooms or improving the quality of care. All of this money is used to pay big insurance to push paper. It's death by 200 billion paper cuts.
Did you see that? Did you see that on the news? It was this week. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it because the news, as you know, is only about Chris Rock and Ukraine. So there's no room for this kind of news. And the thing about Katie Porter is if she was having a debate with someone, she would be able, unless they were not treating her correctly, she'd be able to eviscerate her opponents. She'd be able to, with facts and graphs, and just the knowledge she has in her head and the principles that she ascribes to, she would literally win every debate.
See, Reverend, I don't see the point of a debate. I see gospel here. I see this is not up for debate. This is the
why don't we have it?
Huh?
David, why don't we have it then? There's if you think that everybody understands what Katie Porter was talking about in this, if you did a survey, I mean, a real survey, not call people on the phones, but I mean, just if you had a group of people listen to her, just that little piece of it, they'd go, wait a minute, I don't understand what she's talking about. Most people don't have horrendous medical problems. When they do, and they see these bills, and they can't believe it. So you have to walk people through the steps necessary to make a dramatic change in the. It's not so much the healthcare industry, it's the health insurance industry, which doesn't need to exist at all, in my opinion. Doesn't need to exist at all. But you've got to walk people through this.
Well, what opportunity? If this is, I respectfully disagree with you about debate, because what Katie Porter is saying is undebatable. Would you agree with me that everything she said is?
But I don't know what that means.
Why would that be debate? In other words, if you're
because people have to go, yeah, that's right. I'm going to write a letter about it. I'm going to call Senator Risch and say, damn it, vote for something like Medicare for all. I mean, you have to take that step. People do not have the time to just independently decide that Katie is right about healthcare and therefore we should transform the system. That doesn't apply enough pressure. The money, do you see the ads in the Washington, D.C. market from pharmaceutical companies about rare diseases and don't do this, the government's trying to take medicines away from my child, looking at me so wonderful and cute and smart. I mean, they literally buy all that influence because the people don't have money to help buy the right things, and they don't have the avenues to go and have their voices heard. It's nearly impossible. Forget COVID. As soon as there was a guy who tried to shoot Tom DeLay in his office in the Capitol, they built this incredible structure around the Capitol that made it. I mean, I remember I had an appointment with Harry Reid. I had to wait 45 minutes in line. They knew I had an appointment just to get through the amount of security. So when there's a right to petition in the Constitution, and like so many other rights in the Constitution, there's no way to guarantee it because the country's too big or the forces allied against the people are simply too powerful to let that communication happen.
Right.
So, I mean, respectfully, but I really think, I think this idea of people turning out, FDR had armies of people coming to Washington on a regular basis, talking about better pay, talking about social programs. And in this generation, I mean, we've had marches against, for women's rights. We've had marches for racial justice, but where have we gone? We just haven't gotten much done. We haven't, those things which I believe in, I know some liberals don't believe in mass marches. Progressives don't, they think it's a waste of money, but I like them. I think they're powerful. But I don't think they demonstrate that whatever the people are marching for is therefore going to become law. Look at the antagonism, the opposition to guns after every mass murder. Where's the gun laws? There aren't any. There are no new gun laws. They're nothing. So, I think somebody sent me a note, or maybe you said it, I sometimes don't think I trust the American people. It's not because they're dumb. It's because they don't have any opportunity to learn anything. When Putin was great fanfare this week, Putin said he didn't know how badly things were going in Ukraine. If he watched CNN, here's what he would learn. Breaking news, bombings continue, 37 people killed. And commercial. Breaking news, Russia will be talking again to Ukraine tomorrow. So it's either all terrible or there's wonderful lights at the end of the tunnel. They're contradictory beliefs. And the more you hear them, if he was just watching CNN, which I'm sure he is, I mean, I'm sure he's watching, he has access to the Western facilities and shortwave and all those. He knows that the West thinks he's a liar, that he's losing the war, maybe, unless they think he's not losing the war because they just saw another 67 people were killed. This coverage drives me crazy. It absolutely drives me crazy.
There is a possibility that he's playing chess, that all he ever wanted was the Donbass region and Crimea because that's where all the oil reserves are. And that's a theory. Maybe he's a fool. I hope he's a fool and there's a coup and he disappears. But he may be playing chess. What do you think? Well, the Katie Porter video upsets me because if that were made available to the American people, uninterrupted, that's like a 2-minute clip. If the American people heard that clip, they can't. They're not allowed to hear that.
Well,
they're not allowed to hear Katie Porter, a United States Congresswoman, speaking the truth.
Someone could use that clip from a nonprofit that's interested in genuine progressive politics. They would get it aired. It would not be censored. It would not be canceled. But people are, all due respect to the people that are running against Marjorie Taylor Greene, she ain't gonna lose. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last week has just gone to just one of the Democrats running against her. To me, I think it's throwing your money away. If you want to save a couple of Democrats, you want to elect some new ones, there are better places to put it than that. Take that money and run it in, not in big markets where it's so expensive. Run that ad in North Dakota, where they have very few radio and television stations. Run it in Iowa. That's where people need to hear it, because that's where there's an opportunity for them to change their mind and to learn things that are simply not going to be made available anywhere else, nowhere else. As we approach the end here.
And then I have some business I have to deal some serious stuff.
Well, religious right nut of the week.
Yes.
I would vote for Greg Locke. He's the pastor at the Global Vision Bible Church in Joliet, Tennessee. Now, I don't know if you were sent some video of this character.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to play a little of it?
I don't have it. I screwed up.
Well, that's all right. He is literally a book.
Let's pretend I played it.
Okay.
Yes.
He is literally a book.
Take a look.
He has decided to burn books, and the books. This is the old, going the old school way. Harry Potter books, the Twilight series. Maybe you could burn the movie versions, but we will not tolerate witchcraft, and we will not be compromising with devil worshippers. That's what he said. Now, if the name sounds even remotely familiar, it's because he's also one of those pastors who, during COVID, not only said don't get vaccinated, but also said it's not that serious. And by the way, if you did get vaccinated, you've now been poisoned. So a few weeks ago at his Sunday service, he prayed that the vaccines would leave people's bodies so they would not be poisoned. So here's a guy, he says he's not a white supremacist, and he's not but he mixes politics, the most conservative kinds, with these Bible ideas. He had a very small following, and then during COVID, he now has 1,000 people who come to his church every Sunday. He needs to seat hundreds of these people at a giant tent outside the church, which he calls the Canvas Cathedral. He raised $4 million last year. He has millions of people who follow him on social media and listen to his commentaries on the radio. But just to prove that all people are not 100% bad, last Christmas, he actually gave away $66,000 in the form of cash and vouchers to buy food to people who had come to his church. So, lots of bad, a little bit of good. My religious right nut of the week.
Well, that's great. We have gotten some complaints.
Yes.
From the chat room about you, Reverend.
Really? Okay.
At office hours. Ricky in London is trying to get funds to somebody who's helping the refugees, I believe in Poland.
Right.
He wants to know what happened to the Church of Feldman, because you've been promising to set up a Church of Feldman that would give us tax-free status, and we could actually make good use of our tax-free status and make sure the money goes to the people it's supposed to go to. We had a meeting yesterday to discuss the Church of Feldman. We discussed it at office hours.
Yep.
We have Tom Weber.
Yep.
We have a couple people who want to write our scriptures. We have some feasts, some saints, some birthdays to celebrate, like the death of Donald Rumsfeld, that kind of stuff. So,
could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Ricky from London, who brought this up in office hours, and I haven't been at too many office hours lately, says, did you tell him that the Reverend's told you that you don't need to do anything? You don't have to write any scriptures. You don't have any holy days. You just have to write a letter to the Internal Revenue Service announcing that you have formed a church called the Church of Feldman. Give them an address so they can contact you. You don't have to do anything. There's nothing to do. I put this burden on you alone. You don't have to.
You're not going to cross my I's and dot my T's.
You don't have to, and there are none to cross. Look at, if this if the Global Vision Bible Church can get its tax exemption, it doesn't have to file any forms. It doesn't have to report where its money goes. The only reason we know about things like the $66,000 he gave at Christmas is because of investigative journalists. But how about this? Write one paragraph, send it to me via email. Next week, I will look at it. I will approve it, fudge it a little bit, and then all of a sudden, we'll send it to the Internal Revenue Service.
Will you put your name on it? I don't want to be the one. See,
You don't want to be the church. You don't want to be the church. You don't want to be. It's your church.
I think this
Where's
is
my money? Where's my fees?
You
People used to
get
give me
money.
People used to give me $25 to do weddings. Now I do weddings and they don't give me anything. I need money.
Well, that's why I'm trying to create a church to funnel the money to the people who help me steal the money.
Sure.
Huh? What's the from the Bible?
The Bible says, no, there's a part, remember I've talked to you about the Apocrypha and the Pseudepigrapha, the books that didn't make it into the Bible. In one of those, there's a specific reference to not putting your name on any legal documents. And so that's part of my theology. So I can't put my name on it.
This is a conspiracy it's a conspiracy to get me locked up. My father said to me, never, ever cheat the government. You're a loudmouth, you know what, and they would love to put you away, pay any cash you get, declare it. And I see something afoot here. All you people are trying to create a church and see me get arrested, all because I wanted to brand the thighs of my female parishioners. Is that wrong?
No, but there's precedent for churches that do that for their people to go to jail. I didn't say you could do anything. What I said was you could collect money and spend it pretty much on whatever you want, unless you
branding.
No, you
like
can't
branding
you can't brand people, and you can't send the money to political candidates. Those are the only two things you can't do. You can even handle rattlesnakes in most states. You want to do that? Do you want to handle snakes?
Can I talk in tongues?
You can talk in tongues. You can handle serpents.
And brand my female parishioners on the thighs. Come on.
Look, two out of three things you can do. You want to speak in tongues, you can do that. You want to hold serpents, you can do that. You want to brand parishioners of any gender on their thighs, you cannot do that. 2 out of 3. That's 67%.
What did I hire you for if you can't find a workaround?
Well, you didn't tell me I should find a workaround. Look,
what's the point of having my own church if I can't brand the female parishioners on the thighs? That's the whole point.
Maybe the first thing, don't stop saying female parishioners. Just say parishioners.
See, this is why I pay you. See?
This is absolutely right. This is great. This is why it should be. I don't know, David. Look, here next week, in a couple of weeks, I've got this. I hope Hannah told you. This longtime friend of mine named D. Knight, a Marxist who I knew back in the day. D. Knight. K-N-I-D-E-E.
What's the first name?
D-E-E. Anyway,
and what's the middle name?
He's going to join us.
Good.
He's going to join us, and he'll talk about his solutions for a better world. And
Good.
I will talk next week about the forgotten sex scandals, because I'm sure that this will hold, because Madison Cawthorn only opened my memories to the scandals involving people like Wilbur Mills, of Arkansas, who had been a
Fannie Fox and
Fannie Fox. Fannie Fox, what happened to her? Most people don't remember. He got away with part of it. Then he did something foolish. And of course, Roger Stone, the scandals involving Roger Stone, and why he didn't admit back in 1996 what people were saying he and his wife were doing at swingers clubs. This is good, juicy stuff. With this, your ratings could go up enormously.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
I want what you think, Reverend. So our guest next week is going to be D. Knight.
Oh, no, it's sometime in the future. It's. I think it's the next week, maybe. It's not next week.
And do you know what I'm doing right now by saying D. Knight over and over again?
I do not.
I am torturing the chat room. D. Knight.
D. Knight.
You know why I'm torturing the chat room?
No idea, because you told me not to look at the chat area.
Because they want me to say his middle name is Znuts. D's Nuts Knight. But I am not going to do a D's Nuts show.
Of course not. You should. It's a pathetic joke. It's a pathetic adventure.
Yeah, so I'm not going to give.
What do I have? I did 5 stand-ups in my entire life. You do stand-ups. You did stand-ups for years.
Yes.
You're a funny guy. I do have some questions about comedy, but there's only one I'd like to ask you before we leave.
Yes.
Stephen Colbert last night did a series of jokes in his opening monologue about Ukraine, making fun of the Russian army and how they have allegedly been using tree branches to cover up trucks and tanks and so on. And, you know, it was pretty good material, but I was sitting here with Joanne and she said, what do you think people in Ukraine think about these jokes? And I thought, I think they hate them. I mean,
I think they got bigger problems than Stephen Colbert.
Well, yeah, I think they do. But I mean, why would you? I don't know. It troubled me. It's like the meme we talked about last week with the 4 terrible Republicans dressed like women. It's just things. Maybe it's age.
No, I'll tell you what happened.
Okay.
O.J. Simpson, Jay Leno, 2005. No, 90. My God, 95. 95. The idea of making jokes that involved anything remotely close to death was verboten. And Jay Leno broke through doing jokes about the O.J. Simpson trial.
Right.
And at the time, a lot of people found it questionable and offensive. But he was the one, the Dancing Itos. There was a judge named Lance Ito. He had the Dancing Itos. And nobody had ever seen this before on television. The idea of taking a tragedy and finding the humor in it. And so, yes, there are as many as 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in those tanks. They say those are young men. I would assume some women, young kids who were told this was a training exercise. They're following orders. And while I am rooting for Ukraine, I'm also rooting for the Russian people. And there's the beast in me reads about these tanks being destroyed, and I say yes, but there are young people in those tanks, and it ain't funny.
Right.
But maybe it is.
To be continued.
Thank you. Reverend Barry W. Lynn, go to barrywlynn.com to see a treasure trove of his sermons, his writings, his appearances on countless television and radio shows, as well as podcasts. Thank you, Reverend. Stay out of trouble, please.
Only good trouble. See you next week.
And my best to your wife.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours this Friday night at 8 p.m. Now the question is, let's go to Joe in Norway, who schedules office hours. He's also going to be doing some ASMR for the eyes. It is the first Friday of the month. Is it office hours and hours?
24 hours of office hours.
This
Indeed.
Friday?
Yes.
It's 24 hours of office hours. And who do we have? Who's signed up?
That's a good question. I have not consulted in the list in a while, but I believe we have Professor Adnan Hussein doing his course, finishing up his course. We have Steve Kay doing a guitar lesson. We have Professor John with the Twilight Zone and his little Star Trek convention on a Saturday afternoon, and a few more on there. You can check the list in the chat.
All right. Well, I have to confess, you're now going to be cooking. What are you going to be cooking? It is torture watching you cook because I had to get something to eat. Watching you cook, you give me a low blood sugar attack. It looks so delicious every time you do this. What are you preparing?
I'm all out of pickles again, so I'm gonna make some more quick refrigerator pickles with these little cuties, and then I'm gonna make a Chinese Sichuan bruised cucumber salad with garlic and black vinegar, and I'll be grilling these and grilling the eggplant for this weekend's falafel that I'm going to make.
Wow.
Maybe whip up a little taina for breakfast, a little eggplant and taina for breakfast for the kids.
Wow. Well, thank you. This is ASMR for the eyes, Joe in Norway on the Q-Cam. That's your cucumber cam. And we're going to watch you cook. It is time now. I'm going to mute you if you don't mind.
Okay.
And there are there's some openings left for office hours, right? If you want to teach, correct? If anybody wants to sign up, it's in the chat room. Well, it's time for the professors and Marianne. Joining us is Professor Ann Lee. Read her over at the Daily Kos, Annie Lee. Professor Jonathan Bick, he'll be at office hours Friday night to teach The Twilight Zone and Star Trek. Professor Adnan Hussein, Chairman, Religion Department, Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario, host of the Mudgeless podcast, where Dr. Juan Cole recently appeared, and Guerrilla History with the Newly Married. Am I allowed to mention that somebody got married?
It's out of the bag now, so.
Henry Huckamaki. Sorry, ladies. Sorry, ladies. Henry Huckamaki is now married, and he hosts Guerrilla History with Professor Adnan Hussein and Professor Mary Ann Cummings, our only elected official. We had Katie Porter on the show, but once she got elected, she doesn't come on the show. You're the only elected official in America who comes on this show. You are a particle physicist as well as a brilliant artist. And we always go to you last, since it's the professors and Marianne. I figured we'd start with Professor Marianne first.
Well, I was checking the Twitters today. By the way, our good friend Henry has complained that he's lost 12 Twitter followers since making the big announcement.
Really?
All those ladies. Yeah, he suspects. He says he's surprised. He says, I didn't know people followed me because I was single. I said, well, Henry, you have fans. You never know that you have.
Then again, he's in Russia, so those might have been American bots. Those might have been fake followers.
True.
Yes, in Russia, they complain about the American bots. Paging Yakov Smirnov. Okay. We're going to do a bachelor party with, we're planning to do a bachelor party for him.
Over the Zoom?
Over the Zoom, I'm thinking of a Saturday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I go.
Yeah. I may wear short sleeve shirts just to be, it's a bachelor party. I would be a little revealing. So what is, you've been on the Twitters? What have you been seeing?
There's a vote going on over at Starbucks. They've, I believe they stopped counting the votes, but the yes votes lead the no votes by 354.
Talking about Amazon.
Amazon. Did I say that? Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of set to, I guess, I guess, who is it? Crystal Ball has admonished the squad, in particular AOC, for not showing up to this. And apparently Chris Smalls and others have said that, they feel abandoned, and this is a very big deal. You would think that, I think this is a very big deal that's going on right now. And I don't see a whole lot of it in the press. But anyway, that's what I saw on the Twitters today. And
AOC, when they were striking, when the Teamsters were striking out at Point, wherever the vegetables, she brings pizza. Didn't she go out for Christian Smalls? I can't imagine.
She couldn't work it into her schedule this past week, I guess. I'm maybe being a little harsh, but it seems like in terms of messaging and solidarity, the squad doesn't really coordinate to be a really effective, visual, to be a really effective branch of leadership. I mean, they should have just been, pushing this nonstop. They just they seem to really have bought into some notion that, they need to be good players or polite players in the Democratic Party, and they'll get rewarded eventually, I guess, with chairmanships, and maybe one day get to be Senate, and maybe when the earth is just incinerated, they get to be elected president. So, this is, I think the problem is that they don't understand power. I don't know if they don't understand it. I can't believe that, certainly somebody like Cori Bush, I'm not cynical enough to believe that, she was just being a branding exercise. But I think that the transition from people who are protesting or being movement leaders to actually exercising power is something we need to think about. And so you can't be, we tend as a country to focus on individuals. I mean, that's how we think about the world. We think about the world of good guys and bad guys. We tend not to think of movements because that requires a little more discipline, a little more understanding. And so likewise in our politics, I think a lot of us get a little lazy when we want to think in terms of saviors, that we elected Barack Obama, thank God. The political situation corrected itself after 8 years of George W. Bush, and that just didn't happen. And who was it? As a famous politician once said, blame yourself. I blame myself for that. I was as guilty as everyone else, thinking that a tide had turned in 2008. So, and we just kind of let it go. And, I think the next, and the reason why I am working on a couple of campaigns this year, because there are people who are still coming up. As disappointed as we've been in progressive progress or non-progress, I mean, there's still people stepping up to the plate and people still willing to push further than the squad is willing to go. And, it gives me a little hope, or at least something to do.
But in the scheme of things, AOC is not the issue, is it? I mean,
I don't think anybody, one person is the issue. I think it's the idea that, you know, people don't see power. They don't see government for what it is. Why do you get there? You don't get there just to be a major influencer. You get there because there's real power at stake. And leftists, or at least the left here in the United States, have been kind of reluctant to really exercise it. Because with exercising power comes responsibility, you know? And there's always the unknown. You don't know what happens if you decide to vote as a bloc and deny Nancy Pelosi the speakership, at least on the first vote.
Okay, let me ask, go ahead. I could see Professor Hussein is about to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that I think the bigger story is just appreciating the work that Chris Smalls is doing and seeing this as potentially a new wave of a new kind of organizing that is outside of the established unions. And I think that's what makes this particularly exciting and potentially radical, is that this is really rising up from workers themselves, rank and file, and that's I think a lot more effective. They're able to communicate their message much better. They're not constrained by the tactics of cut and paste outside union organizing. They're dealing with their colleagues, their friends, people they've struggled and suffered with. And so I think this is a very authentic. I like the fact that he's just named it, very anodyne Amazon labor union. That's my target. That's the workers that we're talking about. It's not, from another industry, trying to come in and see a growth area or opportunity, but it's these workers themselves concerned about their working conditions. And I think that might have a chance to be more successful, and I hope it's inspiring to others. So I really am glad to see this. I hope they win, and if they do, I think it's a marker, especially in contrast to what happened in Bessemer. Now, we still know that there was a revote, and it's not clear what will happen there. There are lots of ballots that would make the difference that are being disputed, and maybe a couple of weeks before there's a final decision about that. But I think the whole campaign has been run in a much more grassroots way that could be inspiring to people elsewhere. So I'm very heartened by this, and I hope he's successful. You should have him on, as soon as possible.
Yeah, I sent him a note today, and I said, even if it doesn't go the way we all wish, you showed us the way, and he most certainly did. I want to just point out who David A. Zapolsky is. He's the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary for Amazon. And Vice got their hands on a leaked memo detailing how Amazon should deal with Christian Smalls. David Zapolsky, it's spelled Zapolsky.
Is this a recent memo, or is this the one from earlier when he first initially ended up being fired?
This was 2 years ago when he was initially fired. They decided to smear warehouse employee Christian Smalls. David Zapolsky said we should spin this by calling Christian Smalls, quote, not smart or articulate, as part of a PR strategy to make him the face of the entire union organizing movement. In other words, David Zapolsky said, Christian Smalls, we should encourage him to be the face of the union movement. And they said it would work for us because he's, quote, not smart and inarticulate. That's, and tonight, Professor Hussein, it looks like Christian Smalls on Cesar Chavez's birthday has
Oh,
succeeded.
wonderful. That's
Has
wonderful
succeeded.
symbolism. And please do make him the face of the union movement. He will be a lot more successful than many other exponents and figureheads for labor in this country. He's an authentic worker. He speaks clearly and directly. He would be a great face for the entire labor movement. People should rally behind him.
And this is the face of evil. If you're watching in the Zoom room or on YouTube, this is the face of evil. Amazon General Counsel David Zapolsky, Zapolsky, David Zapolsky, Amazon General Counsel, who 2 years ago called our Christian Smalls not bright and inarticulate.
David, may I point out that maybe David Zapolsky is actually on our side?
Oh.
By saying that Christian Smalls should be the face of the union movement.
Yeah, I have a feeling David Zapolsky is probably a racist and underestimated Christian Smalls.
He's an inside man. He's an inside man.
Maybe he's just taking Bezos's money and laughing all the way.
I am so proud. I hope this holds. It's breathtaking what Christian Smalls has accomplished. Breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. What would you like to talk about? Let's go to Professor Ann Lee. I'm just going to keep David Zapolsky's. Am I allowed to shame the way somebody looks, or are those days? I maintain the gloves are off with somebody like David Zapolsky.
He looks like someone from Seattle.
Yeah. He looks like the poster child for vitamin D deficiency. Looks like he's been indoors in Seattle all his life.
It does look like a pretty evil glint in his eye. There's a little tint of red, at least on my screen, and that sort of fake smile looks like it's concealing some malice or evil behind it. So,
yeah, it looks like he forgot to lock the crypt. But we don't make fun of the way people look. But if you think David Zapolsky is ugly on the outside, I pity whoever has to do his MRI, because that's just you got to wade through all that sludge inside of him. What a horrible human being to call Christian Smalls not bright and inarticulate. Rot in hell, David Zapolsky. Although I think you're already there. I think you took that job because you wake up every day feeling horrible, and the only thing that gives your life meaning is making other people feel the way you do. Rotten hell, Amazon General Counsel, David Zapolsky, Zapolsky. What would you like to talk about, Professor Ann Lee? I should take this picture down because I think I'm going to throw a punch.
Well, I actually think there are worse people, like the woman, was it Baltimore? Was just arrested. She was a anti-abortion protester and quite a fanatic, actually. And it is that sort of strange cultishness.
Oh, yes, I know who you're talking about. What they found? She's a hoarder?
Well, she's a hoarder of fetuses. They found her with 5 fetuses in her basement. She was being arrested not for the fetuses, although she probably could be charged on that as well. She was charged for blocking abortion clinics, and as I said, quite a fanatic. she was unhappy with the church that she created, speaking of creating churches, and decided to become a Catholic. And not unlike some people who join other churches because the Catholics aren't conservative enough. But anyway, that's just the sideline. The 5 fetuses are pretty interesting. And similarly, they've gone in the Ginny Thomas case, Justice Clarence Thomas's wife. They've pointed out that she used to be a member of a cult. They say, I think it was before she married Thomas, and she had to be deprogrammed. And speaking of shaming people, I think I don't know much about this particular cult, and I was just looking at a Twitter thing on it. Apparently, people would take their clothes off and shame each other's bodies.
They would what? They would shame each other's.
Yeah, you'd have to take your clothes off, and people would, criticize you.
Wasn't that best?
I unfortunately have met people in cults, and it is quite interesting, the whole construction of how cults work. I think the work of Stephen Hassan is quite good on trying to, he was a member of a cult, and he's done some really interesting work criticizing folks, not promoting deprogramming. Deprogramming is its own cult-like behavior, but I just think it's quite fascinating, considering that with QAnon and the GOP, there's just incredible amounts of bizarre cultish behavior at work, and so strangely extreme that will probably get worse and more violent now that we're in a much more violent period. And with all due respect, I understand that Will Smith has some association, and I don't know what exactly it is, but he certainly gave John Travolta a big hug on Oscar night. This was all interesting to me. I mean, I was trying to look for what was going on there, and it's just a little weird. And so I understand this kind of assertive behavior is one kind of thing you do, similar to people taking their clothes off and other people criticizing you or shaming you, that this is something that Scientologists do. I have no idea, but I've heard that there is this kind of brutalizing that goes on. There are many different groups do that. I mean, you could, in a political sense, call it criticism sessions, but I don't think it's quite like that, particularly since it's not about not political in that sense. But anyway, so it's been an interesting day for strange cultural behavior, and I wrote something earlier today about culture wars because it's just the strangest thing about why people would, and particularly Fox News, why Tucker Carlson, et cetera, would attack Disney so vociferously, considering that Disney itself went through this kind of interesting historical period. It used to be, aside from that they wouldn't sell chewing gum at Disneyland, and I assume Disney World, you couldn't buy chewing gum because it would create a mess. And so there were certain kind of fascist elements about
Right.
Disneyland in general. But early on, they used to have dances at Disneyland, and same-sex dancing was policed or frowned upon. So, I mean, there was a very anti-gay kind of element until ultimately, I think, culture caught up with the Disney Corporation, and they suddenly realized that they would lose entire bodies of creative folks in their organization if they kept on with a kind of as it were. I mean, I would say that there are other fascist elements, not unlike if you consider Kellogg and a variety of other kinds of groups that create kind of a certain communitarian ethos. But anyway, so now the Disney is just simply being used as this a scapegoat for. There's this guy Rufo who is a kind of in charge. And then speaking of Seattle, to get back to the Sapolsky guy, I mean, why are they in Seattle? Maybe it's Seattle that does it. It's all that lack of sun. That must be why this happens. Anyway, so yes, it's a great day.
Right. It is a great day. I want to ask Professor Hussein about cults in a second. Professor John, what is on your mind, sir?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the media coverage of Ukraine. I've watched some cable news lately, which is always a bad idea. But it seems to be wall-to-wall coverage of Ukraine by people who want to escalate this war. They want to give more and more weapons to Ukraine, larger, more sophisticated weapons, give them planes. There's a great amount of support on the talking heads in the media for a no-fly zone.
Jake Tapper, right? Isn't he?
Oh, MSNBC, was just supposed to be liberal. It's just from Joe, Morning Joe in the morning to the person, standing in for Rachel Maddow at night. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I don't know if they're working from a script or what's going on, but it's very difficult to find someone that is warning, that those ideas are really very risky. You're going to end up, I think, with one of three options. The first is that you have a ongoing conflict in Ukraine, something like what was going on in Afghanistan, year after year, where the country is just ground down to dust. Or two, you expand this war to include other countries and risk a world war. Or three, Putin reacts by starting with tactical nuclear weapons. And then I wonder how the U.S. would respond if he actually did that. There might be enormous pressure to do tit for tat, and then that could escalate into a nuclear annihilation of us. So it's hard for me to imagine what these people are pushing for. Is it that they just have this narrative of good versus evil, and it's that's driving their ratings up because they're covering this war, and maybe some of these outlets are owned by the same companies that own the defense industry contractors. It's really mind-boggling. I don't know. And how susceptible people are to it. That's frightening as well. And not only U.S. propaganda, but Russian propaganda. You mentioned earlier that the Poles in Russia are showing growing support for Putin, not diminishing support. So how effective this kind of propaganda is if it's just constant, and well, it looks like it's coming from different sources, right? Because everybody's saying the same thing, so that must be the truth. That's very disturbing to me.
Well, two questions on this. Go ahead, Professor Marianne.
No, many years ago, I think it was well over 10 years ago, I remember very distinctly Julian Assange statement on Afghanistan. He said Afghanistan and the ongoing war, which at that point had been going on for 10 years, which seemed like forever. He says this is nothing more than one big money laundering operation. You have a war and you can transfer, you can A, loot, and you can then B, transfer wealth from your citizens to, you know, the people who basically own this government. So what are we discussing here in the United States? Another raise for the Pentagon. They wiped out like $13.5 billion for COVID testing, for COVID treatment. You have to pay $126 if you're not insured for COVID tests. They're talking about food shortages here. They're talking about, you know, they're talking about a neocon and neolib's wet dream of an upcoming budget. And what can we do about Manchin and Sinema? You know, it's just, it seems that they're droning into us an acceptance of things that are, of conditions getting worse and worse when these are just policy choices that people are making right now, because they know.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I absolutely agree with you, Professor Bick. You know, it's just the coverage of the war is like a coverage of a Ohio State game. It's very, you know, Russia is always losing and we're winning and they're flying the flags. If they showed at least a fraction of some of Patrick Lancaster's videos, who is he? He's the American that's been living in the Donbass region for several years, married to a Ukrainian. I'm amazed he still has a YouTube. He's been reporting on the war for the last several years. And now he's in Mariupol. And if you got exposed, if most people got exposed to just a little bit of these videos, all enthusiasm for war will drain, because it just shows how ugly, how people suffer, how this is just, you know, why are we doing this right now? Right, but you know, that's not what we see on MSNBC. It's still pageantry. It's still, you know, it's still entertaining for people. Stephen Colbert is entertainment. People wearing the yellow and the blue, that's entertainment, that's branding. It's easy. Diplomacy is hard. Now, little right note that they seem to be some serious negotiations going on in Turkey that are actually yielding some results. That's what I'm hoping for.
Professor Hussein?
I wanted to actually talk a little bit about the negotiations that took place in Turkey, but to follow up on Prof. John's point about the coverage, you don't see a lot of coverage of the details of the negotiations or characterization of what progress has been made, where there might be sources of disagreement that need to be worked on, but where the sources of agreement might be, and, you know, raising the possibility in a realistic way that there could be a peace deal and an end of the conflict, you know, fairly soon if people got behind it and tried to push for these negotiations to be successful and built public sympathy for them. I mean, frankly, the American public, from polls that I've seen, don't seem to be that concerned with the war. You know, overall, they're more concerned with the economy, and there will be a lot of economic effects of this war and the disruption, and they don't necessarily have great confidence in, you know, President Biden's handling of it. So it would seem that, like, media accounts of this conflict should be focusing a lot more on these negotiations. But you find hardly anything, you know, really substantive. And where you do find stories, say, for example, in The Guardian, a left-wing, you know, outlet, presumably, they're reporting on, you know, peace negotiations as, you know, about peace talks between Russia and Ukraine to resume on Friday, says negotiator. Kiev and its allies suggest the Kremlin may be merely playing for time to allow its military forces to regroup. In other words, peace talks are, you know, a mirage. It's just a prelude to more war. There's going to be more war. So instead of, but if you actually look at the quotes from the Ukrainian negotiators, they say, well, we think that the Russians are taking seriously. They did come to agreement on a few points. You have to go to other places in the international press to really find out the details of what they're discussing. If you look at Turkish English language based newspapers, you see that they're reporting that, Erdogan even just said actually that his understanding is that Ukraine is not going to insist on NATO membership. I mean, this is a big sort of deal, okay? And especially if we want to propound the principle of sovereignty, that it's Ukraine's decision about what it wants to do, what military alliances it wants to be a part of. The very fact that they would be willing to say we will stay neutral and not join NATO seems to me to take off a very big question. The areas that there seems to be disagreement.
Couldn't they have said that before the invasion? Couldn't America have gotten them to say that before Putin went in?
Of course they could have. If they said you're never going to be part of NATO, you should, try and make a deal to be neutral and guarantee your security under some kind of regional security umbrella and agreement. I mean, this clearly could have been done. But I mean, the point is that there are precise issues that they have discussed, some of which they found agreement on. Others are a little more thorny, but this should be considered a hopeful sign that it's possible to conclude an agreement and an end to the conflict. But nobody wants to talk about that in the Western press.
I mean, Ukraine did agree to those terms or similar terms back in the 2015 Minsk agreement. It's just that they've never implemented them. And when Zelensky looked like he was beginning to, he got a very harsh backlash from the right-wing extremist groups and even the so-called moderates in the parliament. And I think he's now got a conundrum. I mean, the left-wing press here, like The Nation, and the Israeli press has covered the fact that there's a big problem in Ukraine with these extremist groups having way outsized influence on policy. And that's the needle he's got to thread. But
if he's smart, sorry to interrupt. If he's smart, Zelensky, he will send those people to, the Donbass and other areas so that the Russian military can take care of them, and then he can conclude an actual peace deal.
Actually, that's what he's doing in Mariupol, in the Donbass.
Exactly.
All of the right-wing militias are defending territory right up against the Russians. So I think that's part of the complexity of this, and the Minsk agreement suggests or demands that they have a bigger role, and I think he wants them much weaker before we get to any peace settlement. And there's a lot of spin. And then the latest spin, which is more interesting to me anyway, just because it has an even weirder spin, is that Roman Abramovich, the guy who owns Chelsea FC, he's attending the talks in Istanbul. Now, why the hell is he there? You say that's a whole nother set of weirdness. But he got purportedly poisoned like a couple of days ago.
No, that was a month ago, I think.
Was that a month ago? I thought it was like a week or two ago.
I thought it was this last week that he got.
Oh, okay. It was more recently than that. Okay.
And
why was he? Who was he representing? Putin?
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. We don't know who he's really representing.
The oligarchs. They're the ones who really have a stake in all of this.
The other thing is the Ukrainians do a certain segment of them, and that's they had like 5 parliamentarians talking to Congress today, and they were just yelling about their weapons list. So that's, to address John's point, there's just a lot of varying interest groups at work here.
Right.
And you have to remember, I think it's hard for some liberals in this country to understand this, but when parties go into negotiation, they always make a big deal of their maximum asks. Not the Democrats, but everybody else on the planet. When you start bargaining, you start from a position that's going to be probably a lot more than what you know is going to happen. And that may be for political purposes, but it's also just, that is a standard bargaining tactic. You need to be seen that you're willing to give up something substantive to get, your major priorities. So yes, as Churchill used to say, jaw, jaw, not war, war. And I want to see these guys talking. And that's the best. That's the best we can hope for. Otherwise, given anyone who claims, like Ro Khanna did today, that just throwing more weapons is there, it's just more Ukrainian death and suffering. And people here are willing to just shed every last drop of Ukrainian blood to get at that evil Putin. It's kind of frustrating. There's so few anti-war or pro-diplomacy voices.
Russia is just making adjustments. They sent a lot of conscripts and cannon fodder in there, and it turned out to be totally screwed up. And now this quote unquote withdrawal, it's not really withdrawal, it's a repositioning. They're just, and then they conscripted 130,000 conscripts. And obviously they're not going to throw those into battle. What they're doing is they're just filling out the areas. They're going to train those people elsewhere and just move their whatever troops that were available, combat ready troops, back into the fight. So there could be a whole new set of offensives. There could be a big offensive coming up this coming week. And I agree, it's still about oil.
Push these talks.
All the while we're having peace talks. That's, it's just getting, and unfortunately, it's still about weapons. It's still about military industrial complex. It's still about ultimately it's fiscal policy. That is all the transfers of Soviet era weapons from NATO to the Ukrainians. What new things are they going to get? And you can see this in the European press. What's going to happen? That what they want is brand new, shiny American weaponry, advanced radars. And in fact, on the weapons list today, it wasn't about MiGs. It was about F-15s and F-16s. That's what they really want.
No, our oligarchs are at the table too, apparently.
Well, no, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what it's going to be. And the way that the U.S. can do that is to transfer its stocks from our National Guard to the Ukrainians, if they were really going to do this. They're not supposed to do this, so they should do this. But the whole point is that boosts the production of F-35s down the road. So it's still a huge boondoggle for the American military-industrial complex.
My question is, how can anyone look at the performance of the Russian army here and with a straight face say that Putin is going to take over Europe? I mean, that is ludicrous. He can't even take over Ukraine. And people are saying, oh, next thing is going to be Poland. Then he's going to go into Germany. I mean, come on. Seriously?
Well, the U.S. military overestimated what the Russians were capable of, and everyone's got egg on their face now.
Their job was overestimated to sell more weapons.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And they've been doing
that. Was the whole deal.
That's been the case throughout the Cold War and afterwards.
Bingo. Yes.
Bingo.
The Soviet Union was never anything more than a regional power in terms of its military. But the U.S. constantly overinflated its military power. There's the whole idea of the missile gap, which was a lie during the Kennedy administration. Yeah,
Kennedy made up the missile gap.
Right.
When he was running against Nixon.
Yeah. So this has been an ongoing practice to justify these ever-inflated budgets. And what's happening is that you're seeing an acceleration of the U.S. and European states moving from welfare states to warfare states. Germany is rearming because of this. They're going to be increasing the amount that they're giving to their militaries in the European countries, and that I'm sure that's going to come at the expense of the welfare of their people.
Yep.
But it's still, unfortunately, I'm agreeing with you, but it is, quote unquote, good for the economy in terms of fiscal policy. It's sadly to say. What the problem is that the revenues from that are not going to get redistributed in terms of social welfare. That's the whole, it's just going to go into corporate pockets, regardless of the country. That's where this is totally absurd. And yet it will, unfortunately, help drive down inflation, with all due respect. And people are worried about it. And they're willing to do that now, because even the pocketbook things are going up. We had an increase in mortgage interest rates. It's just happening, and it's really screwed up. And yet, we're in the same damn cycle that we were literally in the 50s and 60s.
War and inflation.
So
you're saying that case. Oh, go ahead, John.
I just wanted to clarify, Professor Ann Lee. Are you saying that what effect do you think this additional military spending is going to have on inflation?
Well, it's going to drive some of it down. That's the whole point of the use of fiscal policies, to reduce certain elements of inflation. The problem is that it doesn't get redistributed. It only goes into corporate pockets, into military industries. It does get redistributed the way we do it in the United States because of pork barreling. In other words, it gets redistributed across the states. So it's good for our economy. The problem is, in case of Germany, it doesn't get distributed that way.
Why does it cut inflation?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand.
Well, if in a Keynesian model, increased fiscal policy, a military economy can reduce inflation by making things more productive, by increasing income and revenue for certain sectors. It props up certain sectors of the economy. It makes it more productive, but only in certain sectors.
And there's no multiplier effect. If money is given to the military, it's not passed from hand to hand. It's slows, right?
Right, and it doesn't affect consumer goods in terms of, I'm not running out and buying an F-35. This is, even though it'd be kind of cool to fly one around, but the consumer goods don't get the benefit of that, right? It's like Tang and Teflon. You don't quite get the distribution in the consumer economy. So while you're propping up part of the economy and it helps out banks and financialization, et cetera, it doesn't affect the thing that really drives an economy, and that is, at least at the present moment, consumer goods and trade.
Just so I understand this, because Professor John, I think what Professor Lee I understand is you're pumping money into a very specific sector of the economy that benefits the banks and the military-industrial complex, but the economy writ large is not awash in excess cash. Right. So there's no inflation.
Right.
Well, I would just say that...
and yet Vietnam, they say, caused inflation.
Yeah, I mean, it's still money going into the economy that otherwise wouldn't be.
Right.
So I'm not sure why that would have a deflationary effect. But the main thing is, I think that this inflation is, at least a significant part of it, is being driven by supply chain issues. And certainly military equipment, high-tech military equipment, is going to be using things like computer chips. It's going to be using rare earth metals. It's going to be using, all of these things that are where the supply chain has been disrupted. So I think this might contribute to inflation
in the short run. But I think what we're trying to get is the promise of more cash, et cetera. Now, the other way to approach it is simply start selling off seized yachts and stuff. And it's certainly it's certainly clear that we can redistribute lots of sanctioned things, and I think that that's what we really want to do. Certainly, that should come first. But I think the militaries of the NATO countries want all these new toys. Ultimately, that's still, I think, on their minds.
I got a question for Professor Ann. I just looked because I was curious that the ruble seems to have recovered like to its pre-invasion levels. That coupled with the willingness now of countries to consider trading oil and paying for oil in other than dollars. I mean, that's got to have an effect on.
Well, it's because the Russians wanted to get all their payments in rubles rather than in a reserve currency. So there's a little bit of back and forth going on right now of how they're manipulating currency. So we're in a kind of weird area. I think it'll be clear in a month or two whether, depending on where the war is in that sense.
But I think the idea of whatever happens with the war, I mean, there seems to be kind of a realignment. There seems to be, this Eurasian type of coalition that is willing to buck the petrodollar, that's willing to do banking outside of the Western banking institutions. And it's certainly doing trade all over the world, far more widespread than the US is doing trade at the moment.
Well, that was indicated today when Lavrov met with Wang, his opposite number. There's a lot of this kind of, and then there was the trip. I mean, he's been doing like Lavrov's been doing shuttle diplomacy. I mean, he's in New Delhi now. So there's a lot going on in the
Lavrov is Russia's foreign minister.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I was tracking. Too. Yeah, and I was looking at that ruble issue as well because India, he's in New Delhi. India has done business with the Soviet Union in the past, has had a good relationship. Nehru always tried to avoid committing himself entirely during the Bandung 1955 conference. A non-alignment movement got launched. He was one of the main figures behind it, and he wanted to be able to continue to have positive relations with the Soviet Union. This current government is continuing with that sort of historic geopolitical alignment. They're prepared to, purchase Russian oil in rubles. They're doing so. The day that they announced that they intended, their oil or natural gas to be paid for in rubles, the ruble started recovering. And it's just been going back up and up over the last few days. They've given a deadline of April 1st for Europe if they want shipments of oil to continue, that they'll have to be paid in rubles. And it's not clear yet what will happen there, but 30%, 40%, something like that overall comes from Russia for the European Union. So, the question is what are they going to do if Russia decides we're not going to send it for free because we will only accept payment? It's a game of chicken, and, yes. We'll see tomorrow who blinks, because tomorrow is April 1st. They're going to it's still winter. They still need heating oil. And so that's going to be very interesting. I think Professor Marianne is absolutely correct that there is a realignment taking place. And when you kick out Russia from the SWIFT system, you're simply requiring them to find other ways, to make payments and to secure financial transfers and interactions, and they are starting to do so. And so this is the case where if you want to bluster and push them into a corner, you've got, one of the world's largest economies in China seems to be cooperating and collaborating with Russia. They already announced a historic agreement a couple of months ago, 2-3 months ago. They said that we have a friendship between these two countries that is a relationship without limits. In other words, we could go in military alignments and economic arrangements and so on. you have these two starting to cooperate, and they've been the center of the response to U.S. sanctions on so many countries. There's Iran. Russia has been under sanctions before the Ukraine war. There is a whole, Sudan, Libya, Syria. There's so many countries that have been in Venezuela. There's so many countries that have been put under this sanctions regime by the United States that there is a large, group of countries that have an interest in devising some alternate system. And the more the U.S. has pushed these unreasonable policies, attempting to isolate more and more other countries, the more they're overplaying their hand, and they're going to enable the end of the petrodollar, or at least as the dominant and only, way in which financial transactions can happen for oil payments. And, the whole financial architecture could be broken up. What we're seeing is perhaps stresses being put on the age of the neoliberal moment when the U.S. was the sole single superpower and global hegemon. After 1992, we had 20, 30 years there where the U.S. was relatively unchallenged. Now China is a challenger. We're seeing, that maybe that era is over of U.S. globalization. Instead, there will be regional affiliations and alignments, and the world is going to look really different. And so we're accelerating it. I think with this war, we're accelerating that process. If we want to maintain, the system that we have, I think it would be to, the U.S.'s benefit and to conclude a peace agreement soon, and not, enable an entirely different, system to emerge as a counterweight to it.
Agreed. I don't want to sound like an accelerationist, but in some ways, this whole experience does reveal all the cracks in the system. It reveals the corruption underneath. The thing is that Russia did have a fair amount of surplus. I don't know how many $100 billion surplus that they had a cash cushion, even though from a supply chain point of view, there's starting to be shortages in the Russian economy. So the problem is it's all becoming real now. There are dead bodies. I mean, if it really is 15,000, that's a hell of a lot of people who died. I mean, there was clearly an effect from Afghanistan and Chechnya in terms of people, conscripts and people dying. So that did have a cultural effect. I think that those elements are at work as well. But I agree with you. I think that America needs to rethink all of these kinds of policies. On the one hand, it could result in reform. On the other hand, it could be we could get a fairly quick recession if this war goes on too long.
When you talk about the decline of America, I hear that a lot. I think of Patty Chayefsky, Network, the Ned Beatty speech, which I just put out in front of me. The famous, "You have meddled with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale." You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems, one vast, interwoven, interacting, multivariate, multinational dominion of dollars, petrodollars, electrodollars, multi-dollars, Reichmarks, Rins, rubles, pounds, and shekels. There is no America. There is no democracy. There is only IBM and ITT and AT&T and DuPont, Dow, Union Carbide, and Exxon. Those are the nations of the world today. That was Patty Chayefsky's Network in what, 1976 or 1977? Isn't that the truth? When we worry about the decline of empire, the decline of America, as Patty Chayefsky writes, when the Russians get together, they're not talking Marx. They're coming up with plans on transactions and investments. Isn't that true?
Well, in network, this comes after the "I'm mad as hell," and I'm not going to take it anymore sequence. And it's before the network decides to hire revolutionaries in order to create on-air content. So I think we're right in there. We have people who are willing to just give you this. The mainstream media gives us these sort of images of blown up buildings and refugees. But the reality is, there's a lot of other revolutionary activity going on. There's the Wagner Group that's in East Ukraine. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
I don't know if the Syrians have gotten there yet, but it could be very strange very quickly.
And why are these wars being fought? I understand partly because it's the military industrial complex. We just need wars to feed the weapons manufacturers. I understand that. Why is Putin doing this?
Ukraine was a weak target. It's the poorest country. I'm sorry, I interrupted, Marianne. No, it was an easy target. I think this was the moment where he thought he could get away with it.
Putin has been called the richest man in the world. He's maybe worth $1 trillion. We're being told he's in isolation, he's mentally ill, all that stuff. Why does he do this? He is a country unto his own. He's worth $1 trillion. He doesn't need Russia. He doesn't need Ukraine. What is going on here? Why would he do this?
Well, the question is, why is he only doing it now? I mean, he could have invaded. He could have declared, let's put it this way, he could have recognized the breakaway provinces immediately as they happened. He waited 8 years, or the Russian parliament waited 8 years to finally recognize them. And that was a big deal. And that was one of the more disturbing things I saw, that things might change. Russia wants security. It's pretty clear. I mean, the Minsk Accords, what was articulated at the time, it's not hard to understand what they want. Noam Chomsky, if you want to get some background on it, Noam Chomsky had an interview with Amy, with Democracy Now! and just kind of explained the whole thing. And he was also talking about all of the rhetoric going on, like he's quoting people in major journals saying that Putin is mentally ill, Putin is having a nervous breakdown. It's like they're bringing out all the tropes that they did. And I have no idea, I don't know anybody knows how rich Putin is. Nobody knows how rich Zelensky is either. And it's kind of the point of these offshore accounts that they all set up, that they are notoriously opaque. So we don't really know what's happening. So I think that the military people that I've been reading for a long time and respect, have look at Russia and they see a very predictable, very, very rational set of concerns. Doesn't matter what you think of Putin personally in terms of a nation. And if we overthrew Putin, why would you think anybody who replaced him wouldn't be more ruthless?
Right.
Well, there's so much. Yeah, can I jump in here? Because I know.
Oh, please.
Please.
First of all, you guys are spinning out something that, of course, points to, a pathway for Putin to have maybe constructed, maybe not intentionally constructed, an empowerment of Russia through a bond with China that would make him emerge from this almost looking like a genius, right? However, one thing I'd point people to is a recent Radio Jacobin interview that Susie Weissman did with Boris Kagarlitsky. I don't know if anybody knows Kagarlitsky, but he's sort of remained a left opposition within Russia. And he felt that Putin was weakening domestically and that this did have a lot to do with domestic policy. And as somebody's put in the chat that his poll numbers have gone up. But the one thing I do know more clearly, because I think this is so dynamic, it could go in so many different directions. And I think you're pointing to some very significant things, including a potential bond between China and Russia that would very much strengthen the hand of Russia as the United States is losing its grip as the imperialist hegemon. But think also about what happens to the domestic politics of the United States with two things on the horizon. One, the Republicans win one of the houses of Congress or both houses of Congress in the midterms. That completely ties the hands of the United States government, except at the executive level and internationally still at the executive level, to move with any kind of lateral capacity or just be abrupt in the way they respond to crises. So clearly then the Chinese model and its capacity to address crises is much more fluid, much more agile than the American system to respond to crises. Secondarily, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is a piece of, there's a case in front of the Supreme Court called West Virginia versus the EPA. And it's probably going to be adjudicated in the midsummer. And it basically will again tie the hands of the executive branch in terms of executive action, will limit the executive's capacity to do executive action. So you'll have an American government that is completely in a logjam in terms of congressional legislation. You'll have an executive that can't act, and you'll have
executive, yeah,
right. You'll have the Chinese Communist Party able to say to the world, we can address, we can make change, we can make things happen, we can improve people's lives. This American system is just broken. Okay, so I don't think Putin would have seen that coming. But boy, the idea of an alliance between Russia with all of its natural resources and China, that's a straight up threat to America's empire right now. And it's happened very quickly.
Right.
So I got a question for Ellen. Do you think that Biden's tanking poll numbers is finally going to push him left?
Hell no.
Okay, just checking.
No, I think you can see. Well, I mean, Manchin. Look, whether he would have gone left or not. First of all, his poll numbers wouldn't have been tanking if he had been able to pass the legislation. You know, you look at Mark Kelly's vote yesterday. Did y'all hear about this? Mark Kelly joined with Manchin and Sinema to sink a nominee within the Labor Department. There were more people backing Manchin and Sinema within the Democratic Party than just those two. There certainly were the group of 10 within the House who could have defeated the legislation at the House level.
But there's things that a president can do by executive order, and particularly an aggressive one that would use a worldwide pandemic as a national emergency and, expand Medicare for all, cancel student loan debt. I mean, there's a lot of things that an aggressive leader could do that would be wildly popular. And even if it was blunted a little bit by Congress, just seeing him fight would be I think it would be a real energizer for the Democratic Party.
He'd better act before the Supreme Court acts, because Judge Roberts can't even side with, there's 5 judges against him in terms of, ruling in favor of West Virginia and the capacity to utilize executive actions to impose regulations on industry. And that can be extended and challenged by Republicans across the board on executive actions, though probably I've been told not extending to foreign policy.
We have to wrap it up. Last question. Getting rid of Clarence Thomas. There were calls to impeach Earl Warren. If the shoe were on the other foot, would the Republicans be trying to impeach Clarence Thomas? Wouldn't that be shouldn't they be impeaching Clarence Thomas and forgetting about Donald Trump? Isn't that the best way to save this country, is to get that Republican pick off the court right now? Just go after Thomas and destroy him and get him out of there?
They need 2/3 in the Senate to remove him from the Supreme Court. It's not going to happen.
Good point. Well, thank you, professors and Marianne. But before you go, let's go to Norway, where Joe is standing by, and let's find out how the cooking went. He does this in an hour. He should have a restaurant.
I got a lot of prep done tonight.
Yeah, your sous chef helps, but The actual cooking is remarkable. What'd you make there? Look at that.
So this is a grilled eggplant, a roasted eggplant. I just did it on the stovetop. And then I made tahini sauce with pomegranate syrup, some pomegranates, and tomato, and a little of my sourdough bread with my special everything seed mix, which is a mixture of white and black poppy seeds, onion seeds.
Say poppy seeds or poppy seeds?
Poppy seeds.
Poppy seeds.
Fennel and salt.
Was it from a Rottweiler or? Oh, poppy seeds. I'm sorry.
Poppy. And then this is a smashed cucumber. I don't know if anybody noticed. I beat the pulp out of this cucumber. You damage the cell walls to extract more flavor. And then it's in soy, black vinegar, and sesame oil dressing with garlic. This is fantastic.
Amazing.
And some pickled grilled peppers and the rest of the eggplant, which I'll probably make falafel for office hours this week.
Fantastic. And when do you get your Norwegian citizenship?
I've got it. I have my ceremony coming up in May.
Wow.
So,
you got out. Got out.
Got healthcare.
It's amazing. I feel like you're like a prisoner who is that
padded walls here.
You got out of the prison.
Velvet cuffs.
Yeah. Congratulations on your dual loyalty. Thank you, Joe in Norway. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Thank you, Jonathan Bick. Thank you, Professor Annie Lee. Read her over at the Daily Kos, Annie Lee, Anili, right? And Professor Adnan Hussein. Don't forget to listen to the Majlis podcast, where he talks with informed comments. Jesus, I just had a freshman. I had a freshman moment there. Dr. Juan Cole and Guerrilla History with the recently betrothed Guerrilla History. Henry Huckamaki. Yes, it's been a long day. And before we go to Alan Minsky and his special guest, let's go to Dave in PA and his trusty helper, Chad. What are we going to be making, Dave?
Good evening, David. Thanks for having us. Chad had to lose his Lucha Libre mask that he's been wearing. He's starting to get pimples on his forehead, and his hair is really starting to stink.
We didn't want to say anything, but yeah.
But he's coming around. But I can't find his helmet, so he's going to have to like background on this one. But anybody who's watching last week realized that this bowl that I was turning got blown off the lathe.
That's maple wood, right?
No, that's walnut. That's black walnut.
Okay, you could have just said yes, but go ahead.
I have to shame you at least once a day.
Right.
And so anyway, what happened was it blew off of here. I caught on something that blew off of there. And so since this is a bowl for nobody, it can be whatever shape I want it to be. So I'm going to return the bottom, re-grab it, and try again while you talk to Alan and his guests. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dave in PA. And we'll talk about this later at the end of the show. Well, Alan Minsky is executive director of Progressive Democrats of America, and Harvey J.K. could not make it today.
That's his bedtime.
Yes. So you brought a special guest.
I did, and I invited Melissa Figueroa. You guys know each other. I remember we once went to Paquito Mas together, right near
Joe's Falafel place.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And Melissa now lives in adjacent to Paradise, California, which may be better known to people these days than Chico, California, where she actually lives.
The fire? Were you part of the?
Well, just to set it up, we'll talk about that in a second. But she actually works in coordination with a brilliant partner, work partner of hers, Ali Metters Knight, who just testified in front of a wing of the House Oversight Committee. What's the proper name of that subcommittee?
The Subcommittee on Environment from the House Committee on Oversight and Reform.
And Ro Khanna convened that. Carolyn Maloney is the head of the Oversight Committee. And it was her testimony was brilliant. Her exchange with a number of the people there, very notably with AOC, was spectacular. And it was about, well, Mel can explain. So she now lives in Chico. Mel does with and works with the Mechoopda tribe, which is the land of Chico area is Mechoopda land. And let Mel take it from here.
Now, before you do, we have an artists community here, a lot of painters. What is the beautiful art behind you?
So the beautiful art behind me is painted by my friend Ali Metters Knight. So she is a traditional basket weaver. She is a traditional ecological knowledge practitioner, a master practitioner for her tribe, and an artist. So one of the things about California that not a lot of people know about is that there's nothing natural about California. All of that big forests and nature that we're all used to, those majestic pines, that's not actually what California is supposed to look like. 98% of California's native ecosystems were damaged and removed. Oak woodlands were removed. 95% of riparian habitats were removed. And of course, up to 95% of the stewards of those landscapes were removed through the active genocide of California natives. And so, when we're talking about environmental restoration in this place, a lot of times people don't actually know what a healthy forest should look like. People don't know what a healthy fire-adapted, drought-adapted landscape should look like. So it's up to Ali in her mind's eye to paint what she knows. And so
you cannot separate climate catastrophe with genocide. The two
absolutely. One of the things that Ali talks about, one of the things that we talk about here is that for California natives, the climate apocalypse happened 180 years ago. The ecological apocalypse, the end of the world, happened 180 years ago. So when I work with tribes and I look at native communities and what they what people are working for, what they want, it's it's looking at people who've already survived the end of the world.
Right.
And so I'm not indigenous to this territory. My family is indigenous to the Eastern Visayas Islands in the Philippines, but we have an indigenous culture, and so in many ways it's a different culture, but we have kind of a similar grammar to understand the world. And so in that, I realized that I too come from a people who survived, right? The genocide of the Philippines in 1901, right? It's the reason McKinley was killed. It's the land that burned was my father's island. So I come from a perspective of people who survived as well.
How many people died after the Spanish America War in the Philippines?
So a lot of accounts say maybe 50,000. Some accounts say up to 1.2 million. Right. General Jacob H. Smith of the U.S. Marine Corps famously issued the order on my father's island to kill every Filipino male above the age of 10.
It was after we supposedly ended the Spanish-American War.
Yes, that was from 1901, and actually on my mom's island, the war lasted till after 1911. So there was a fierce resistance because we don't give up that easy. We kill Magellan. So, but yeah, and what's so weird is that looking at the history of this place, I see that some families of the people who came here to California to commit the genocide, their sons went to the Philippines to commit genocide on my people. So, wow. We have a connection that way. And, a lot of colonized peoples have a connection that way.
Why was it, I'm sorry to go off on a side road here. Why why was America committing genocide in the Philippines? There was an uprising against the colonial power, and this was how we subdued
Yeah, so the Spanish
won the
American
hearts
War.
of the minds.
Look, we have to look at it in context. The Spanish American War was the United States' big moment as an imperialist power. 1886, you had the Berlin Conference where the European powers basically carved up, Africa and like gave a slice here and whatever. And, at that point, the United States was going through this, they'd gone through the Industrial Revolution, and, they had colonized already to, from sea to shining sea. And then, but what was happening is that they, of course, because this is capitalism, the market needed to grow, right? And so they needed more markets for raw materials. They needed markets to disrupt other colonial imperialist powers, right? A lot of what Spanish American War is about cutting off those trading routes, cutting off the sea routes, right? The Philippines and Indonesia held the keys to China, right? So it was all about, well, much of what's going on right now, right? A lot of geopolitical repositioning, right? At a time when the global order is changing. So
Right.
the US is a relative latecomer to the imperialist game, and Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines were what they had their eyes on as overseas.
I thought it was, hang on for 1 second.
Mhm.
I thought it was all about the Maine. They blew up the Maine.
Right, and World War I was about Archduke Ferdinand that got shot, right? Like that, so many people loved that guy that, the whole world went to war when he got shot.
So it wasn't to avenge the sinking of the Maine. Interesting. Okay.
Turns out it's a bit more complex than that, isn't it? Sometimes, you don't see the whole game going on. You just see that little pow explosion that happens at the end of that tension.
I thought they blew up the Maine and Cuba, but the weapons came from the Philippines and it was planned in Puerto Rico. And that's why I'm joking around. Let's talk about what you wanted to talk about, Alan and Mel. What is, well, we have to unmute.
Say, just to pick up, first of all, Ali couldn't be with us tonight, unfortunately. Just said, everybody has days where they don't feel that great. And so hope Ali feels better and hopefully Ali can come back. But I really do encourage people, if they can find it, to look at the exchange between her and AOC on that committee. It was pretty incredible. And again, obviously Melissa just reviewed, some of the hard realities of the tragedies of the history of the society we live in. It's abominable, of course. But I felt that Ali's testimony was the most hopeful things I'd heard in ages. If we're locked into this just seemingly this crisis of the climate emergency that can't be addressed, and people are looking for things that can inspire and begin to imagine a way out of this, and talk about humanity painting itself in a corner tighter and tighter and tighter. And I really thought that what's really presented there just makes so much sense, and really to be applied all around the world. I mean, humanity was living in harmony with the planet not that long ago, most of the earth. And the vision that Ali paints is an inclusive vision that welcomes everybody to participate in reimagining a world where we're not devastating this planet. So there's that. The second thing I wanted to say, and of course, Ali, I hope you get better, but also, and Melissa dropped it into the chat, which is great. I do want to mention too, a book by a UCLA professor named Benjamin Madley. And for all of us who live in California, when people think about because of Hollywood, when you think of the indigenous genocide, people tend to plant it around, the North Dakota, South Dakota, down in Arizona, and of course, the Pilgrims arriving, the Eastern Seaboard, Columbus again. Not too many people think about what happened in the state of California. And the book American Genocide by Benjamin Madley is about the genocide of the indigenous people in the state of California. And it is history that most people who live in California currently know nothing of. And that's nothing. And you got to read it. It's eye-opening, and it speaks volumes about the culture that we inherited from the settlers People should read it. American Genocide by Benjamin Metheny.
Great, great. And up in Chico, how is the homeless situation? Because we hear about climate refugees, the fire in Paradise. I mean,
displaced 52,000 people. A town of 26,000 in Paradise was not the only community that was impacted by the fire, but there's only maybe 4,000 people maybe have come back, because we don't know, because there's a lot of corporations that are buying up houses and flipping property up there. So we don't actually know how many people actually live up there, but it's about 4,000 residents as of last count. So yeah, there's a lot of climate refugees here. Chico has the highest per capita homeless rate in California, and that's saying something, right? And yeah, our city council is probably as cruel as can be in terms
it's a beautiful, I remember Chico being a beautiful college town. And like Berkeley, it's riddled with unaffordable housing.
Absolutely, and even more so since the fire. So I moved up here about 6 months before the fire, and because I got priced out of the Bay Area, actually, I was living in Richmond at the time, and I couldn't afford to live there anymore. So I packed up my van, went out there. Well, actually, I went around the country I was van lifing it for a while. Ended up in Chico because I had friends here, and I hadn't met Allie yet. But it was a place I could land because it was relatively cheap. Then the fire happened, and now we're basically where we were in the Bay Area when I left. And I still can't get housing. I live in a trailer in Allie's driveway, actually, and which works out because we work. We're working to build this program for workforce development for restoring California forests with tribal knowledge and tribal training and perspective. And so I'm committed to that project, which is what I really want. But this is the point: is that a report just came out. There are 14,000 fewer jobs in Butte County since the fire. There are people living on our streets. There have been, I think, something like 60 deaths of unhoused people in just this past year in Chico, from people having heat stroke, from people freezing to death in the winter. And so, the city, when it has just lost its second federal lawsuit for violating the Boise, Martin versus Boise, for cruel and unusual punishment, for what they basically tried to build a concentration camp for the homeless people out by the airport on the gravel on 120-degree days. When that didn't fly because it was completely inhumane. Now they're constructing the pallet shelters for the very first time. And folks, in the community, we've been lobbying for this for years. It's been 4 years even just to get a public bathroom open that the unhoused can use. And they still haven't opened it. They're citing delays and all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of disaster capitalism. But there's a good movement here, a lot of great community, a lot of good people doing good work. So,
right, homelessness. I think of Jeffrey Katzenberg, the big studio executive, who a year or two ago went on a listening tour to find out why there's homelessness in LA. How could you run a studio and be that stupid that you have to go on a listening tour to understand why there's homelessness in LA? Is that willful ignorance? Is he pretending to be stupid?
This is an interesting question because, I know how the other half lives. I've lived poor. I've been around rich people. I've never been rich, but I've been around rich, and I honestly do think that there's something about being in a bubble, especially in LA, right? You're west of Fairfax, you're in a bubble, you're west of Highland, you're in a bubble, right? But
If you're in the hills, and if you're in the hills, you're in a super bubble.
they are super.
And
bubble,
I know too much
right?
about you. I know some of them people you used to hang with. So
Right, yeah.
Mel went to a super elite school, but I'll say that's another.
Well, I lived in Burbank. I went to, I was a scholarship kid on the West Side, and I went to music school in South Central. So I'm an LA kid, you know, but I had the, you know, weird, this weird upbringing that made me kind of go between the worlds. So I understand that, you know, when you're in the West Side, I mean, you might be like abstractly aware of issues, and you know, perhaps you go to Venice or something like that, but like you know, there's something different than like living.
But Jeffrey Katzenberg, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Katzenberg can read a newspaper. He has cognitive ability. He buys and trades stocks and homes. The reason there's homelessness is he owns 4 homes. Yeah. His friends own 5 homes, and they don't want to build low-income housing in their neighborhood or in any neighborhood. They don't want to pay more taxes. They don't want federally subsidized housing. They don't want free housing for people. They want to commodify a human right, shelter, create a shortage of shelter to drive up the prices of real estate. He knows that.
You don't get gentrification without gentry, right?
Right. He knows why there's homelessness. Yeah. So why do they pretend not to know?
Well, I'm pretty sure he had a good deal coming with that documentary, right?
Doing a documentary on homelessness?
Or I don't know what I can't remember the film. You know, whatever he's doing, you know, he's gonna make some money off of it, right?
Yeah.
You know, but I think that there is a weird kind of exoticization and fascination that, you know, people call it poverty porn sometimes, you know, when you do have people of privilege that are like, you know, they kind of have their own ideas of how poor people live like, you know, and then they go hunting for that. Like they go hunting for the Ma Jodes and the, you know, thing. But, you know, a lot of times there's the reality is a lot more complex, you know.
Right.
As I like to say, there's 2 kinds of people in this world: people who have experienced not knowing where their next meal is coming from, and those who have not.
Right.
And I think there's like there's something in that experience that I think builds empathy. And, you know, maybe he was seeking an empathy like that. Maybe he didn't know how, you know. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to be generous here, right? But
maybe he's just a piece of shit.
Maybe he is just a piece of shit, right? I mean, like there's people who like know and then they just don't care. You know? It's like when people kind of double down on being, you know, offending or harming people, then you're just like, okay, you know, you know, that's who you are, right?
I thought one of the things that surprises me is we all think like an accelerationist that, oh, okay, COVID, 1 million people are going to die. That's horrible, but we'll come to our senses and there'll be single payer. No. Joe Biden, no, not going to have single payer. As Professor Marianne points out today, through executive order, he could declare a national emergency and we could all have single payer. Won't do it. Doesn't care if you live or die. Basically, that's not complicated. I can hear
capitalism.
But we're talking about Joe Biden, our president, and if you say he doesn't care if we live or die, I can hear my friends saying, why would you say that?
He's so nice.
Yeah, he's so nice.
He was nice to my dog once, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a difference between, you know, how you act to somebody on a personal day-to-day level and the systemic violence that is occurring all around us.
Systemic violence. So tell me about the work you're doing. Is this being supported by the federal government, or Gavin Newsom? You're
She has a big grant from Michael Bloomberg. No, that's a joke.
But maybe we'll go for that Leo DiCaprio money. I don't know. But this is the thing, right?
Are you getting help? Because Harvey J.K. isn't here tonight, but he often talks about the CCC under Roosevelt, which put a lot of out of people.
Absolutely.
And
in the New Deal era, it put a lot of people to work, Civilian Conservation Corps. Unfortunately, now the CCC is basically dominated by prison labor. And so when you say CCC nowadays, parts up here, people think land management is a punishment. And that's, a huge thing about kind of how we cognitively look at our landscapes. Land management is considered a punishment, right? Prison firefighters make $1 a day fighting the wildfires in the summer and risking their lives, right? Some of the fuels management work that our crews do, it's backbreaking work with chainsaws and piling and cutting all day, going up steep terrain and everything like that. The thing is that we have devalued land management work to basically landscaping, right?
Right.
You get a sheet, you get your thing, you go into your tractor and you just mow over it and to make it look like what they say that you want it to look like, and land tending. So an indigenous approach to forest management is incredibly different. It's night and day, right? From the way that it's kind of done right now, right? The land tending was done because, well, that's what you did. It was life. It was normal. If you don't take care of the land, then it's not going to take care of you. And in California, a place that is dominated by environmental disruptions, climate change, it's funny because in California, we have volcanoes, right? 40 million year history of California, there's volcanoes, there's earthquakes, there's droughts, there's fires, and there's floods, right? One of the things settlers have only been here for 180 years in California, but there's a flood that comes every 200 years. You wouldn't know that if you only been here 180 years, except for people who just got 1862 was the last time that the flood came in. Comes like clockwork, and that's where old Sacramento was destroyed, right? Leland Stanford had to take a rowboat to San Francisco, the temporary capital, and the untold numbers of 49ers died in that flood because, of course, it's a gold rush. Where are you gonna put your little cabin? Up by the creek, right? And it's very interesting because you hear accounts of that flood, and they say that the natives mysteriously disappeared shortly before the flood. Like it was some weird mystical thing. No, it's like a flood that comes with regularity. There are signs, there are things. It's basically an El Nino system merging with a polar vortex snowpack that happens. You get it's science. It's basically what it is. And you have people who have been on that land and know the way it works for 20,000, 40,000 years. Of course, they know when it's going to happen and go to higher ground. It's interesting because you see stories of like gold miners going in to the places that natives abandoned when they went to higher ground, going, hey, look, free land, and going right up next to the river, right? And then getting washed away. These are one of the things that we're looking at in terms of looking towards the future, looking for climate change adaptation, right? The USGS knows about this. Look up Arc Storm scenario, right? It's the $1 trillion disaster that's going to hit California, guaranteed. And so these are the kinds of things that we have to look at. We have to look at making our landscapes resilient, propagating native seeds and native plants, and restoring our forests with native plants instead of timber plantations, right? Because native plants are food and medicine and things that happen when there is a disruption, right? And so that's the kinds of things that we're looking at. And California tribes are relatively unique because of the genocide, right? There's not a lot of big reservations where native communities kind of live separately from everybody else, right? So that creates, this sort of double bind, right? One, native people do not have access to land, right? If they don't own land, they have to have access to public land. And that's what sort of we're going for right now. There's 180,000 acres of federal forest in Butte County where I live alone, you know, and there's a lot of public land up here. Well, that public land is held in trust by the federal government. And the federal government has what's called a trust responsibility to sovereign tribal nations, right? Sovereign tribal nations, federally recognized and state recognized, right? There are 109 federally recognized tribes in California, 59 state recognized. Those tribes have jurisdiction over those federal lands. They're the landlord. That's how the trust responsibility is set up. And so the difference here is that, and you know, going back to your question about how we get funding, can we do this within this intransigent Biden administration? The Biden administration doesn't have a choice. You know, the tribal nations are sovereign governments, and they are federal entities. They have access to federal programs. And now, because Biden actually owes something to Native communities, especially in Arizona, right? Remember, Arizona, like that's who put him over the top there, right? So he does have, you know, and he's a horse trader, you know, and if Biden might, you know, you know, doesn't have a heart, right? But he is a horse trader, and he knows. And so, you know, and with Deb Haaland and the thing, there's money that is being recognized. There's money, but the thing is that nobody else recognizes that tribes are governments. And so they'll tend to pass tribes over. Oh, you're just that little community group. Oh, how sweet. Yes, let's do a land acknowledgement. And yeah, we're just going to go, like, you know, frack over here or put the dam up over here, you know? And
Right.
so part of it is that tribes have power, and tribes are exercising power all over the nation. It's up to us in the non-Native community to recognize that, to fight for it, and to do whatever it takes. You know, if you're a bureaucrat in a public agency, you have power and you have a duty to consult with your local tribe, right? There are 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States. Everywhere you are, there is a tribe, and that tribe has jurisdiction. So if we can get used to the idea that we have a city government whose regulations we honor, we have a county government, a state, a federal, and a tribe, right? With whom we must consult when we make decisions about land. That opens the door for a lot of workforce development. Of course, tribes are stepping up to the plate, and we do need that help, and we do need that support. I say we, because I'm working with a tribe, but you know what I'm saying is that, you know, normalizing the state authority, right, of tribes as a government entity goes a long way towards actually healing this planet and healing the relationship of the non-Native community with Indigenous people.
So today is a good day because it looks like Christian Smalls, his Amazon labor union, succeeded out on Staten Island. That's what we're being told, that we're going to finally have a fulfillment center in America that is union. Christian Smalls pulled it off, and he's a friend of this show's, and we've been rooting for him. And today is a good day.
Woo-hoo!
Yep, today is a good day. Most days have not been good. This is a good day. This is a major victory.
Well, in 8 minutes, be careful what you say, because it'll be April Fool's Day.
I know. That's why I want to get that. Tell me, since it's a good day, the joy that you get from working with the First Peoples and what you've learned restoring the forests.
Absolutely.
What is the joy? What is the joy you get?
The bedrock of our program, and I'll put our website here, tekchico.org. The bedrock of our program is—
What is the website again?
tekchico.org.
That's traditional ecological knowledge.
Yeah, traditional ecological knowledge. And so there's a 17-acre park here in North Chico called Verbena Fields, and it was a dump and a rock quarry to help build Highway 99. And then the city was trying to decide whether it was going to be low income housing or a park. And of course, the people in the subdivisions were like, no low income housing, let's make it a park. And so, but the city was trying to look for some partnerships. And so Ali and the Chupta tribe basically signed an MOU with the city to do native restoration in this park. So for 12 years, she's been almost single-handedly tending the plants in this park, planting native plants, helping them survive. For the last about year and a half, we have done weekly Friday community work days where people in the community are free to just come out from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And, there's a task to be done that day, whether it's building willow walls so that you have erosion control when the winter flood rains come, or now we are picking wildflower seeds so that we can have more wildflowers. It is beautiful out there right now. It's blooming, the lupins, the poppies. And so we're starting to gather seeds. People who come every day or every week, you really build a deep relationship with a specific place. Like I know the trees, I know which trees I check on when I go there. I know we just had the first cultural burn, so indigenous burn of deer grass in Vermina Fields for the first time in 150 years. This was a practice that until 1978 was banned outright by the federal government, and up until a week ago, right, needed tons of permits and grants and all of this stuff. Well, SB 332 was just signed in the state of California, which allows cultural burners to burn just with the permission of the landowner and to revive those traditional practices. And I'll put those videos. I still need to update the website and put those videos up, but it's incredible. I can't tell you how healing it is. A lot of people say it's their therapy, to come out to pay reparations to a tribe by helping them take care of the land, by using native seeds. We were just having that discussion about the global currency debacle. Seeds are currency too. Seeds, and seeds are real things that help to feed us and to nurture us. And when you develop a relationship with a place by taking care of a place, it puts you in touch with being human and what being human is in a way that I don't think a lot of us have experienced in our life. And anybody can do that, even if you're not indigenous to the place that you're in.
I hope you come back. It's great to see you again.
Absolutely. And next time I will definitely bring Ali.
That would be great.
She can explain these things way better than I can. So
fantastic. Thank you. Let's give your website out again. It's techchico.org, TEKCHICO.org. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
And thank you, Alan Minsky, Executive Director of the Progressive Democrats of America. And this is a good day. Today, it looks like Amazon finally has a union fulfillment center, thanks to the hard work of Christian Smalls, AmazonLaborUnion.org. It looks, what are you laughing at?
Oh, just the jibe at Harvey that Mila put into the chat.
And it looks like Bessemer, they didn't win. They're doing a recount. They're asking, I think they're challenging about 100 ballots, but I don't have much faith.
Was the result better than last time?
Yes, but fewer people voted. It was closer, but fewer people voted. But that union is not like Amazon Labor Union. There's a big difference. What a great celebration of Cesar Chavez's birthday. Thank you both, and please come back. Dave and PA, we have to wrap it up. Dave, you were doing our ASMR for the eyes, and
yes, sir.
Why don't we look at how you salvaged the, I want to say maple wood, but it's walnut wood, right?
It's maple walnut. How about that? Your favorite flavor of pancake.
Thank you.
Well, I managed to salvage the outside.
Beautiful.
put that nice lip on there. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice lip on there. And then I'm just finding the right size chuck so I can mount it, and we'll turn the inside, say next week, maybe Monday or next Thursday.
Right. And then we can cut Pete Rose's hair with it.
Hey.
That's how Pete Rose cuts his hair, with a little bowl on his. And how's Chad? Where's Chad?
Here he is. He's totally stoked about Staten Island. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. And Fire Island, too.
Oh, yeah. They know him there.
Thank you. Oh, plug Bertie. What is your bed and breakfast?
Bertie's Country Cottage, tinyurl.cc, Bertie's Country Cottage. You can also find it on Airbnb. I think it's listed as small farm retreat in Millerton, Pennsylvania.
Millerton,
I'm here to be here in May. Yeah, you can do the Finger Lakes Wine Trail. You can go to Corning Museum of Glass. You're not far from Ithaca, New York, Grand Canyon of Pennsylvania. It's a nice part of the middle of nowhere.
I look forward to coming up, and Dan and I are planning a series of crimes, and we'll be hiding up there shortly. Thank you, Dave and P.
Leah McInerney said express some interest. That'd be fun for you two to bunk here, wouldn't it?
That would be funny. That would be fun and funny. The always pleasant Leah McInerney. Bring pictures next time.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that wraps it up. That's our show. Thank you all for accommodating my schedule tonight. We had to start an hour late. All right. Thank you to Grace Jackson. Follow her on Twitter at Grace Jackson and listen to Literary Hangover. Thank you to Marshall Allen. Go buy his book, Never Pay the First Bill and Other Ways to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. The Hirschenfelds, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, and of course, Ethan. Go download or stream Thug Thug Jew, Ethan's amazing comedy special on YouTube. It's close to 1 million views, so let's get him up to 1 million. Emil Guillermo, listen to the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Barry W. Lynn, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com to see his sermons and his appearances on countless television shows. Thank you to the professors and Marianne Cummings. Follow her on Twitter at RazorGirl, and read Professor Ann Lee over at the Daily Kos, Annie Lee at the Daily Kos. Jonathan Bick, Professor Jonathan Bick, will be at office hours doing another lecture on the Twilight Zone and Star Trek. It's 24 hours of office hours. And of course, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast and Guerrilla History. And of course, Melissa and Alan Minsky, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Joe in Norway for cooking for us, and Dave and PA. Thank you to the people who helped put this show together. We can't do this show without them. Dan Frankenberger, Sarah Bush, the brilliant Andy Brown, the brilliant Professor Jonathan Bick, Grace Jackson, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, and Hannah Feldman. They all make this show possible. We can't do this show without them. Please come to office hours, meet better people. Come to office hours. It's office hours and hours, 24 hours of office hours. All you need is Zoom. I think that was a song by the Beatles. All you need is Zoom. Go to my website to sign up. And if you'd like to sit in our virtual studio audience on Mondays and Thursdays when we tape this show, while you're over at my website, sign up to attend a live taping. You can ask questions, join the chat room. And while you're over at my website, sign up for the newsletter. we have a YouTube channel, and the Invisible Ninja and all the people who are helping out produce this show are cutting up episodes and making digestible morsels, highlights from the show. That's the easiest way to share what you like on the show. And we have in the description of the podcasts timestamps, so you can just click on various parts of the show and find them. Please join us live on YouTube Mondays and Thursdays starting at 5 o'clock if you don't want to join us in the Zoom room. I think I've covered everything. Give to Rahima.org. Rahima.org. That is it. That is it. Thank you to everybody in the chat room. You do a great job keeping me honest. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. So sad, David, when the kid named after you turns out to be such a disappointment. I tried to get Don Jr. to switch names with Ivanka. They wouldn't do it. I wanted Ivanka to be Donald Jr., but Jared wouldn't allow it. He didn't want to be married to someone named Don Jr. And Don Jr. fought it tooth and nail, too.
He wanted to keep the name.
He thought it meant that he'd have to be married to Jared. We tried to explain it to him, said it's just a name. We got a professional name swapper to explain it to him, but he didn't get it. He didn't budge. He said, I'm angry. I want to kill an elephant. Not a bright boy. Bad namesake. Bad, terrible namesake. Like Fred. Like Fab Five Fred.
Yeah, that's not nice to talk about your older brother, Fred, that way.
Okay, well, listen, David. His daughter has been very unfair to me. Very unfair. Very unfair. Nasty woman. Very nasty. Sad, nasty.
But let's talk about Dr. Mary Trump. She has a PhD in clinical psychology, Mr. Trump.
Psychology. You know, I've never been to a shrink, David.
You've never been to a shrink.
Never been to a shrink, David.
That is hard to believe.
I know, right? Because I'm so well adjusted. I amaze people by how well adjusted I am. No quirks, no anxiety, no paranoia. I took a well-adjusted test just a couple of years ago, David, when I was president. I got an A+. Most doctors said I was the most well-adjusted president in history. Doctors were amazed. Every doctor I meet is amazed. They always want me to meet their psychiatrist friends because they say they've never seen a man as well adjusted as Trump. They all want to study Trump. Every shrink wants to examine me. They want to learn the secrets of my well-adjustedness.
You're the exemplar of mental health.
Every doctor, David, I meet, everyone wants me to go to a shrink. I mean, they want to study me, I guess. When I was a kid, doctors told my parents that I had a fascinating brain, David. It would be a shame not to share it with the psychological and psychiatric community, David, but we decided against it. I'm incredible. I am the most well-adjusted president ever. No imaginary enemies. I'm loving and caring and filled with grace. That means I can share with others the divine gift of salvation, David. You probably don't know what grace means because you were raised by the money counters. I love those people, the money counters. I love them. I love them.
That's a nice thing to say, Mr.
I called you a money counter. I love the money counters. My daughter became one. We need you people.
I'm not sure that's you're perpetuating a stereotype.
David, what are you talking about? The money counters have no bigger friend than Donald Trump.
Can we talk about your
friend? Weisselberg, right, is a money counter. Chief financial officer of my company. Terrific money counter. Wouldn't flip. They arrested him, but he won't talk. They want him to flip, but he's not a rat. He's not a rat, David. He just looks like one with that nose. Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. The man went down 'cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. When I was young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said, vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
Rodrigo, before we go.
Hi, David. I'll try to be quick. I was watching an old episode of This Revolution podcast with Jim Bajalan and Ashley Froley as guests or friends, Jason and Pascal, and she said something that I've only ever heard from me before. We all think this to one extent or another, but we should all be more cognizant of this structural reality. What am I talking about? It's pretty simple. We tend to think and believe and tell people, no matter how much we think we're far left, that there's too much corruption in capitalism, and Bernie Madoff and the Theranos woman are symbols of the corruption. What we should be explaining to people, however, is that Bernie Madoff and a handful of others getting caught is the anomaly, because the entire system is set up to constantly produce new Bernie Madoff characters. The system isn't broken because of how many Bernie Madoff copycats we know about. The system with all the Bernie Madoff types that have not gotten caught is how the system is supposed to work. This is what the system looks like when it's working. And as leftists, we should be helping people understand that a system full of conmen competing with each other is the world that we live in. One of the related ways in which we fail as the left is this nonsense of white people rejecting equality because they think black people want some kind of special treatment, without realizing that we have a bad system because most white people struggle too. It's hard to see it unless you have black friends, but we don't have a system that privileges all white people. We have a system that pretends the extra struggles everyone faces are being mostly aimed at keeping black people down. Pascal knows the statistics better than I do, but the crap that black people have to go through gets in the way of lots more not so rich white people than it does black people. There's people out there that we used to believe were real leftists, but they're currently worried that Trump wants to collude with Putin again, which is what happens when you keep reinventing the wheel instead of coming with us to study Marx's Capital, for example. Some updates from Mexico, if there's time. The Mexican president has directed 3 political parties to take Russia's side in public, only one of which is actually his. He's also getting ready to amend the Mexican constitution in a way that violates international law because he really wants that sweet, sweet strip-mined lithium money. Yet another genius decision that defies classification. And I have a couple of pictures I took a couple weeks ago of political flyers that break electoral law, but I haven't uploaded them yet. I'll try to share them later. And please look for Melissa Lucio, Melissa Lucio, at the Innocence Project. Read about her extremely sad life and share her story before she gets executed at the end of this month, at the end of April. Thank you.
In what state?
She's in Texas, where the DA that sent her today is currently serving 13 years.
The DA is in jail.
Yes, the man who decided that she should face the death penalty because she did not react when her baby died in a way that the cops liked.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. I think I've frozen. Did I freeze? Yes, I'm frozen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's no video.
Hang on. Now, can you see me?
Yes.
Now you can see me. Now I can say goodbye. I need a new computer. Okay. Thank you, Rodrigo. That's it. Show's over. That's it. I'm done. Good night, everyone.